Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Not remove his eye patch. He does not reveal his full power until his fight against Kaname Tozen and Sajin Kamimura, when he finally removes the limiter and uncorks his Ryatsu. This change will spare us a lot of power scaling grief going forward. Ichigo fights him to a draw, but unbeknownst to him Kenpachi was still holding back a lot of his power. Kenpachi is still moved by Ichigo's bond with Zangetsu and attempts to communicate with his Zanpakuto after their battle. The death of Uryu's grandfather is changed somewhat. Uryu saw Soken being overwhelmed by hollows, he did not see him die. The boy instead ran away to fetch help and never found a body afterwards. Unbeknownst to him, a Shinigami patrol did eventually arrive and fought the hollows off, only to then abduct an injured Soken on Captain Mayuri Kuratsuchi's orders. Soken hadn't died and become a soul when Mayuri experimented on him, he was still human. Yoruchi does not quantify how much a Bankai multiplies a Shinigami's strength. The Sokayaku's power is never quantified either, it is never described as being equivalent to 1,000,000 Zanpakuto. All we need to know is that it is strong enough to execute a Shinigami and do the deed with style. Furthermore, when Ichigo makes his move on Sokayaku Hill, Chojiro Sasakibbe is not among the lieutenants he makes short work of. Marekyo Omida and Aizen Kotetsu alone fulfill the role of fodder. We do not see Sasakibbe in action by this point. When Sosuke Aizen impales Momo Hinamori, she is permanently killed. No resurrections, the betrayal leaves a lasting and traumatic consequence. However, Aizen is not as boastful about the deed as he was in the canon and does not tell Toshiro Hitsugaya that he should have left pieces of her all over Soul Society for him to find. When Aizen explains his rationale for murdering Hinamori to Rinji Aburai, his reasoning remains the same but his tone is more somber and less gleefully malevolent. In his own twisted logic, Aizen truly believed that slaying Hinamori was the most merciful outcome for her. He viewed it as an ugly necessity rather than just a cherry on top of his treason sundae. While Hitsugaya ran through one of Aizen's illusions in the anime, this did not happen in the manga. We will make it so. Toshiro believes he has run Aizen through, only for the 5th Division captain to stride past and cut him down. Aizen isn't as outwardly dismissive of Ichigo. When he cuts him down, he remarks that he is disappointed in the Ryoka boy's strength after all the promise he had shown. He will pointedly never refer to Ichigo as a human throughout the series. When Aizen explains his elaborate plan, he says that Kasuke Urahara was condemned for the crime of conducting experiments on his fellow Shinigami, instead of inventing an untraceable Jigai. Aizen does not dub Urahara the inventor of the Hogyoku, but admits that the exile had gotten closer than he did in creating a fully realized one. He strongly implies that he already has his own variation, but that Urahara's creation will help him perfect it. When Kamimura demands that Tozen explain his betrayal, Tozen does not say that he follows the path least soaked in blood, instead he says that following Aizen is the only path towards justice. Hizana and Rukia were only identified as sisters in the Rukongai because they arrived simultaneously and looked so much alike. When Hizana abandoned Rukia, she rationalized her decision by insisting that they might not even have been sisters and that the resemblance was merely a coincidence. She came to later regret her decision, always knowing deep down that Rukia was indeed her biological sister. Ichigo and his friends spend only 3 days recuperating in the Suriidii instead of a full week before returning to the world of the living. Arc 1, Halcyon Days. Prologue, Mask Off. Eikichiro Saito had already logged enough time in the world of the living to never be stuck on patrol duty ever again. He hadn't risen high enough to be a seated officer, but he was secretly a member of the Onmitsukido Patrol Corps. His main job was to spy on fellow Shinigami and report back to 2nd Division Lieutenant Marekyo Omida. But he could forever dine out for having fought the hollow called Grand Fisher. 50 years before, when Grand Fisher was beginning to make a name for himself by luring and butchering unsuspecting humans, Saito and 2 other Shinigami Patrol members stumbled upon the hollow and engaged him in battle. Fisher killed Saito's comrades without much fuss, but Saito was adept enough at Kido to blunt the beast and land a blow. Grand Fisher fled fearing for his life that day, an embarrassment that had apparently reoriented his strategies. His tactics became much more shrewd from there on, and he rarely engaged with Shinigami directly. As Grand Fisher's infamy grew over the decades, so too did Saito's reputation as the only Shinigami who had bested him in battle. He became something of an appointed expert on the career criminal and was called upon whenever patrols were worried the beast was on another spree. He knew what Fisher's lure looked like, knew how the son of a bitch hunted, and could recognize that slimy spiritual pressure from a mile away. If anyone was going to determine whether the beast had picked a new turf, it was Eikichiro Saito. The Shinigami squatted down in the moist field, tipping back his signature farmer's hat and wiping a hand across his brow. I can definitely feel his presence, he thought. It's fresh as garlic. So, what do you think, Saito-san? Asked Unobiro Buzo, a stout patrolman with a shock of thinning blonde hair. Is it him? Buzo was the Shinigami patrol who had called in a hunch that Grand Fisher was stalking Kagamino City. 3 human women were sked dry of their souls in the past week, all during bouts of rain. Well, the conditions fit Grand Fisher's MO perfectly, Saito replied, scanning the perimeter, a muddy football field sandwiched between 2 dilapidated apartment buildings. Humans had cordoned the space off with crime scene tape. You said the latest victim was found here this morning? Yes, sir. That's odd, Saito mused. Grand Fisher's presence feels too pungent for hours to have passed by. It's like his stink just sat right here and never went away. You don't think? He's still lurking around. Buzo gulped. Just keep your eyes peeled, Saito advised, looking around apprehensively. The last time his Ryatsu felt this close, he was standing right in front of me. Buzo twitched nervously, visibly afraid. Understandable, he'd be out of his league if he actually ran into Grand Fisher. May I ask a question, sir? The Shinigami broached. I've been patrolling out here all week, but I've been hearing snatches of what's going on in the Seriidii. Is it true? What they say about Captain Aizen? Saito sighed. Oh, this poor guy's been completely out of the loop. I'm afraid so, he replied. Aizen, Ikimara Jin, and Tozen Kaname. All of them traitors. I heard they're working with the Hollows now. It had been 4 days since Soul Society was turned upside down. Things got crazy when some Ryoka kid crashed Kuchiki Rukia's execution, but then everything went really haywire when 3 captains revealed themselves to be allies of the Minos. The Seriidii went into complete lockdown afterwards. Members of the 3rd, 5th, and 9th divisions were all interrogated about their loyalties and their barracks were ransacked for reconnaissance. Saito himself was from the 8th division. And didn't have to deal with the Inquisition, but he was nevertheless glad to get a reprieve from the tense situation back home. At least he could be of use out in the world of the living. For this occasion he was a Bona specialist instead of a foot soldier or a glorified mole. In a perverse way, he was thankful to Grand Fisher for that. That BSTRD had hung around long enough to make Saito kind of famous. I see. Buzo said softly. So Aizen Sosuke is in Hueco Mundo now? Saito pet an eyebrow, disconcerted by the patrolman's tone of voice. He chose not to linger on the topic. Don't worry about all that, Buzo, he said, getting up and patting his moist shihakusho. You're gonna need backup if Grand Fisher appears again. Radio SDRI and ask for reinforcements. Tell him I recommend fortifying this whole district. I can't do that, Saito-san, Buzo replied. What do you mean you can't? Saito squinted, growing annoyed. Your conduct is unbecoming of a patrolman, Buzo. You've just been standing there in the same spot since I got here, like a fleshy tentacle burst up from the mud, surging forth like a gnarled root and impaling Saito through his back. What the? Saito wondered, looking down at the wriggling appendage growing out from his chest. A hot curtain of blood began seeping down his belly. Ha, 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 a catty voice rumbled from beneath the mud. Buzo stood perfectly still, gazing blankly at Saito. Suddenly, the patrolman morphed into a thin, fleshy reed, and Ssked back down into the soil. Something large erupted up from the mud behind Saito, cackling wickedly. The Shinigami could feel the hollow's breath beating against the nape of his neck. He grimaced, realizing that he had been outplayed. Buzo was dead before he had even arrived on the scene. He had been conversing with the lure the entire time. BBSTRD, Saito gasped, reaching for his Zanpakuto. Nah, sonny. Grand Fisher cackled, lashing another tentacle out and wrapping it around Saito's arm. The feeler tightened its grip until Saito let out a gasp of agony when his right arm contorted and broke, a shard of bone jutting out from his elbow. Uck, he grunted. The pain all-consuming. The tentacle pierced through Saito's abdomen began to curl, turning him around at an agonizingly slow crawl to confront his attacker face to face. Damn it, Saito thought. That hideous mask is gonna be the last thing I ever see. His eyes widened with shock when Grand Fisher's face finally came into view. It was not what he expected, the hollow's mask was gone. In its stead was a tanned head and red eyes, with thick braids of black hair behind a bald cranium and a gleaming jawbone armoring the mouth. The beast looked nothing like the Grand Fisher he remembered. It was humanoid, with an awkwardly muscular body of elongated biceps, tattooed streaks of black, and furry fringes along the torso. The tentacles sprouting from the beast were hairless, fleshy, and all the uglier for it. You are. Saito gurgled, dying too quickly to make sense of what he was seeing. Remember me, sonny? Grand Fisher hissed, his maliciousness unmistakable. No Shinigami's ever gonna get the better of me again. Starting with you. Before Saito could reply, a third tentacle sprouted from Grand Fisher's chest and speared through his face. Fisher dropped the lifeless heap and retracted his fleshy appendages. He threw back his head and let out a triumphant cackle. Enjoying yourself? A wispy voice asked from afar. Fisher's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He looked back to regard his handler, Eislinger Werner. The odd creature looked like a buzzard with his beaky mask and 4 quadrupedal claws. The upper left quarter of his mask was shorn off, revealing a pale face with gray hair. I'm settling old scores, Grand Fisher harumphed, bringing one of his tentacles to his lips and liking the blood clean from it. That Shinigami was yummy, heh, heh. You heard what he said, Lord Aizen's already declared war on Soul Society, Eislinger interjected impatiently. The war has begun, but we remain mere spectators. You need to feed on hollows instead of wasting your time on human mincemeat and Shinigami grunts. Heh, 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 I'm already so much stronger than I was before, Grand Fisher pouted defensively, like a child. Maybe I should eat you, then. Eislinger took an apprehensive step back, his one eye narrowing in anger. Kill me, and you will never see Las Noches. Heh, 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 is it really all it's cracked up to be? Grand Fisher mused. Idiot, Eislinger thought. He is so easily amused by earthly delights that he cannot comprehend what true power is. He kept that analysis to himself. I promise to make you into a mighty Ehrenkar, Eislinger said. Trust in me, Grand Fisher. Heh, 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 you'll get your champion, Eislinger, Fisher grunted, his red eyes dilating into a furious scarlet. There's just one more name to cross off. Kurosaki Ichigo. Halcyon Days. Volume 1, Reap What You Sow. Chapter 1. Nestled in a nondescript cliffside on the Siriidi's northeastern flank was a cemetery reserved for Godii lieutenants who had perished in action. It housed dozens of grave sites, attesting to the high casualty rate for high-ranking officers. Byakuya Kuchiki's father rested there, along with Kaien Shiba. The latest casualty to be interred was Momo Hinamori. Toshiro Hitsugaya sat before her grave, knees scrunched up against his chest and eyes fixated on the epitaph inscribed on her shrine. Momo Hinamori, dedicated subordinate and unwitting pawn. Needless to say, Hitsugaya hadn't chosen the epitaph. It was dictated by the nobles who always had a hand in shaping the legacies of high-ranking Godiai officers. They clearly wanted to communicate a message: serve your superiors loyally, but never more loyally than the overall Godiai. Hinamori's judgment had been clouded by her infatuation with Sosuke Aizen, and she lost her way. The authors had not officially condemned her a traitor, but they could not resist humiliating her. One last insult added to the pile. Hitsugaya missed her horribly, but he hadn't managed to summon any tears for her yet. He felt lousy about it. She deserved tears. There was a tremulous pulse across the ground. A member of the inner court troop had flash-stepped behind the captain. "Captain Hitsugaya, the captain commander has called for you," the messenger announced with a dutiful bow. "He is convening a meeting between all captains." Hitsugaya's turquoise eyes narrowed in annoyance. He let out a heavy sigh, his breath blasting out in frigid wafts. "I'll be there," he replied. The messenger felt a frail crunch beneath his feet and realized that the whole ground was crackling with ice. Hitsugaya's power was seeping out from him and blanketing everything in chill. It was unnerving, as if the captain was externalizing the despondence he felt inside. With nary another word, the emissary hurriedly disappeared in a flash. Hitsugaya got back up on his feet and gazed wistfully down at Hinamori's shrine. "I will make it right," he promised. Frost seeped out from his beneath feet and surged across the ground, reaching Hinamori's shrine and crawling up its face to obscure that horrid epitaph. "Aizen will pay, Momo," Hitsugaya swore. Hollow. Hollow. Ichigo Kurosaki was sitting on his bed, trying in vain to focus on homework while his Shinigami deputy badge blared out yet another alert that a hollow had been detected in Karakura town. The medallion was hanging off his bedpost, buzzing like a pager. "You've gotta be kidding me." He had already dealt with a hollow that afternoon. A nighttime slaying seemed excessive. After a summer spent fighting his way through Soul Society, the least he could do was finish his homework from the first day of school. Hollow. 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 "Alright, I got the message," the strawberry barked back at the badge, his face turning pink. "Enough already. Sheesh." He leaned over and snatched the badge up, the purposeful contact with the placard bursting him out from his human body. Now in his spiritual form, clad in shihakusho and only visible to those with spiritual awareness, he rove his neck to work out a crick. The top shelf of Ichigo's dresser slotted open and up popped Kon with his lion plushy face, a patch of stuffing protruding from his cartoonishly leonine features. He had been hiding in haughty protest after Ichigo failed to enlist Uryu Ishida to patch him up. "Hey! If you're gonna leave me looking hideous like this, then at least put me in." Ichigo smacked his badge square against Kon's face, prompting the plushie to upchuck the Jikonkan marble that contained his modified soul. Ichigo picked up the soul candy and plunked it down into his corpse's mouth, prompting the vessel to reanimate with Kon's dazed articulation. Yeah, quit it with the pouting," Ichigo sighed. "I told you already, Uryu's busy tonight, but he promised to patch you up before school tomorrow. Now stay out of trouble until I get back." He wasn't actually sure whether Uryu was in fact busy, all he knew was that the Quincy blew him off at school when he asked for a favor. After all they had been through together, the JRK better have been busy to be that brusque. Kon rubbed a hand through Ichigo's spiky hair and let out a relieved sigh. "Much better," he grinned. "Just don't get yourself killed out there. At least until you fix my other vessel." Ichigo, readying to leap out from the windowsill, looked back at Kon with a skeptical glare. "Yeah, you'd really hate that, right?" the strawberry muttered sarcastically. "If I got myself killed, wouldn't that just mean you get to stay in my body forever?" Kon shot him an incredulous look in response. "What?" the mod soul cried, shocked by the ignorance of his MSTR. "It doesn't work like that. If you die, your body dies, too." Ichigo's brow perked up, surprised by the information. "But I thought. When my chain of fate. Until your meat sleeve goes completely kablooey, you're still tied to it," Kon clarified. It'll stop functioning when your soul kicks the bucket. If that happens, it'll spit me out and start to rot. If you die, your body dies, too. Got it? Well then I guess I can stop worrying about you trying to bump me off and assume my identity, Ichigo grinned. Alright, you just hang around until I get back. Later. With that, he flew off into the night, leaving Kon to stay put. As if I'd actually want to be stuck in this carrot-headed body forever, the mod soul frowned. Why couldn't I have been swallowed by a chick magnet? Like that Chad guy, now there's a vessel I could get comfortable in. Ha-ya-ya. Orihime no way sighed happily, sticking her nose into a ramen bowl for a savory sniff. She split apart her chopsticks and dipped them inside, fluffing up the noodles and letting the steam rise out in SNSL wafts. Her heart swelled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Tatsuki-chan, she cooed. You weren't lying, this is the loveliest looking ramen I've ever seen. Tatsuki Arisawa had suggested the restaurant and even preemptively offered to pay for their meal. Her treat. She sat back and watched while Orihime slurped back a hearty clump of noodles. Slurp. Oh my. Orihime squealed, the savory broth sending her taste buds up to heaven. That's really something. Told ya, Tatsuki smirked, scooping up some noodles and taking her own slurp. So, Orihime. Slurp. How's about you tell me what you and Ichigo and Chad and Ishida were up to this summer? Orihime blushed, turning a shade of pink. What do you mean? Tatsuki nonchalantly reached over with her chopsticks and clamped Orihime's lips shut. Don't play dumb, Orihime, Tatsuki advised while dexterously holding the squirming Inoue's mouth in a supreme grip. The four of you went off on different vacations this summer, only to come back to school a close-knit unit? You're hiding something, and I'm not gonna put up with secrets between us. Maitamwa ha-ha-ha-mom. Orihime squealed, struggling to wriggle her puckers out from their vice-like trap. She cast a pleading look. Tatsuki, after waiting a few seconds, finally relented and drew her chopsticks back. Okay, Orihime sighed, gingerly patting her lips and wishing she could just dunk her face into her ramen and hide. But you have to promise to keep it a secret. While Uryu Ishida was out for a stroll to clear his head, he gradually became certain that a hollow was hunting him. All alone while trotting through a dimly lit corner of Karakura town, he felt something with malicious intent lurking above. He cut into an alleyway and hugged the wall, slowly peering his bespectacled eyes up at the skyline. There was a rotund shadow prowling overhead. It was a hollow, he was sure of it. He may have lost his Quincy powers, but thankfully he could still see hollows. Why is this one singling me out? Uryu wondered, a bead of sweat running down his temple. I don't have Ryatsu anymore to distinguish myself from anybody else, but this guy's been stalking me for several blocks now. If it wanted to attack from the jump, it could have. But instead it's just following me. There was only one conclusion, the hollow could somehow tell that Uryu was a Quincy, but it wasn't sure whether he had lost his powers or was just suppressing his Ryatsu. If it becomes certain that I've lost my Quincy craft, I'm a dead man. Quincy looks yum, Bloodmaw grunted, greedily huffing Uryu's scent from afar. The hollow was a globular array of teeth standing on two bent haunches, like a lumpy jellybean with insectoid legs. He was bleached white with black stripes arraying his fleshy paunch and tiny yellow eyes tucked behind flaring nostrils. The scent of Quincy Rikyo flitted through Bloodmaw's sensors. He snorted with excitement, savoring the taste. I wish I could smell it, Blood Fong piped up. Quincy blood run thick. I get first bite. Bloodmaw greedily proclaimed, breaking into a serrated grin. Just leave morsel this time, Maw. Bloodgums lamented. Bloodfong and Bloodgums were two fleshy mounds pulsating from Bloodmaw's back, resembling barnacles with teeth. They chomped aimlessly at the air, desperate for any leftovers their primary mouth might give them. Bloodmaw's endless tongue flickered out and licked across his fangs. You can each get arm and a leg, the hollow declared with guttural relish. But I eat Quincy's heart. Halcyon Days. Volume 1, Reap What You Sow. Chapter 2. It was Kenpachi Zaraki's least favorite occasion, a captain's meeting. They used to be blissfully rare but had become increasingly frequent of late, much to his annoyance. The 11th Division captain gritted through the pomp and circumstance, standing still with 13th Division Captain Jushiro Yukitake to his left and 7th Division Captain Sajin Kamura to his right. There was a conspicuous gap between him and the wolf, dead air where Kaname Tozen once stood. Kenpachi took note of the awkward vacancy and then turned his gaze straight on at 10th Division Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya. The little pipsqueak looked glum. He had become a total buzzkill ever since Aizen shanked Momo Hinamori. Kenpachi could sympathize with Hitsugaya being down in the dumps for a day, but for half a week? It was high time to move on already. Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto craned up his bushy brow. After scrutinizing his court guards, he raised his willowy cane and brought it back down against the floor and sounded out an imposing clang. It has been 4 days since Aizen Sosuke, Ikamara Jin, and Tozen Kaname revealed their treachery, the captain commander announced. All of you have had enough time to lick your wounds and wring out your shame. Now is the time for action. Captain Yukitake, have you anything to share? Well. Yes, I'm afraid, Yukitake blushed, hating to be the bearer of bad news. The captain of the 13th Division was also the primary custodian of the Deraita Shokan, a towering structure located in the neutral academy grounds where all of Seoul Society's academia and literature were stored. Deraita Shokan, Great Spirit's Library. It was one of the most frequented buildings in the Seriidii, where grunts and captains alike went to conduct research or file reports. Aizen had clerked there when he was a Shinigami trainee. After his defection, one of the most pressing questions for the Gotei 13 was whether the Totoimanjokan had been compromised. Totoimanjokan, Sacred Archives. It was a highly classified sector sealed off beneath the library, plunging deep down into the Seriidii's core. Because the Totoimanjokan contained the most sensitive information in all of Seoul society, access to it was restricted only to Yamamoto and Yukitake. Immediately after Aizen made his escape to Hueco Mundo, Yamamoto ordered Yukitake to begin examining the archive circuits and determine whether or not it had ever been illegally accessed. My findings are that the Totoimanjokan has indeed been compromised, Yukitake said. Aizen covered his tracks well at the time. The archive circuits showed no tampering whatsoever. But the documents themselves told a different story. Each volume in the Totoimanjokan makes note of when it is read. It is an invisible log generated on the page that can only be seen under a particular form of light. I found that all of them had been accessed during a PRD of 18 months nearly 2 centuries ago, during Aizen's tenure as a clerk. All of them? Captain Suifeng of the 2nd Division gasped. Aizen pilfered all of the Totoimanjokan's secrets. Yukitake gave her an uneasy nod of confirmation. Yes. How could Aizen have covered his tracks? Yamamoto snapped irritably. The Totoimanjokan security ought to be impregnable. Yes, but unfortunately it also obeys commands. My only conclusion is that Aizen used his access key to delete all records of his entry into the chamber. What sort of access key is capable of that? Yamamoto asked. Yours, Captain Commander, Yukitake replied. The disclosure sent a ripple of unease throughout the chamber, all eyes turning to Yamamoto. The old man furrowed his brow, the subtle gesture signaling immense indignation. I have never entered the Totoimanjokan, the Captain Commander seated. Not even once. Yes, I understand, Yukitake nodded. I believe that Aizen fabricated your access key, somehow. And used it to read every document in the archive at his leisure. There was a long silence, everyone waiting on Yamamoto's reaction. Finally, 8th Division Captain Shunsui Kairaku interrupted the anticipation. So. It's probably fair to assume that Aizen knows even more about Seoul society than any of us, he whistled, tilting back his straw hat. That's quite an advantage. The Totoimanjokan was rumored to contain thousands of documents, all of them deemed too classified for even most captains. The thought of Aizen being armed with that intel sent a chill up the spines of everyone except Kenpachi, who had no idea what Yucatec was even talking about. There's an archive? The 11th Division captain wondered, keeping his confusion to himself. Who cares about what Aizen knows? 7th Division Sajin Kamura interjected agitatedly. Now that he is exposed, he can no longer challenge the Godai. He fled to the hollow world because he was discovered and had nowhere else to go. He is a cornered animal, hiding away in a realm of rot. There is no civilization in Hueco Mundo, only hollow scum. That isn't quite correct, 12th Division Captain Mayuri Kuratsuchi said ruefully. It is true that Hueco Mundo is largely a wasteland devoid of anything that can be categorized as hospitable. But there is one place where Aizen could find refuge, the Kingdom of Las Noches. If I had to venture an educated guess, he is residing there. Las Noches is ruled by the Arrancar. Kamura shot back. Rallying mindless Minos to his side is one thing, but the Arrancar have no reason to ally with him. Oh. Mayuri replied haughtily, his eyes widening with ominous portent. When did I ever imply they had formed an alliance? There is something Aizen can offer the Arrancar, Yucatec noted gravely. Based on Aburai Renji and Kuchiki Rukia's eyewitness testimonies, Aizen claimed that this Hogyoku can blur the distinction between Hollow and Shinigami. The Arrancar already envy our humanity. Suifeng gulped, horrified by the implication. So Aizen is offering them the chance to become even more like us, huh? Shunsui sighed. Kamura listened in wide-eyed shock, finally comprehending the scale of the threat. This leaves us with the most frightening question, Yucatec continued. How swiftly can Aizen amass his army of hybridized Arrancar? Hybridized Arrancar? Suifeng thought, trying not to retch. Just the thought of hollow scum becoming more like Shinigami was enough to make her nauseous. The proposition of a hybrid species made her want to puke in front of all her peers. Abominations. The longer he possesses this Hogyoku, the more dangerous he will become, Yamamoto concluded. Then the solution is clear, Mayuri said, theatrically raising his elongated fingernail. We invade Las Noches and wrest this Hogyoku away from Aizen Sosuke. The proposal was met with an awkward silence from the other captains. The skepticism was pungent. We have never mounted an expedition into Hueco Mundo before, much less Las Noches, Hitsugaya recalled. The only Shinigami who have ever entered Hueco Mundo did so pursuing hollows through a garganta. And they never returned. I'm pleased to know you have kept up with your division's history, Captain Hitsugaya, Mayuri smirked condescendingly. I am not suggesting a full-scale assault on enemy territory, but sending a small infiltration team into Las Noches and retrieving the Hogyoku. Aizen was willing to expose himself so he could capture this object, yes. Without it, whatever pedestrian scheme he has concocted will fall apart. Shunsui found himself involuntarily nodding in agreement. At least it's proactive, he thought. The tactical benefit is beside the point, Yucatec pushed back. We have no means of even reaching Las Noches. Entry into Hueco Mundo had remained one of the most confounding mysteries for the Shinigami. While the Dangai had clear paths into the beast realm, the material world and soul society, it did not have any discernible route to the hollow world. If there was any way to reach Hueco Mundo through the Dangai, the Kotatsu made the necessary exploration all but impossible. All recorded knowledge of Hueco Mundo's geography came from the interrogations of captured hollows, which had only yielded a handful of findings over thousands of years. Soul Society's CNCPTN of how the hollow home world operated was rough at best. However, hollows were able to traverse the dimensions by creating a garganta, which could circumvent the Dangai altogether. They would tear open the membrane that separated the realms using the technique dubbed Cumin and force their way through the empty void. Jillian Minos were known to be able to initiate a Cumin with their bare hands, whereas weaker hollows took advantage of spontaneous punctures in space that seemed to occur at random in Hueco Mundo. Is it possible to construct a garganta, Captain Kuratsuchi? Yamamoto asked. It must be possible, there is no other way for Aizen to have made contact with the Minos, Mayuri replied, his grin stretching wide. And if Aizen Sosuke can devise a Garganta, then there is no reason why I cannot do the same. Yamamoto considered the boast for a beat and nodded in agreement. If you are successful in building a Garganta, Captain Kuratsuchi, then we will consider this counterattack strategy. Hitsugaya stepped forward, audaciously breaking formation to address Yamamoto directly. Captain Commander, if we do get the chance to infiltrate Las Noches, I humbly request your permission to seek out Aizen Sosuke. And kill him myself, the diminutive captain asked, his effect soft but deadly serious. Everyone fell into unease. Hitsugaya's last engagement with Aizen had been a defeat, to put it politely, but everyone was well aware of the youngster's grief over Hinamori's murder, and his unrelenting hatred for her murderer. If anyone in the room had an especially good motivation to execute Aizen, it was Hitsugaya. The PRGNN pause was interrupted when 1st Division Lieutenant Chojiro Sasakibbe entered the chamber. He hurriedly darted between the aligned captains and knelt beside Yamamoto, whispering a message into his ear. The old man's eyes first flared with annoyance before settling into resignation. He nodded to Sasakibbe and addressed his court guards. Our meeting is adjourned, he announced. The captains all watched their commander leave in a hurry, surprised by how abruptly he ended their wartime strategizing. My, there's only 4 people who can command the old man's attention like that, Shunsui remarked with his honeyed voice. The Shisanka must be calling. The very utterance made everyone all the more cognizant of Jin Ikamaru's absence. If he were there, he would have taken the opportunity to tease Byakuya Kuchiki. The mischievous snake would have cast his thin-lipped grin at the heir to the Kuchiki dynasty and cracked wise. Someday you'll be bossing the captain commander around like that too, huh, he would have said. When you do, ask M to keep the captain meetings shorter. Byakuya wouldn't have even dignified the jest with a response and instead make his leave without any acknowledgement that Jin had even addressed him. That's what would have happened if Jin were still a member of the Gotii, but that was no longer the world they lived in. The gathered captains all caught themselves waiting on a joke that wouldn't materialize and awkwardly dispersed. Halcyon Days. Volume 1, Reap What You Sow. Chapter 3. Yamamoto entered the darkened chamber known as the Totoi Keikan, its towering cedar doors closing shut behind him. Totoi Keikan, Sacred Hall. All light in the hall was snuffed out, followed by an extended PRD of pitch black until 4 torches arraying the chamber lit up simultaneously and cast a flickering shade of orange onto the captain commander. He gazed up at 4 pillars sprouted above the horns of fire, a silhouette perched atop each column. While the Gotii 13 exercised Soul Society's might and Central 46 its law, the Shisanka stood above both organizations. They were the 4 supreme families, direct descendants of the first Shinigami. Shisanka, supreme offspring. Often described as the Soul King's favorite children, these clans had molded the Suriidii since its founding. The very concepts of a Central 46 and the Gotii were their invention. Yamamoto's Gotii 13 had stood for only 1,000 years, the Shisanka had existed for many millennia beforehand. There was the Ise clan, whose dynastic values were gentility and virtue. Their prerogative was cultivating Soul Society's politesse and judicial system, often for their own benefit. It was an Ise family head who had supervised the formation of the first central. The family, with all their layabout children and sycophantic servants, resided in the lavish manor called Ketakaigaku. Next was the Kuchiki clan, who were the most closely bonded with the Gotii in all its incarnations over millennia. The wealthiest of the Shisanka families, their seed reserves had planted every shrub and tree in the Suriidii. With the values of honor and prosperity, they were charged with beautifying the Suriidii and bolstering its defense. In fact, it was a Kuchiki ancestor who had overseen the construction of the Tsurahiki that shielded them all from invasion. They were fewer in number than the Ise, largely because of their perilous tradition of military service, and they resided in the manor called Megumarashi. Then there was the Shihoin clan, a secretive lot known for the values of displn and ingenuity. An unofficial addition to that creed was subterfuge. For thousands of years they were the spymasters of Soul Society, preferring to use a quiet dagger rather than a sword to undermine their competitors. They were also responsible for some of the greatest technological innovations in the Seriidii. The Shinigami Research and Development Institute was their creation, and there were long-persisting rumors that they had stockpiled marvelous inventions in secret at their manor, Shinhensaku. Finally, there was the Tsunyashiro clan, which had been reduced to a party of merely one person in recent years. Following the creed of cunning and wisdom, the Tsunyashiro were tasked with preserving Soul Society's historical memory, and blotting out whatever portions the Shisanka would prefer to be forgotten. The Deraida Shokan had been built thanks to their patronage, and stocked with the materials that had once been guarded at their ancestral manor, Saidahatsum. Most of the Shisanka lived their lives in pampered luxury and exercised very little influence on matters beyond what occurred in their mansions. However, the four dynasties each appointed a family member to jointly govern the rest of the Seriidii, the Tenraicho. Tenraicho, Divine Chieftain. The four Tenraicho took on the roles of both lords and high priests. They were regarded as emissaries of the Soul King, and their decisions were treated accordingly. However, their grip over Soul Society's governance had softened over the past 3,000 years, to the point where they would only directly intervene during times of great crisis. However, they were not above making mischief, for the Godai Yamamoto gazed up at the four imperious shadows and waited patiently for one of them to speak. "Well, have you nothing to say, Genryosai?" an orotund voice asked from atop of the pillar inscribed with ISE clan sigil. "We have been waiting around on these uncomfortable hunks of marble for longer than is advisable for our postures, so please cease your sulking down there and speak up." Yama ped his bushy brow, charmed as ever by Tenraicho Kabucha Ise's tart tongue. "If your seats are uncomfortable, Tenraicho Ise, then I can arrange for you to be fitted with even bigger cushions," he retorted. "Do not be glib, Genryosai," Kabucha cried. "Glibness is a luxury only I can afford. Are you resentful because we've summoned you here for a scolding? Well then stand there and be sour to the point of puckering, because a scolding is absolutely in order. This is an unmitigated disaster. The biggest fiasco to befall the Godai 13 in a century. We did not summon the captain commander for a scolding," a brittle voice sighed from a pillar bearing the Kuchiki clan sigil. "Please, Kabucha, can we keep this meeting constructive? Before we proceed with anything constructive, let us take a full accounting of what has occurred under Genryosai's watchful eye," Kabucha clarified. "The entirety of Central 46 was slaughtered and erroneous edicts were sent out and followed for days, all while a band of Ryoka humans got the better of our supposedly mighty Godai. We learned that 3 seated captains have been working in conspiracy against the Soul Society for decades, and they escaped with the help of the Hollow Horde. Do I have that in full? The Sokayaku was destroyed as well," a droll, reedy voice added from the pillar inscribed with the Tsunyashiro clan marking. "Ah, yes, the Sokayaku," Kabucha shouted with exasperation. "We are lucky that the Soul King has not rained down fire from the heavens as punishment for your ineptitude, Genryosai. Aizen Sosuke deceived us all," Yamamoto replied, unfazed by his scolding. "I take full responsibility for the failure to detect his traitorous intent, but the power of his Zanpakuto made us unable to rely on our very own eyes. I will bring him to justice for his crimes, with my own hands if need be. You know I mean what I say." "Is that it?" the Tsunyashiro shadow asked, unimpressed. Yamamoto squinted up at Tokunada Tsunyashiro, unsure of what the Lord was getting at. "Have I not made myself clear, Tenraicho Tsunyashiro? I was hoping you would have a more spirited excuse for why we should not strip you of your title," Shigekuni, Tokunada hissed from his perch. "This is the 3rd time in a century that you have failed to protect the Seriidii from calamity." "This isn't a tribunal," the Kuchiki Tenraicho interrupted, his wizened voice cracking. "I will not consent to any challenge against Captain Commander Yamamoto's leadership." "Color me surprised," Tokunada teased, his mocking smile shrouded in darkness. "Enough," Yamamoto said. "This gathering will be a waste of everyone's time if we become mired in reprisals. Fine, Kabucha harumphed, crossing her arms. Let us move on to constructive dialogue, then. First order of business, we have made our selections to refill Central 46. Good. And I have rescinded all lands and wealth associated with the Aizen clan, Kabucha added. Yamamoto merely nodded in response, unimpressed. Stripping the Aizen clan of all noble status was merely symbolic since Sosuke was already the last remaining member of the bloodline. Procreation was not a given in soul society. All of the human souls who passed from the material world into the Rukongai were sterile, they could only gain the ability to bear children by being granted noble status by one of the Shisanka clans, sometimes as a reward for great valor or most often because they made for a useful political chess piece. The Soul King's invisible hand would then extend down from the heavens to bequeath that soul the gift of procreation. They could then build their own bloodline while serving as a vassal to their Shisanka benefactor. While all souls who served in the Godai were called Shinigami, there remained a class distinction. Some still believed that true Shinigami were born while those who had arrived through the Cycl of souls were merely Rukon-given swords. Centuries beforehand, the Ise clan granted a high-ranking Godai officer named Ruzaburo Aizen a noble title for his distinguished service. Tragically, Ruzaburo later had an apparent mental breakdown and murdered his wife, Rurikayo, and then killed himself by setting their manor on fire. They were survived by their only son, Sosuke Aizen. A question, Shigekuni, have you considered whether or not this is just another Rukongai rebellion in the guise of a Godai insurrection? Tokunada interjected. Ikamaru Jin and Tozen Kaname were both Rukon trash before they joined your ranks. Perhaps a purge in the outer districts is in order. Yamamoto pet his head, struggling not to roll his eyes at the Tenraicho. Tokunada was so routinely bloodthirsty that suggesting a mass execution had become a cliché for him. Aizen Sosuke is noble-born, there isn't any evidence that his machinations originated from the Rukongai, the captain commander answered. We have no intention to punish anyone other than the 3 Shinigami who broke their oaths. What about Kuchiki Rukia and this Ryoka? Kurosaki Ichigo, was it? Tokunada pressed. What about them, Tenraicho Tsuneyashiro? Yamamoto replied. I was surprised to learn that the little Kuchiki was reinstated, and that Kurosaki Ichigo and his band of invaders were released back into the world of the living, Tokunada recalled with an acidic drip in his enunciation. Kuchiki Rukia committed a grave crime by giving that human boy her Ryuryoku. I am confused as to why she has gone unpunished. And why he was allowed to leave Soul Society alive. Kuchiki Rukia was condemned because of illegal orders sent out by Aizen Sosuke. Yamamoto bristled. Kurosaki Ichigo spared Soul Society the shame of executing one of our own at the behest of a traitor. So it doesn't trouble you, knowing that there is a human whelp with the power of a Shinigami prowling around? Tokunada sneered. You should understand why that does not sit well with me, Shigekuni. No good comes of it. Do you have nothing to add, Jinrei? Tokunada turned and peered at the silhouette of his fellow Tenraicho, Jinrei Kuchiki. The old man was silent for an extended PRD of time, carefully formulating his answer. This whole business has been a difficult ordeal for my family, Jinrei admitted. I am gratified that Byakuya was able to set aside his personal feelings and uphold his duty as a Shinigami, but he now vouches for this human boy, and I trust his judgment. Tokunada frowned, realizing that he was alone in his objection. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he declined to press the matter any further. Do not mistake our benevolence on the matter of Kuchiki Rukia as satisfaction with what happened on Sokayaku Hill, Genryusai, Kabucha interjected ruefully. Based on last week's events, the Godai 13 has grown indolent and sluggish. All of your forces, be they captain or grunt, must undergo extensive training immediately. I agree, Tenraicho Ise, Yamamoto nodded. We have not faced a threat of this scale in centuries. Our blades will be sharp an hour. Yamamoto trailed off when he realized that the silhouette perched on the Shihoin clan pillar was bouncing up and down in anticipation with the force of a spring. What is it, Tenraicho Shihoin? Yamamoto asked, befuddled. Tell him, tell him, tell him, tell him, tell him, tell him, please, a youthful voice squeaked from atop the column. Ah yes, there was one more matter to discuss, Tokunada chuckled. Young Yashiro here had a most splendid idea. The Godai 13 will stage a new Juzenkan Taikai this season. Juzenkan Taikai, 13 Blades Tournament. What? Yamamoto blanched. The tournament was a centennial event, and the most recent one was held only 76 years beforehand. Now is not the time to hold a glorified pageant. Yamamoto protested, his voice rising. We must focus our efforts on. You will focus your efforts on whatever we deem of value to the Suriidii, Tokunada interrupted. If Kabucha has not already made it clear, morale is low and the people's trust in you has been rattled. We have agreed that reassuring Soul Society of the Godai's power will be vital to the war effort. That's right, Kabucha nodded. We cannot beat back the Hollow Horde with unrest in the streets or, the Soul King forbid, a rebellion in the Rukongai. In 1 week, the Suriidii will host the 10th Juzenkan Taikai. We will not accept anything less than an impressive performance from your lieutenants. Yamamoto's grip around his cane tightened in fury. In 1 week? Do you actually agree with this, Tenraicho Kuchiki? He implored Jinrei. It was an unanimous decision, Jinrei replied meekly. Well, there we have it, Tokunada concluded. Besides, it will be a fitting way to celebrate Yashiro's upcoming 60th birthday. Yamamoto bit his tongue, infuriated that his soldiers would be forced to divert resources and time into putting on a show for a spoiled brat. Tenraicho Yashiro Shihoin leaned forward from his seat, his round face finally illuminated by the torch's amber light. His golden eyes were glinting with glee. Come on, Captain Commander, the young Tenraicho squealed. It'll be so much fun. Yamamoto gazed up at the youngster with strained patience. Yashiro looked so much like his older sister, Yoruchi. She had always been irascible, too, but worldly enough to understand priorities. Given how his family had sheltered him his whole life, it was perhaps unsurprising that the young Tenraicho would treat wartime like a game. I must insist you reconsider, Yamamoto said while clearing his throat. Staging a tournament now would be a complete. There is nothing left to discuss, Genryusai, Kabucha cut him off. We have already dispatched a summons to each of the Godai divisions. They should be arriving right now, as we speak. The 10th Juzenkan Taikai will take place in 1 week. Go tend to your soldiers and make sure that they do not embarrass the Suriidii again. This time, there will be an audience of thousands. 10th Division Lieutenant Ranjiku Matsumoto, surrounded by dozens of her subordinates, looked on in confusion while a squadron of specialized emissaries from the Onmitsukido's inner court troop unfurled an 8-foot golden parchment inscribed with silver writing. Lieutenant Matsumoto Ranjiku, you are hereby commanded to participate in the 10th Juzenkan Taikai in 7 days' time, the head messenger announced. If you are unable or unwilling to compete, the officer ranked directly beneath you shall fight in your stead, and so on and so forth. Your division must be represented in the tournament, failure to have a champion is forbidden. Good day. The masked emissaries efficiently rolled up the giant scroll and vanished in a whir of shunpa. Ranjiku stood still, looking disappointed for a moment before shooting an irate glare at the grunt who had summoned her. When you told me that a group of men were here to see me, I was expecting suitors. Next time specify that they're messengers, you tease. Byakuya Kuchiki was returning to the 6th Division, his measured gait betraying that he still hadn't fully recovered from his injuries on Sokayaku Hill. From afar, he could see a small group of masked messengers addressing Rinji Aburai and a dozen soldiers at the entrance of their barracks. The inner court troop emissaries were wearing fabric bands as colorful as a peacock's plumage around their arms. They're from ISE clan, Byakuya observed, noting the particular accents of sepia and teal that distinguished these couriers. The messengers finished their announcement and dispersed in a flash, leaving a visibly gobsmacked Rinji scratching his head. Byakuya continued making his way over at a deliberate pace before arriving right beside his lieutenant. What did they want? he asked, staring forward and not even deigning to make eye contact. There's gonna be a Juzenkan Taikai, in 1 week, Renji mumbled. The Shisanka want me to compete. Byakuya was placid for a beat, digesting the announcement. I see, he said softly. This will be a great opportunity for you. Try not to squander it. With that, Byakuya made his way into the barracks. Renji watched after him, unsure of just how supportive his advice really was. Halcyon Days. Volume 1, Reap What You Sow. Chapter 4. Ichigo bound across the Karakura town skyline, reveling in how much lighter he felt since his salad days as Rukia's apprentice. His trials in Soul Society had made him immeasurably stronger, and the increase in capability brought on a psychic ease. He knew he could handle any hollow that came his way. Even a Minos Grande would be manageable. Not that he was dealing with a Minos, the hollow in his sights was a scrawny little thing, not a whole lot bigger than a cow. The beast reared up its head, clocking Ichigo's approach. It let out a piercing roar. Too easy, Ichigo thought, deciding he'd flex a little. Before the hollow could even brace itself for battle, Ichigo stepped right past and cleaved it clean in half with Zangetsu. He slung the oversized blade over his shoulder and looked back to watch the bifurcated monster gradually dissolve into fine particles. Welp, all in a day's work for a Shinigami deputy, he said with self-satisfaction before looking up collegially at the full moon, as if it were admiring his handiwork. Hey, an irate voice cried out. Just who are you supposed to be? Ichigo pet his head and spotted a goofy-looking Shinigami angrily waving around his Zanpakuto a rooftop over. The grunt had a big spherical afro and thick, fussily manicured eyebrows. He looked straight out of the disco era, with his long sideburns serving as a cherry on top. Who are you? Ichigo shot back. Excuse me. The Shinigami sputtered incredulously, jutting a thumb up at himself. I'm Kuromadani Zenisuke, the elite Shinigami assigned to patrol this district. So, don't make me repeat myself, who are you? Kurosaki Ichigo, Shinigami deputy, Ichigo replied, flashing the badge Yukitake had given him. Looks like we share the same jurisdiction. Huh? Zensuke said while craning his head forward, squinting at the skull-emblazoned placard. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. What, don't they tell you guys anything? Ichigo blanched, becoming flustered. I'm with the Godei 13, okay? Wait, now I remember, Zenisuke recalled with a touch of apprehension. You're the punk who got my predecessor into a whole heap of trouble, aren't you? I'm not gonna work with a career killer like you. Relax, there's nothing left for you to do, anyway, Ichigo smirked, pocketing his badge. I already took care of the hollow. What, that puny thing? Zenisuke laughed, motioning to the hollow remnants dissipating behind Ichigo. That was just a straggler, it's not the hollow that caught SDRI's attention. Ichigo frowned. This patrolman was proving to be a real pain in the butt. Look, say whatever makes you feel like a tough guy, but this isn't my first rodeo, Afro-san. Did you just call me Afro-san? Zenisuke blushed. I already told you, punk, my name is Kuromadani Zen. Without warning, a lavender-hued tongue with the thickness of a rolled-up carpet shot up from below and latched onto the right side of Zenisuke's face, suctioning tight. He fell into what looked like a stupor, his arms falling limp. Oh shit, Ichigo thought, looking on in stupefied disgust. The tongue retracted back with the speed of a slingshot, dragging Zenisuke down with it. Help, the patrolman screamed, feeling his Zanpakuto slipping out from his slackened grip. He hurtled down into the darkened alleyway, the retracting tongue slurping back into Bloodmaw's gullet. The hollow sounded out a gleeful guffaw as he reeled in his prey. All it would take was one crunchy bite. Before he could chow down, Ichigo whizzed past Bloodmaw's tongue and severed the muscle with a sword swing, freeing Zenisuke. Bloodmaw let out a roar of pain when his appendage was sliced clean through, a geyser of sludgy blood erupting from the stump. Zenisuke landed onto the pavement with a slam, completely immobile. He craned his groggy eyes back and got a good look at Bloodmaw. The wailing beast was only 2 yards away from him. Glaoa-arg, the hollow hissed, fangs bared. Ichigo landed beside Zenisuke, his blade at the ready. You know it's rude to interrupt people when they're having a conversation, the strawberry gritted. I'm gonna make short work of you, ugly. W8. Zenisuke rasped, his voice'll bred croak. Bloodmaw's 2 beady eyes widened, marveling at Ichigo's aura. The hollow opened his massive jaws to let out a hearty laugh. Tough Shinigami, huh, he cawed. The hollow lolled out its halved tongue tauntingly, the sliced edge bubbling. High-speed regeneration? Ichigo observed. A new tip for Bloodmaw's tongue jutted out with a fleshy splash, flecks of its saliva spraying out and reaching Ichigo like a fine mist. Friggin' gross, Ichigo retched, feeling the putrefied moisture sink into his skin. Suddenly, a numbness coursed through him and his knees began to buckle. Watch the, he mumbled, speech slurring. He planted Zangetsu's point into the concrete to steady himself. Bloodmaw cackled and performed a surprisingly agile backflip, revealing the 2 mewling mouths on his back. Bloodfang and Bloodgums opened wide and spat out projectile wads of acid. Ichigo's eyes perked up with fear when the 2 burning spitballs bore down on him. He tried to lift Zangetsu and parry, but the blade was too heavy now, so he resorted to shielding his face with his left arm. The 2 missiles landed on his forearm and seeped in, scalding his skin. His limbs swung down like a rusted hinge, completely paralyzed and useless. Squirm, Shinigami, Bloodmaw hissed, his lips peeling back to reveal a serrated smile. You lie on floor for hours now. After I eat Quincy, I come back and munch you whole. The hollow sprung up, bounding back and forth up the adjacent buildings until it reached the rooftops above and disappeared from view. Did he just say Quincy? Ichigo's thought, his eyes widening with alarm. Uryu's in danger. I've got. The Shinigami deputy slumped over and fell flat on his face, laying on the ground beside Zenisuke. I tried to warn you, Zenisuke mumbled, his tongue too swollen to enunciate properly. His spits is toxin. I can see dat now, Ichigo mumbled back. Suddenly, they both broke out into convulsions as the poison wreaked havoc on their nervous systems. The 2 of them writhed on the ground together, feeling like complete assholes. Tatsuki was picking at the last remaining nibs of her meal, digesting what Orihime had just told her. So you all went out of town together to help that Rukia girl with a jam, she recapped. Some drama with her big brother? Orihime replied nervously, slurping back her second helping of ramen. Ha, Tatsuki grunted, seemingly satisfied with the half-truth explanation. Well, going all the way to another city just to help somebody sort out their family business sounds like a lot, but honestly. It's the kind of thing Ichigo would do. Orihime agreed, now liking her bowl clean. She felt terrible for feeding Tatsuki a lie. The essence of everything she shared was honest, but she had omitted certain details like Rukia being a ghost and her hometown being the afterlife. She wished she could fill her best friend in on Soul Society, but divulging that information would betray everyone else's confidence. Besides, Tatsuki would probably think she was crazy. Tatsuki hummed pensively. Well, I gotta hand it to you. It's pretty selfless to help your crush out with his girlfriend. What? Orihime squealed, slamming her empty bowl down in shock. What do you mean? Kurosaki-kun and Rukia aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. They're just good friends. It's not like that, Tatsuki-chan. Orihime protested. They're just really good friends. Tatsuki rested her head in her hand, scrutinizing Orihime at length. You said he and this girl were inseparable. Well, sort of. And he dropped everything to go help her out. Yeah. And they bicker all the time but still have each other's back. Tatsuki gave a sympathetic shrug. I'll put it this way, if you slapped that exact same relationship dynamic on a television show, everybody on the internet would ship it. Maybe she and Ichigo aren't romantically involved. But whatever relationship he's got with her, it's intense. So you gotta figure out if there's any room left over for you. But. Orihime blushed. I kinda hoped you'd gotten over him by now, honestly, Tatsuki sighed. Look, I've known the guy forever, he's clueless about women. He'll just string you along if you let him, and he won't even realize he's doing it. Ichigo will keep you at arm's length, it's what he does. If you ever really want to know where you stand, you're gonna have to be the one who takes a step closer. Orihime considered the advice, feeling a knot growing in the pit of her stomach. Some feeling was finally returning to Ichigo's feet. He was flat on his belly, a pool of saliva forming around his sputtering mouth. But he was able to wriggle his toes again, that was an encouraging sign. The toxin's effects were wearing off, slowly but surely. At least the convulsions had subsided. Guts. 2. Shave. Uryu, he gritted. He attempted to push himself up, only to collapse again into a heap of jelly arms. At this rate, Uryu would already be digested by the time Ichigo got back up on his feet. Zenisuke wasn't doing much better, either. A shadow flitted overhead, floating down into the alleyway with eerie weightlessness before landing right between them. Ichigo roved his eyes up to scrutinize the mysterious interloper. He squinted, disbelieving what he was seeing, his own face. Kon, he gurgled. What the heck kind of a mess have you gotten yourself into this time? Kon asked, kneeling down and patting his host's immobile face. You look terrible. What Uryu's done in out Herg? Ichigo asked, his eyes widening with confusion. Oh, I was just out for a stroll. Kon hummed awkwardly. You know, bouncing around. But Babad Mod's shoal. Ichigo scolded, his face contorting with a mixture of rage and neurotoxin. Hey, I keep your body active when I'm wearing it, alright? Kon hand-waved defensively. Can you blame me? I'm cooped up in that friggin' doll most of the time. So, what happened to you two bozos? Kon propped Ichigo and Zenisuke up against the alleyway wall, trying to make them comfortable. After a few minutes, they finally regained their powers of comprehensible speech. Man, this SCKS. Zenisuke sighed while roving his jaw. It's gonna be hours before either of us can walk again. You're telling me just one measly hollow did to this you? Kon said with disbelief, squatting down to inspect Ichigo. Aren't you supposed to be a big deal? He poisoned us, Ichigo replied. He wasn't alone, either. That freak has 3 heads, kinda reminded me of Shrieker, except these were a part of his body and not some attack. I've never seen a hollow like him before. He's a Minos, Zenisuke interjected. A Jillian on the cusp of becoming an Ajuchas. It's rare for them to prowl around here in the material world. For real. Ichigo frowned. I've seen Jillians before, they're the size of skyscrapers. You're thinking of Jillians when they're Jillian, the patrolman clarified with an eye roll. When one of the souls they've gobbled up becomes top dog, they evolve into an Ajuchas. They get smaller and a whole lot smarter. But you can tell that Minos is still Jillian because he's got 3 heads, that means he still has 3 personalities competing for Dems. We call that a triptych. Once the big mouth absorbs the littler mouths, he'll become a complete Ajuchas. Ichigo listened carefully, feeling a bit humbled. It turned out Afro-san had something to teach him after all. Well, that Jillian is after Uryu, he gritted. Kon, you gotta help me go after him. You're kidding, right? Kon blanched, holding his hands up. That's crazy. Ichigo, you can't even stand up right now. Ishida's a Quincy, right? He can take care of himself. No, he can't, Ichigo said. Uryu's lost his powers. I'm sure of it. What the heck are you talking about? Kon exclaimed with exasperation. How do you know that? Ichigo reflected on what Orihime had told him earlier that day. Uryu hasn't been doing too well. Since before we left the Soul Society. I don't think he wanted you guys to know. I think he likes to keep things like that to himself. When I asked Uryu in class if he could come over and patch you up, he blew me off, Ichigo recalled. I thought at the time that he was just being stuck up as usual, but now I think he didn't want me to notice that he's changed. I couldn't sense any spirit energy coming from him. I don't know how, but he lost his Quincy powers when we were in Soul Society. He's defenseless, and that monster's after him. Well, okay. So maybe he's in mortal danger, Kon sighed. But what am I supposed to do about it? Ichigo, with all his might, craned his chin forward and gestured to Kon's knees. I need you to do what you're good at, Kon, he said. I need you to bounce. The mod soul stared at his host with flabbergasted mortification. He was catching Ichigo's drift, and he hated every ounce of it. Halcyon Days. Volume 1, Reap What You Sow. Chapter 5. Uryu darted through the alleyways on his way back to his family condominium, cursing himself for having strayed so far from home during his stroll. If I can make it home before that monster catches me, I have things in the apartment that can kill it, he thought. He reached into his pocket, his fingers grasping 3 Jinto capsules. At least I have these on hand to discourage it. But I'm a sitting duck out here in the open. He was turning onto a corner when he saw an encroaching shadow blot out the lamplight below his feet. I didn't make it in time. Uryu pivoted around and spotted Bloodmaw diving down from the shadows above. The hollow's jaws opened wide, its tongue surging towards Uryu like a spear. The Quincy leapt aside, narrowly dodging the attack, and produced his 3 Jinto. He threw the capsules up like they were dice, the silver tubes flew straight into Bloodmaw's gaping mouth. The hollow landed onto the ground with a squish, the mouths on its back puckering and readying to spit out venom at Uryu point blank. Uryu connected his hands together, flexing up 2 fingers. Strike, Grail Wind. Aizen. The 3 Jinto capsules in Bloodmaw's mouth harmonized their energy and erupted into an incandescent prism of light, the shape tearing out through the hollow's jaw. The Minos let out a gurgled roar of pain, chunks of its flesh and teeth splattering the ground. However, Bloodfang and Bloodgums were undeterred. The 2 heads spat their venom, the 2 wads splattering onto Uryu's chest. The Quincy instantly went into a spasm and fell flat onto his back. He's got me, he thought resignedly. There was no use lamenting the inevitable. He strained his eyes to catch sight of the hollow. Bloodmaw whirled his primary face to reveal the bubbling of his exploded mouth. He was focusing all his energies into repairing the flesh and bone with high-speed regeneration. The beast was in no hurry, his prey was now completely defenseless. Before true despair could settle in, Uryu spotted something odd approaching from behind Bloodmaw. 2 silhouettes were bounding towards them in what looked like superhuman bunny hops. Uryu recognized the shapes, but couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is that Ichigo? No, wait. Is that 2 Ichigos? Damn it, I hate this. Kon squealed with abject fright as he bounced closer and closer to Bloodmaw. He was carrying Ichigo in his arms, the Shinigami deputy straining all of his atrophied muscles into holding Zangetsu like a downward missile. Launch us up as high as you can, Kon. Ichigo ordered urgently. We have to land right on top of him. We only got 1 shot at this. Don't tell me that, the mod soul wailed, touching down on the ground one last time before leaping back up into the air. Both Bloodfang and Bloodgums, spotting the incoming attackers, began mewling for Bloodmaw's attention. Maw, behind. Behind. Bloodmaw, however, was hyper-focused on the meal before him. His jaw was close to reconstructed, his eyes staring down at Uryu with ferocious glee. He needn't concern himself with the words of his vestigial heads, they would be subsumed into him eventually, anyway. Ichigo and Kon reached the zenith of the night sky, their silhouettes caught by the glowing disk of the moon, before diving down right on top of Bloodmaw. I hate your guts, Kurosaki. Kon screamed at the top of his lungs. They landed right on top of the Minos, Zangetsu's wide blade spearing right through its cranium. Blood Maw went instantly cross-eyed, dead as a doornail. No, no, no. Blood Fong screamed out. He's dead, he's dead. Blood Gums whimpered. The two tiny mouths protested until their voices grew faint. Blood Maw swiftly melted away, all of the souls bound into his monstrous body finally purified. Kon let out an explosive exhale, shocked to have survived. Phew. Can't believe that actually worked. Let the record show that I did most of the work in that hollow slaying. Exhilarated, the mod's soul struck a pose, forgetting to prop Ichigo up. The Shinigami deputy, still paralyzed, tumbled over flat on his face with a heavy smack. Oh, whoops, sorry Ichigo. You idiot. Help me back up. Uryu, in the thrall of bodily contortions, looked on in astonishment. He had been ready for many possibilities that night, but watching two Ichigos bicker with each other was not one of them. Shunsui and Yukitake were both surprised when Yamamoto invited them to his private quarters shortly after Central 46 announced a new Juzenkan Taikai. When they arrived, it became apparent that the captain commander was flustered and wanted their counsel. Yukitake appreciated being in Genryusai's confidence again. After all, the old man had tried to flambe them for treason just a few days beforehand. A Juzenkan Taikai so soon is going to be costly, and a terrible distraction, Yukitake chimed in. What could the Shisanka possibly be thinking? Yamamoto was pacing back and forth, pounding his cane against the ground with every step. Shunsui, meanwhile, leaned back in the captain commander's favorite chair and let out a sigh. When a war breaks out, the nobility think it's a good time for bread and circuses, the 8 company captain said drolly. That's their response to most hardships. Who said you could sit there? Yamamoto chided, thwacking him over the head with his gnarled cane. Ow, ow. Shunsui winced, nursing the egg growing from his forehead. He sprung up from the chair and planted himself atop Yamamoto's desk instead, with a cheeky grin on his face. The little Shihoin pup isn't hard to figure out, he mused, as if nothing had happened. He just wants to be in a big crowd and see some action. I don't blame him, the way his family keeps him locked away in that castle. Now, Jinrei. I'm thinking Jinrei only consented in exchange for the others not making any more fuss about Rukia's situation. Think I'm right? Yukitake nodded in agreement. Jinrei's always been a dutiful soldier, Shunsui noted. I'd never expect him to plot the way Kabucha and Tokunada do. It's those two I'm really wondering about, what's their angle? Their motivations do not matter, Yamamoto said dismissively. When the Shisanka make up their minds, it is our duty to see their wishes fulfilled. We must make the most of this situation. Shunsui and Yukitake exchanged an awkward look. They could tell old man Yama was frustrated beyond description. After all, he himself had inadvertently created the Juzenkan Taikai. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had commanded the Suriidi's military for close to 1,000 years, having founded the latest incarnation of the Godii. When he took up the mantle of captain commander, he and his close band of compatriots filled out most of the 13 slots. They were never able to find a suitable candidate for the 13th captaincy, and so a couple decades later they staged a tournament to decide who would win the role. The competition provided some escapist spectacle for Seoul society during an era of great upheaval, but it was intended for utilitarian purposes. Ironically, the first Juzenkan Taikai's victor declined the reward of captaincy. That 13th slot went on to be unoccupied for decades afterwards. Even so, the damage was done. The Shisanka co-opted the tournament as a centennial pastime to keep the rabble entertained. Almost the entirety of Yamamoto's original Godii 13 had died since then, some from battle and the rest from old age. The natural lifespan for a soul was about 500 years, while a strong Shinigami often reached 1,500 years in age. Only those with an inordinate amount of Ryuryoku lived longer beyond that. Yamamoto was slightly over 2,000 years old, making him one of the longest living persons ever recorded in Seoul society history. And he showed no signs of slowing down, his stately manner notwithstanding. Shunsui and Yucatec watched the old man wrestle with all of that historical baggage. They had only seen him this vulnerable a handful of times over the centuries of being by his side. This would all be easier if I had any inclination of Aizen's aim, Yamamoto admitted. The Arankar were obliterated eons ago because of their attempts to invade the Siriidii. Surely he's not stupid enough to think it will work this time. Yucatec crossed his arms and recalled Aizen's parting words to him when the traitor escaped to Hueco Mundo. No one ever stood atop the heavens before. Not you, or I, or the gods. But the unbearable vacancy of heaven's throne ends now. From now on, I will stand at the top. Perhaps Aizen intends to assassinate the Soul King. Yucatec concluded with a grim expression. The possibility was horrific to even contemplate. Then he is even more foolish than I thought. Yamamoto guffawed. He has no means of reaching the royal realm, and even if he somehow entered the palace he would be swiftly obliterated by Squad Zero. Even so, I don't like the prospect of waiting around for him to make his move, Yucatec continued. Whatever his intentions, I don't believe he will launch a direct assault against Soul Society. His strategy will be more subtle and insidious. Well, how about Mayuri's proposal, then? Shunsui broached. We surprise Aizen with a counterattack, it's better than just sitting around waiting for him to build his forces. Even if Captain Kuratsuchi succeeds in accomplishing the impossible and constructs a Garganta, it will take time, Yamamoto mused. Soul Society's best minds have succeeded in creating a Garganta only once, and it took them decades. Yes, but we're just waiting either way, Shunsui countered. The truth is, we don't have any way of reaching Aizen yet. We'll either develop the capability or he'll come to us first. In the meantime, we might as well give the people what they want and put on a hell of a show, eh? Yucatec and Yamamoto both cast Shunsui a loaded look, admiring his impish ability to find the silver lining in every sheet situation. The tournament could be useful for getting our lieutenants in fighting shape, Yucatec nodded. Meanwhile, I recommend that every captain undergo Ryokan training. It's been years since we faced a credible threat, we need to rebuild our strength from the ground up. Yes, Yamamoto nodded. Yes, every captain shall undergo Ryokan while their subordinates prepare for the Jizenkan Taikai. Within a week's time, our soldiers will be in peak condition and ready for whatever Aizen throws at us. Do your companies have their champions, yet? Well, I think Nanao-chan's probably gonna compete, Shunsui answered. I'm not sure she even qualifies, given that she doesn't have a Zanpakuto, but if she's allowed to fight then I don't see anyone beating her. We haven't decided who will represent the 13th division yet, Yucatec said glumly. Ideally, Rukia would fight on our behalf. She's the best fighter under my command, but she is still recuperating her spirit energy, and... well, she isn't a seated officer. So it is between our third seats, Kotetsu or Katsubaki. Yamamoto nodded politely nib response. Neither of their divisions stand a chance of winning the tournament, he thought. Good. It will be a humbling experience for them. Very good, the captain commander said. You are both dismissed. Sure thing, old man, Shunsui said, hopping off of the desk with a sly smile. We're here for tea time whenever you. Yamamoto moved his cane against Shuansui's chest, stopping him cold. A word of warning to the both of you, the captain commander seethed, casting a rueful glare at his pupils. If you force me to cross blades with you ever again, I will not be as merciful. Yes sir, we understand, Yucatec nodded, blushing pink. With that, the two captains scurried out of Yamamoto's chambers like a pair of students fleeing the principal's office. I hadn't realized he was going easy on us when we fought, Yucatec confessed to Shunsui as they made their way down out of the First Division barracks. Oh, I always knew, Shunsui chuckled. No matter how many times the old man threatens to kill us, his heart ain't in it. Okay. And... done. Uryu announced, biting off the leftover yarn from his sewing needle. He had finished fixing Kon's lion doll vessel. Kon inspected himself, horrified that he had been prettified with a bonnet and embroidered flowers. Uryu sat back in the chair, pushing up his glasses and giving a nod of satisfaction. Perfect. Are you blind? Kon roared, smacking Uryu across the face with a plushy paw. Who asked for frills? I just wanted it the way it was. I added my personal touch. Your personal touch. You gave me a mane of lace. I'm a lion, not a southern belle. Ichigo, back in his human body, watched the two bicker from his bed. He felt a mixture of amusement and relief. It was nice of Uryu to fix Kon's plushie immediately after regaining his faculties as a way of thanking them. Okay, I'll fix you just the way you want, Uryu pleaded, shielding his face. Just please stop smacking me. Your punches are more annoying than painful, you know. Ichigo heard a rap of the window and looked over. To his surprise, Zenisuke Kuromadani was on the other side of the pane, motioning for him to slide it open. The strawberry semi-complied, only partially cracking open the window. Yeah, he asked. Just wanted to say. That was some quick thinking back there, Zenisuke nodded admiringly. I'm still the elite in this district, but I'm glad you're around keeping these streets safe, too. Ichigo smiled. Thanks, Afro-san. Zenisuke frowned. Before he could berate Ichigo for getting his name wrong yet again, the strawberry shut the window closed. Halcyon Days. Volume 2, Retrograde Masquerade. Chapter 1. Yoruchi Shihoin slinked her elegantly muscled leg up from the water and began to toe the bathtub faucet, absent-mindedly wiggling her digit against its cavernous mouth while it eked out droplets. She let out a purring yawn and rested her head back against Kisuke Urahara, her moist mane draping across his chest. So he has the power to manipulate all five senses, huh? Urahara sighed, processing the intel Yoruchi had just relayed to him from her adventure in Soul Society. Well, that explains a lot. He said 5 senses. Those exact words. That's what he told Ichigo, Yoruchi confirmed, reaching back to playfully pat his green and white striped shower cap. When his Shikai is activated, he becomes practically invincible. If already you've seen its release. That would apply to anyone worth a DMN in the Godai 13, including us, Urahara said. He's worse than you thought. Exactly what I feared. You know, for such a smart guy, you really could have picked a better hiding place for the Hogyoku than Kuchiki Byakuya's little sister, Yoruchi mused. You should have known Soul Society would come looking for her, with or without spiritual powers. That's exactly why I planted it on her, Urahara clarified. It was the only way to get the ball rolling. Yoruchi scrunched up her face in confusion for a moment and then looked back at him with scalding disapproval. You knowingly risked Aizen getting his hands on the Hogyoku? Aizen was coming for it sooner than later, dispatching a holo to Kurosaki's home made that abundantly clear. What should I have done? Waited patiently to make my final stand here, in my humble shop. Aizen would likely pry the Hogyoku from my cold, dead hands, and his true intentions would remain hidden from the Soul Society. I could have accepted that inevitability, or I could cause a ruckus in the Siriidii that would force him to publicly reveal himself. Well, now he has it. Great plan, genius. I was hoping he wouldn't make off with it, but it was only a matter of time anyway. I know you think of me as some kind of badass stud, which I am, but I couldn't keep Aizen away from the Hogyoku forever, especially without any concrete knowledge of his abilities. So I stowed it inside Rukia and set Ichigo on a much-needed collision course with the Godai, and that worked out great, didn't it? Wouldn't you say they've brought out the best in each other? The boy nearly died several times over. Which is why I sent you to chaperone him, my fuzzy little troublemaker. Yoruchi could feel Urahara slide his hands around her thighs beneath the bubbly bathwater. She gave him a rueful look and slid out from the tub, soaked in suds. Urahara squinted up at her, trying to spot her silhouette hidden beneath the foam. I'm afraid your time is up, greedy boy, she huffed, sauntering over to the mirror to primp herself. You only get one day every 10 years, remember? This is still only casual. Such a heartbreaker, Urahara whined, theatrically bringing his hands up to his chest. He went stiff, pretending to die from heartbreak, and slid underneath the soapy water. The tub was placid for a moment, then became a roiling cauldron as his air bubbles rose up to mingle with the foam. Yoruchi reached in and hauled him up by the suction of his shower cap, glaring at him nose to nose. So you instigated chaos just to share your burden with the rest of the world, she sternly observed. Fine. You got what you wanted. But the responsibility of fixing this still rests on you. Ichigo is just a boy, he can't stop Aizen by himself. So start putting that wicked little mind of yours to work. She planted an affectionate kiss on his cheek before dunking his head back underwater and leaving to go dry off. Urahara lingered beneath the suds, lost in rumination. Yasutora Sato's alarm clock sounded out a punishing peal. It was 4 a.m. He rose up groggily from bed and furiously rubbed his temples to spur himself awake. I could just slam my fist down on my alarm, silence it, and return to my dream, he thought, feeling very tempted to follow through. But that would be the coward's way out. He slunk out from his bed and went to brush his teeth. After he had thoroughly sudsed his choppers, he patted his face fresh with faucet water and strode out into his kitchen. He swung open the refrigerator and withdrew 4 brown eggs. One by one, Chad cracked each egg against the drinking glass and emptied their yolk inside. When finished, he plucked up the cup and swirled it until the contents mixed into a golden elixir. He threw it back and gulped down the yolks in one swig. I thank you for your bounty, chickens and hens, he thought reverently. Satiated, he zipped up his hoodie, a powder blue striped with a marigold flame pattern, and headed out into the morning fog. He jogged for 6 full blocks. Until reaching his destination. Takashi Murakami hovered his mouth close to the tiny fan whirring away on the counter, feeling profoundly bored. He bared his teeth and growled into the blower, his voice rumbling with distortion. Rail thin, balding, and with a wisp of gray hair shadowing his lip, the shopkeeper was a proud man far past his prime. I am the Mountain King, he purred, amused by how his voice traveled into the blades and scattered like spilled grain. You're going to be the king of a vacant lot if we don't start making some profits again. Harumi Murakami, his wife, shouted from the back room. I told you we should advertise the new rice cakes. The long-married couple were the proprietors of the once prosperous corner shop. Their modest establishment used to be the #1 destination in the neighborhood before a string of 7-Elevens opened up and started crowding out their business. Nowadays, they were struggling just to get by. The new rice cakes taste like styrofoam, Takashi sighed before blowing a raspberry into the fan. We've gone hours without a soul in this shop, my love. We are alone on this here mountaintop. People who hang around the mountaintop for too long tend to die, Harumi muttered. She was sitting in her office, studiously crunching numbers on a chunky calculator. She was a stout woman with a round face and sunken eyes, beaten down by years of financial stress. She shook her head in annoyance before taking a deep cigarette drag. Takashi heard the shopkeeper bell jingle. He looked up, recognizing a familiar face. Sato, he said. Sato the Gigante. Chad drew back his hoodie, wavy bangs drooping over the left side of his face. His right eye gazed at Mr. Murakami with purposeful drive. Good morning, Takashi-san, he said, bowing his head eruditely. Don't cha mean good evening? Takashi laughed. Awfully late to start craving a snack, eh? I'm not here to eat, Chad replied. I was wondering if... Harumi peeked out from the back room and saw Chad, recognizing him immediately. She let out a yelp of disapproval and seized a broom. Oh, it's you, she shouted derisively, brandishing her sweeper. I remember you. Brought absolutely nothing but trouble, you and that orange-haired punk friend of yours. We don't want your business. Beggars can't be choosers, my love. Takashi pleaded, using all of his limbs interchangeably to suppress his wife's charge of attack. Sato's money is as good as anybody's. I'm sorry for all of the commotion Ichigo and I brought to your shop over the years, Harumi-san, Chad said softly. Please recall that we never started any of those fights. But you sure finished them, didn't cha? Harumi scoffed. Trouble always followed you too, like a curse. We banned you, but your curse remained. Well, if you're gonna buy something, fork over the money and be off. I didn't come here to purchase anything, Chad admitted. I came here to see if the game still works. Harumi and Takashi both raised their brows, immediately catching his drift. Nobody's played it in ages, but it still ought to fire up, Takashi said, gesturing to the corner of the cramped shop. Chad looked past the shelf of junk treats and spotted a dusty arcade machine. The marquee was lined with soot, but the name was clear. Invaders Must Die. Chad reached into his pocket and produced a small trove of coins. I'd like to practice, he said. Oh no you don't. Harumi harumphed, brandishing her broom again. You think you can just march back in here, when we're nearly destitute, and loiter around? This is a place of business, you hooligan. How much are those rice cakes? Chad asked, pointing to the ornately stacked tower of mochi bars arranged at the center of the store. They were all barbecue flavored. 100 yen a pop, Takashi replied, a grin spreading across his skeletal face. Chad reached into his back pocket and produced a wad of cash. I have enough for about 20 today, he said. Does that help you too? Harumi turned red in the face, knowing she couldn't refuse the offer. She let out an aggravated sigh of defeat. Just keep quiet while you're here, she relented. I don't want you scaring away any other potential customers. Keeping quiet is my specialty, Chad thought. He purchased 2,000 yen's worth of crummy mochi bars, stacked them beside the arcade machine, and began appraising the old tower. Aside from needing a dusting, it was reasonably well preserved, with everything in its proper place. Chad wiped his palm across the marquee, polishing those dulled letters back to a brilliant red. Invaders Must Die. However, the monitor showed no signs of life. Chad kneeled down and discovered that the game was unplugged, a cost-cutting measure to curb the electricity bill. He connected the cord into the power outlet and rose back to his full height. Takashi watched from the register, unable to hide his anticipation. Suddenly, the monitor burst into colorful life, emitting a chintzy synth chime. The title flashed across the screen, followed by a pixelated Hayabusa fighter plane flying across a blue ocean with shabbily rendered clouds floating on by. Chad drew a 50 yen piece and slotted it through the coin door, listening to the nostalgic clink it made. He grasped the joystick and roved his fingers across the buttons, testing their responsiveness. The monitor's glow bathed his determined face in blue light. Time to train. It was the morning after Ichigo slew the Jillian Minos named Bloodmaw. The victory was already forgotten, in its place was Ichigo's growing concern for Uryu's safety. The strawberry sat in class with chin in hand. He was lost in thought while the new kid wrote their name on the blackboard. The weird-looking exchange student narrated while scribbling his name out in kanji. There's, hey, as in, flat-footed. The ko from, Imoko Anano, that old politician. Shin, as in genuine, and ko, as in cod roe. Throw it all together and you get Shinji Hirako. The newbie tossed the chalk to their teacher, Ms. Otto Oki, and gave a dramatic bow before the class. Well, thank you, Shinji. Miss Oki remarked, studying the detailed kanji scrawled on the blackboard. You do realize it's backwards, right? It's one of my talents, Amazotasim, Shinji said cheekily. Is that right? Ms. Otto blushed, not sure whether to be flattered or creeped out to have her name and honorific reversed. Well, just remember not to answer your quizzes like that and we'll be good. Now, why don't you tell us a little about yourself? Ichigo wasn't paying attention, deep in thought about the ramifications of Uryu losing his Quincy powers. It's not just that he's vulnerable now. It bugs me that I can't fight alongside him again, he thought. That JRK had to go and fight Captain Kuratsuchi and use everything he had against him. He sacrificed his powers to help us save Rukia. And now I can't best his smug face in hollow hunting ever again. It's like I've lost an ally and a rival. Wait. Is it messed up that I think that? Hey there. Shinji backslapped Ichigo out of nowhere, plunking down right next to him. I guess we're neighbors, huh? Hope we can be friends as well, Ichigo. Huh? The strawberry mumbled. Oh, sure. Nice to meet you. Hirako Shinji, that's my name on the board, Shinji pointed out. Miss Oki was already rubbing the reversed kanji off with a dry eraser. Shinji glowered at the sight of his work getting wiped away. Wait, how'd you know my name? Ichigo asked. Miss Oki said it when she told me to sit next to you, Shinji replied nonchalantly. What, were you not paying attention? Guess not, Ichigo grumbled, feeling very called out. Tatsuki watched from several desks over, her suspicion spiking. She had been paying attention the whole time. Miss Oki never mentioned Ichigo's name. She also told Shinji to sit wherever he wanted, but he passed over a handful of empty seats to make his way straight to Ichigo. What's with this guy? She wondered, scrutinizing the newbie. How old is he? He looks like he could be 14 or Shinji was an odd-looking fellow with a thin face, angular chin and the biggest, toothiest smile this side of dentistry. His egg yolk blonde hair was cut in a childlike bowl. It was the most hideous hairdo Tatsuki had ever seen. Add some lederhosen and he'd look like a rejected extra from The Sound of Music. Hollow. Hollow. Ichigo flinched when his Shinigami deputy badge began sounding out another hollow alarm. He snatched the spiritual pager off from his belt and rattled it around until it finally stopped beeping. Are you doing okay over there, Ichigo? Miss Oki asked, looking agitatedly up from her lesson plan. Ichigo realized that everyone in class was staring at him. Nobody could see or hear his Shinigami deputy badge except for Orihime, Chad, Uryu, and possibly Tatsuki, so it looked like he had just spazzed out over nothing. I'm fine, Ms. Oki, he blushed. Please. Continue. Why thank you, I will, Miss Oki harumphed, resuming her lecture. Ichigo wanted to dive under his desk and hide from embarrassment. He realized the night before that it was untenable for him to skip class every time there was a new hollow alert. There were only so many bathroom breaks he could take before people would start wondering if he had IBS or something. So he struck up a deal with the patrolman Zenisuke Kurumadani. The Afro Shinigami would take the first crack at hollows during school hours, but Ichigo could intervene if the threat proved unmanageable. Ichigo didn't sense any notable Ryatsu nearby, so he figured Zenisuke could probably handle this one. However, there wasn't any way to mute the badge itself when it sounded the alarm. Most people couldn't hear it, but it was still anxiety-inducing. Ichigo was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Shinji staring at him intently. The newbie leaned back in his chair and cracked a smile. Halcyon Days. Volume 2, Retrograde Masquerade. Chapter 2. Word of the 10th Juzenkan Taikai spread fast the morning the summons were dispatched by Central. The reactions were a mixture of incredulity and excitement. On the one hand, the decision to stage a tournament during wartime struck most Godai officers as ludicrous. On the other hand, news of the Juzenkan Taikai was met with great fanfare amongst the masses. The announcement received its warmest reception in the Rukongai, where denizens were happy to receive any bit of good news. The defection of Jin Ikamaru and Kaname Tozen had scandalized them. The two captains had both been lionized for being Rukon natives who succeeded in the Siriidai. Some parts of the Rukongai wouldn't have minded that Jin and Kaname thumbed their noses at the Godai, but word that they had allied with hollows automatically made them hated figures. The idea of some unholy alliance between Shinigami and hollows put everyone on edge. There was a growing fear of an imminent invasion by Hueco Mundo's forces. Because the Siriidai itself was impregnable from enemy portals, any invaders would have to cut through the closest districts of the Rukongai first to breach its walls. In lieu of those anxieties, the prospect of a grand spectacle like the Juzenkan Taikai gave Rukon villagers a reassuring sense of normalcy. If the Gotei 13 was confident enough to throw a tournament, then things must be more manageable than met the eye. However, the seated officers who would actually have to fight in the Juzenkan Taikai were less enthusiastic. Captain Kairaku suggested offering every volunteer a week's vacation from administrative paperwork. That carrot won the eager buy-in of Ranjaku Matsumoto, at least. The roster of participants was slowly taking shape, but there were still some large question marks looming. The 5th Division had lost its lieutenant, Momo Hinamori, and its largely unknown 3rd seated officer was rumored to be a bit of an oddity. Meanwhile, Mayuri Kuratsuchi forbade Nimue from participating, which prompted speculation that she would have been disqualified anyway. The 13th Division's fighter was also an open question, with no appointed lieutenant and 2 Shinigami jointly occupying the 3rd seat. "It should be you," Renji Aburai told Rukia Kuchiki while they walked through the 6th Division garden together. "You're the best fighter Yukate's got." "I don't qualify, Renji," Rukia replied dismissively. "Only seated officers can compete." Renji frowned, looking over at a cherry blossom tree that had only recently ripened into full bloom. "It's his fault," he gritted. "The least he could do is let you be officially instated." Rukia halted in her tracks, visibly upset. "I won't entertain that rumor, Renji," she whispered, head bowed. Renji looked at her sympathetically. It was an ill-kept secret that Byakuya Kuchiki had used his considerable influence to keep his sister from being promoted to a seated officer position. Her official designation as a basic foot soldier was ridiculous, she had been Kaien Shiba's protégé, after all. For her part, Rukia never acknowledged that dynamic. It wasn't because she was naive about Byakuya's protectiveness, but because becoming officially seated would likely attain her the lieutenant position, Kaien's position. Renji intuited that Rukia never felt worthy of succeeding her former mentor, and that's why she was comfortable with her brother's subterfuge. Realizing he had hit a nerve, Renji decided to change the subject. "Come on," he sighed. "Let's go get some food." It was a busy day at the Gotei 13 Central Mess Hall. The troops were out in full force to gossip about the upcoming tournament. In normal times, the grunts and seated officers would eat in their own respective company barracks, but the edict that everyone be retrained made lunch a more collective experience. Shinigami shuffled across the line in a massive atrium, all of them sore from the training. The head drill sergeant, 7th Division Lieutenant Tetsuzeman IBA, surveyed the grunts while having a smoke. "Hey, Lieutenant IBA, when's Captain Kamura gonna show his face?" shouted one irascible soldier from 7th Company. "I hear it's a real showstopper." Tetsuzeman, lit cigarette tucked between his lips, honed in on the snickering subordinate and strode up to him with unnerving coolness. The lieutenant took a puff of his cigarette and ashed its ember directly into the foot soldier's tray of food. The grunt's laughter trailed off into a nervous murmur. "Funny that you'd ask," IBA drawled angrily. "The answer is take 50 more laps around the training grounds. Hop to it." The Shinigami, realizing he had incurred the lieutenant's wrath, ran away sheepishly to go and fulfill the command. Future Juzenkan Taikai champion, coming through, laughed Marekio Omida, squeezing his way through the crowd with 4 bowls of steamed rice in hand. The 2nd Division lieutenant plunked down on a table full of his peers and stacked his haul up like a tower, digging into the top bowl with relish. Aizen Kotetsu watched with disgust while he spooned heaping mounds of rice into his mouth. "Fair warning to you all, I won't go easy on any of you," Omida proclaimed, his mouth chock full of food. "Duly noted," Aizen murmured while daintily picking at her bowl. "Has anyone seen Nanao?" "She was summoned away by her big-shot aunt," Izuru Kira said derisively. "We're here eating with everyone else, but she's having lunch at a castle, ow." "Don't talk ill of Nanao like that," Ranjaku asked Kira sweetly while repeatedly jabbing her chopsticks between his ribs. "She's a very nice girl, and you are one moody boy." Kira frowned and rubbed his smarting side, not daring to talk back. Shuhei Hisagi was quiet, futzing with his bowl of rice without taking any bites. "What's with the long face, Hisagi?" Omida asked, his cheeks swollen with food. "Afraid I'm gonna kick your butt in the ring?" Absolutely terrified, Hitsugaya replied sarcastically. I'm just thinking about how none of this feels right. We only just buried Hinamori, and now the Shisanka wants us all fighting each other. Doesn't that seem a little sick? The whole table fell silent. Omida even closed his mouth, chewing his overload of rice quietly while reflecting on his memory of Momo. Rukia watched them from across the mess hall, her shoulders slumped and hands clutching a bowl of rice. She stood around indecisively, then turned to make her way back to the 13th Division barracks. Where do you think you're going? Renji asked, halting her in her tracks. Come sit with us. Rukia turned and looked up at him with a sheepish expression before finally averting her eyes. Socializing with everyone again was awkward. After everything that had happened. Some of those same people had stood by watching her execution before Ichigo intervened. That table is for seated officers only, she replied meekly. You belong just as much as anybody else, Renji asserted, crossing his arms. I'm inviting you, Rukia. And I am respectfully declining, Renji, she replied. Thank you. Renji watched her leave, feeling a twinge of regret. He sighed and made his way over to the others, sitting between Aizen and Ranjaku. He didn't notice the grim pall that had fallen over the group, instead honing in on Marekio's gluttony. Think you got enough portions there, Omida? He asked agitatedly. I've got to build my strength up if I'm gonna win the whole Juzenkan Taikai, Abarai, he snorted, working on his third bowl already. You, the winner? Renji guffawed. It's a martial arts tournament, not a cake-eating contest. Nanao Ise gingerly approached the ornate gates of her ancestral mansion, Ketakaigaku. The massive Hirayamjiro castle was nestled beside a pristine lake, the water's surface reflective as glass and perfectly mirroring the sky above. Ketakaigaku itself was 200 meters wide and 25 stories tall, its front face a burnt gold and sloping roofs of vibrant crimson. Home to Tenraicho Kabucha Ise, it was one of the Siriidi's grandest marvels. Kabucha had invited Nanao over for a chat but hadn't hinted at its purpose, much to the lieutenant's dread. She took a nervous gulp when attendants emerged to usher her inside. She always uneasy about spending time with her aunt, who was something of a bulldozer. Before she could get her bearings, Nanao was whisked into the castle and brought up to the 20th floor, where she was planted before the Tenraicho and served a slim cup of Kinairo Ekiju. Kinairo Ekiju, golden sap. Brewed from the herbs that exclusively grew in Ketakaigaku's garden, the tea had a blonde and glowing texture that looked delicious, but in actuality had a very bitter and displeasing taste. Well? Kabucha said expectantly. Have a sip, Nanao. Nanao meekly nodded and slurped back the golden brew, trying not to pucker her mouth in disgust. Members of the Ise clan were taught to drink the spiky tea without betraying any reaction, that DSPLN informed all other aspects of their family etiquette. I see they've been feeding you well at the 8th Division, Kabucha observed, fanning herself with a crimson-hued uchiwa embroidered with a black sika deer. Yes, I am well taken care of, auntie. A little too well. Kabucha harumphed, snapping her fan shut and using it to prod Nanao's perfectly flat stomach. Do not let that oaf Kairaku make a cow of you, my dear. Nanao blushed scarlet. Why did you summon me, auntie? She asked, hoping to change the subject. I called you here because I hadn't received confirmation that you're competing in the Juzenkan Taikai, Kabucha replied. I wanted to hear it straight from your lips. Captain Kairaku hasn't chosen our division's champion yet, Nanao answered uneasily. We're concerned that I will be disqualified. Because you don't possess a Zanpakuto? Kabucha interjected. That won't be a problem. The rules have now been clarified so that you may compete. And you will compete, my dear. But I won't hear any buts, Kabucha said flintily. With your Kido prowess, you are far more formidable than those hooligans from the other Godei companies. And remember, you won't be representing the 8th Division, you will be representing the Ise clan. Do us proud, and I will carefully consider your future in this family, my dear. Nanao blinked in bemusement, unsure of what to say. Kabucha did not have children of her own, but she had dozens of nephews and nieces she could make her successor as the Ise Tenraicho. She often dangled consideration for the honor whenever she wanted something. The implication was clear, Nanao wouldn't necessarily be moved to the front of the list, but defiance would definitely push her to the very back. "I'll make you proud, Auntie," Nanao nodded, feeling completely defeated. She took another sip of Kinairo Ikiju to cleanse her throat, only to be reminded of its tart taste. The tea was so regal in presentation but so unpalatable in practice. Just like my family, she thought. Halcyon Days. Volume 2, Retrograde Masquerade. Chapter 3. The school bell rang. Class was adjourned for the day. "Don't forget your group presentations are due Friday." Miss Oki reminded everyone as they filed out. "Shinji, we're so glad to have you with us." "Amazotasim, Sknot," Shinji saluted while making his leave. "Oh boy, that's going to get annoying real fast," Misato fretted. Uryu made his way out into the hallway, eager to exit campus without having to speak to. "Yo, Ishida!" Ichigo yelled, jogging up to join him. "Great," Uryu thought, his face scrunching up in agitation. "Hey, I was thinking we should walk home together," Ichigo suggested. "You know, just like." "Like what, Kurosaki?" Uryu asked curtly. "I don't need a bodyguard." He turned a corner to escape the conversation, only for Ichigo to grab him by the elbow. "You sure about that?" the strawberry asked haughtily. "That hollow was singling you out last night. It knew you were Quincy even though you've lost your powers. See the problem? There's gonna be more hollows coming after you. How do you plan on protecting yourself?" "That's for me to figure out," Uryu replied, wresting his arm away from Ichigo's grasp. "There are many things I can live with. Sacrificing my Quincy craft was one of them. Being fated to die by a hollow's hand is another. But what I cannot live with is having you shadow me like a harried babysitter for the rest of my life. Besides..." He nodded to Chad, who had quietly caught up with them. "Chad and I are walking home together today," Uryu continued, pushing his glasses up eruditely. "We've agreed to work on the English presentation together and have some work to do. You should worry less about me and more about who you'll be collaborating with, Kurosaki." The Quincy turned and strolled off. Chad gave Ichigo a sympathetic shrug and followed, leaving the strawberry behind to stew. "Now they're working together and icing me out." Ichigo thought grumpily, a vein popping from his temple. Talk about rude. "Phew, I wonder what bit that Four Eyes' butt." Shinji whistled beside him. "Huh?" Ichigo grunted, startled. How long was he standing there? "So how's about we pair up on that class project, neighbor?" Shinji continued. "Seeing as you're the only person I've been formally introduced to today, I figure." "Save it, horse teeth," Tatsuki interjected. She nonchalantly elbowed Shinji out of the way, sending him spinning off and crashing into an adjacent locker. "Ichigo, you're already teamed up with Orihime and me. We already agreed to get started at my place after school. Remember?" "I am." Ichigo thought, not recalling such a pact being made. But he saw the sweet look Orihime was giving him from over Tatsuki's shoulder and decided not to protest. "Yeah, that's right. Sorry, Shinji. Next time." The trio strode off together, leaving Shinji dazed. His collision with the locker had left an indent of his face against the metal. "That chick is gonna be a problem," he thought while rubbing his smarting nose. "Hey, cheer up, we still got room for one more, newbie." Kigo offered enthusiastically, indicating to Mizuiro. "We're the friendliest guys of our grade, it would be our honor to take you under our wing." "I wouldn't call it an honor, but happy to have you on." Bored, Mizuiro sighed, opening up his locker, the very one with an imprint of Shinji's face punched into it, and slotting some books inside. Shinji frowned while watching Ichigo leave with Tatsuki and Orihime. "Thanks," he huffed sarcastically. You all sure know how to make a guy feel welcome. Chad and Uryu had made it several blocks away from Karakura High School before the Quincy came to an abrupt stop. Sato, this is where we part ways, Uryu announced. I'm already fluent in English, I can knock out our entire project tonight by myself. You won't have to worry about contributing. I'll be off now. You know, Ichigo wasn't wrong, Chad called after him. If hollows are drawn to you, and you've lost your powers. Uryu halted, reaching up to rub his forehead in frustration. Don't tell me you want to be my bodyguard, too, he lamented. I don't want pity from either of you. I made my choice, and now I must live with it. Chad became visibly irked. He pivoted his hulking body to regard Uryu square on, his eyes glaring down with disapproval. You know it's not pity, the Gigante said indignantly. We wouldn't be able to face ourselves if you got hurt. Don't treat your friend's genuine concern as a burden, Ishida. Uryu blushed, feeling rather small with Chad looming over him. They remained at a standstill for a long, awkward duration. I will walk you home, at least, Chad bartered. I've got my own business I'd rather attend to, anyway. What you do after we reach your house is your business, but I will escort you so I can tell Ichigo with a clear conscience that I got you home safe. Well. Uryu mumbled, awkwardly fidgeting with his glasses. Fine, we'll do it your way. I appreciate your concern, Sato. Thank you. They pressed on in comfortable silence, with Uryu leading the way. After 15 more minutes of walking, they reached their destination. Chad's eyes widened with surprise when they came upon the gate of the Ishida residence. It was a luxurious condominium, the nicest in all of Karakura town, cream-colored and stretching 20 stories high and 200 yards across. This is where you live? Chad remarked with astonishment. Just the top 2 floors, Uryu clarified, clearing his throat sheepishly. My father runs the town hospital, so he receives a sizable salary. The whole top 2 floors? Chad thought, sizing the building up. Not even a hospital administrator could afford that. They must have dynastic wealth. Is this why you didn't want any of us walking you home? Chad asked. Are you embarrassed by your money, Ishida? Absolutely not. Uryu blushed. It's just. Don't tell Kurosaki about this, alright? I won't, Chad smirked. He turned and began strolling away, his job done. Make sure to win us top marks with your translation, alright, he called back with a wave. Uryu smiled, realizing he had underestimated Chad somewhat. He waved back and made his way into the condominium. What's taking the newbie so long? Mizuiro asked while futzing with his English-Japanese dictionary. He said he was only gonna be a sec on the roof. D'you think he might be smoking up there? Kigo suggested, scandalized by the thought. Shinji Hirako was sitting on the rooftop of Mizuiro's apartment building, dangling his feet from the ledge. He needed the privacy to make a phone call. No, I haven't had the chance to. Because I haven't been able to get alone with him. Aren't you listening? Yes, of course I tried. What's that supposed to mean? Well, now I'm stuck doing homework with a couple of mouth breathers, so your night's going a lot better than mine. Look, I've got a plan for tomorrow and I need your help. Any of you know how to make ice cream? Ichigo sat cross-legged on the floor of Tatsuki's bedroom, hunched over an English-language copy of Catcher in the Rye and scribbling away a translation in his notebook. Ichigo, aren't you listening to me? Tatsuki barked across from him. There's something up with that Shinji guy. Something creepy. Yeah. His haircut's goofy. So what? A cream-colored Japanese weasel scurried between them, chirping precociously up at Tatsuki. What's that, Ringo? Tatsuki asked in a baby-talk voice, scooping the critter up and nestling him against her cheek. You're saying that Ichigo's a big dum-dum who should listen to me more often. Oh wow, you're so right. Is it even legal for you to keep that thing indoors? Ichigo asked without looking up from his notebook. I thought you needed a special permit to own vermin. Ringo is not a vermin. Tatsuki protested, hoisting her pet weasel up and brandishing him an inch away from Ichigo's face. If you're gonna slander my sweet baby Ringo, then say it to his face. Ichigo continued to write for a moment, then flicked his eyes up to gaze levelly at the little weasel. Ringo was cute as a button, with a wriggling snout straight out of a Disney animated short and a signature maroon-hued ring of fur encircling his right eye. He was fitted with a red ribbon around his milky throat, mimicking Tatsuki's own fashion style. The critter craned its head forward to sniff every inch of Ichigo's face, then gave an affectionate nip at his nose. Okay, Ringo's pretty alright, Ichigo smiled begrudgingly before returning to writing his translation. As for Shinji, I have no intention of getting to know that guy. I already have enough friends. Aha, Tatsuki mumbled skeptically, retracting Ringo and cradling him against her chest. Just keep an eye out for him. He gives me the creeps. Well, I thought he seemed very nice. Orihime offered cheerily. She was sitting adjacent to them, munching away on a mustard-slathered watermelon wedge. You think everybody's nice, Ichigo and Tatsuki replied simultaneously. Orihime blushed. She had no rebuttal, so she just resumed chomping away at her snack. Finished. Ichigo announced, setting his pen down. What do you mean, finished? Tatsuki asked. I mean I'm finished with the translation, Ichigo replied, tossing her his notebook. Pages 105 through 107, our presentation is all done. But we hadn't even cracked open our dictionary yet, Tatsuki said, completely flummoxed. How did you? Are you actually this advanced in English already, Ichigo? Pretty much, the strawberry admitted, scratching his spiky hair unassumingly. It's no big deal. The book isn't even that high of a reading level. Wow, Kurosaki-kun sure is amazing. Orihime thought while gazing at him adoringly. Tatsuki noticed the longing stare and arched a brow of suspicion, prompting Orihime to become self-conscious and avert her eyes. She awkwardly munched away at her watermelon rind, as if trying to hide behind it. When did you learn English, Ichigo? Tatsuki asked incredulously. Long story, and not a very interesting one, Ichigo answered. Oh, come on. You've been hiding this secret from us all this time and now you're not even gonna explain yourself. Yup. Oh come on. Ringo, startled by his owner's outburst, wriggled away from Tatsuki's hands until he popped out like a bar of slippery soap. The weasel flew up towards the ceiling and fell back down onto Orihime's open jar of mustard. He landed with a plop, his butt wedging inside the condiment receptacle. My baby! Tatsuki cried. She frantically pulled Ringo free from the jar and inspected him. The weasel's backside was completely slathered in spicy karishar. I blame you. Tatsuki shouted, seemingly growing 20 feet tall and casting an accusatory finger down at a bemused Ichigo. If you had just told me your secrets, my sweet little Ringo wouldn't be caked in mustard. If you just used an indoor voice for once, he wouldn't have tried to escape from you, Ichigo mumbled derisively. What was that, Kurosaki Ichigo? Nothing. That's what I thought, Tatsuki huffed. I'm gonna go wash up Ringo's bottom. When I come back, you're gonna tell me how and when you learned English. Ichigo and Orihime watched Tatsuki stomp out of the room, cradling Ringo like a fragile newborn. She really loves that weasel, Ichigo grumbled. Kurosaki-kun, are you alright? Orihime broached, taking a nervous nibble of her watermelon. You seem distracted by something. Ichigo's entire comportment seemed to shift from guardedness to something far more open. With Tatsuki out of the room, he could actually say what was on his mind. Well, now that you mention it, I had to bail Uryu out of certain death last night, he said. I realize now what you were trying to tell me yesterday, his powers are gone. He's too proud to admit it, but he's completely vulnerable now. Hollow. Hollow. They both flinched when the Shinigami deputy badge sounded out an alarm. There was a fresh hollow afoot. Ichigo looked out the window and then made an imploring face at Orihime. "I should take this, Inoue," he said. "Can you cover for me? Keeping even more secrets from Tatsuki-chan?" Orihime thought. Another lie. "Of course, Kurosaki-kun," she nodded affirmatively. Tatsuki returned a minute later with a freshly bathed Ringo, only to find Orihime alone and the window parted open. Orihime filled her in on what had happened. "He ditched just to avoid answering my question, really?" Tatsuki gritted. "That guy is such a JRK, I swear. So why didn't you demand to go with him?" "Me?" Orihime blushed. "What do you mean?" "Until we find a cure for crushes on dweebs, you're gonna have to do something about Ichigo," Tatsuki declared, hands on hips and Ringo scurrying around inside her blouse. "Make your move, Orihime. Stop pining for him like a puppy." "What's wrong with puppies?" Orihime asked, wide-eyed with confusion. "Do you want Ichigo to notice you or not?" Orihime blushed bright pink. While she was afraid to verbalize it, she did want Ichigo to notice her that way. After a protracted moment of indecision, she gave a meek nod. "Well, it looks like I'm gonna have to school you in Courtship 101, Tatsuki nodded. "It's not rocket science. One way to make a blockhead take notice is to make him jealous, so let's highlight your assets." Halcyon Days. Volume 2, Retrograde Masquerade. Chapter 4. Sajin Kamimura sat cross-legged in his quarters, staring at his helmet. Kenpachi Zaraki had destroyed it during their confrontation several days beforehand, revealing the 7th Division captain's leaken features that were hiding beneath. Now the helm was reforged and perched back on its mantle. Sajin was weighing whether or not to don it again and conceal his face. He had largely hidden himself for the past week. Now was the time to decide whether to return to the status quo or risk forever losing the confidence of his troops. There was a knock at the door, followed by Tetsuzeman entering. "Captain Kamimura, everyone is in formation outside awaiting you," he announced. Sajin winced, feeling deeply hideous. Tetsuzeman saw the uncertainty in his captain's eyes and looked over at the restructured helmet. "Captain, if I may speak out of turn, it was kismet that you lost your mask just when Aizen revealed his treachery," he suggested. "Several Shinigami proved themselves false that day, but you have only been exposed as true. Your men will never think less of you." "I certainly don't." Kamimura closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Thank you, Tetsuzeman. I'm ready." The captain rose to meet his lieutenant and together they exited out onto the balcony that overlooked the 7th Division barracks courtyard. When Kamimura stepped out into the sunlight, his gathered soldiers all fell into stunned silence, never having seen their superior's unshielded face before. The rumors were true. "He's one of those cursed ones," a grunt murmured fretfully. There was a protracted quiet as everyone waited for the wolf to speak. Kamimura braced himself while gazing out at the hundreds of faces, recognizing each and every one of them. He cleared his throat and feigned absolute confidence. "Shinigami of the 7th Division, allow me to reintroduce myself," Kamimura began, his somber voice carrying across the courtyard. "I summoned you all here today so that you can look upon my face and understand where I come from, a disgraced lineage of Shinigami who forsook their vow to Soul Society. If you cannot bear the shame of serving under someone with my heritage, you may leave. You will be assigned to new divisions and there will be no recriminations. You have my word." The offer was met with silence. Tetsuzeman held his breath, fearing that there was about to be a mass walkout. Instead, only 8 soldiers broke formation and left, none of them possessing the decency to even pay Kamimura a parting glance. He watched each of them exit, feeling a pang of rejection before returning his golden eyes onto the remaining sea of officers. He grit his fangs and summoned his full charisma. "To those of you who remain, allow me to reintroduce myself once more," he bellowed. "I am your captain, Kamimura Sajin. The same Kamimura Sajin who has led you for all these years. The same warrior who would readily bleed for any of you. Will you still bleed for me? The question was met with another eerie pause. Tetsuzeman looked out at the crowd nervously. Finally, one Shinigami unsheathed his Zanpakuto and hoisted it up. I will bleed for you, Captain Kamura, the soldier shouted. I will bleed for you in the war to come, and all the wars after. The gesture was followed by another soldier raising her sword, then another, and gradually the entire crowd unsheathed their blades and rattled them in unison. A roar of solidarity rose up from the courtyard, everyone pledging their allegiance to Sajin Kamura. Tetsuzeman peered out at the sea of chanting Shinigami and spotted the very same grunt he had reprimanded for snark just a day beforehand. That soldier was pledging his allegiance, too. Kamura looked down at his cheering subordinates, his heart swelling with gratitude. I will never wear that accursed helmet ever again. Ichigo sat down for breakfast, drowsily clinking glasses of orange juice with yuzu. Thanks for helping me last night, Ni-chan, she smiled. I'm definitely ready, now. Don't mention it, Ichigo yawned. He had arrived home the night beforehand to find Yuzu feeling overwhelmed by an impending quiz, so he dropped everything to walk her through the class material. Coupled with having to complete his own homework afterwards and having to slay a nighttime hollow, he had barely gotten any sleep. Karen grunted and flicked through the morning newspaper. She had started perusing the news every morning while Ichigo was off fighting in the Soul Society and had made it a ritual. Ichigo figured it was an affectation she must have adopted to look more mature. She was a Kurosaki, after all. It's what they do. Hey, Dad. Ichigo yelled to the other room. I'm ready for you to untie this knot on my uniform. He lifted up the charm that Isshin had fastened to his school shirt 2 days beforehand. His father was stubbornly insisting he keep it, despite his protestations. No thanks, you keep it. Isshin called back with a sing-song voice from the other room. It looks good on you. It makes me look lame, Ichigo lamented. Toshiro Hitsugaya arrived at the 1st Division Barracks dojo feeling equal parts determination and trepidation. It was his turn to undergo Ryokan Bakuido training, a challenge he did not take lightly. It was understood amongst all of the captains that this would be the most strenuous regimen they had ever undergone. Ryokan Bakuido, soul-enriching thread. Hitsugaya was luxuriating in the dojo sauna, trying to let go of all tension while feeling the hot spring's heat penetrating deep into his core. His spiky white hair damp and drooping, he peered through the steam and spotted a familiar silhouette kneeling 5 yards away. Retsu Unohana had arrived to inspect him. Come here, Captain Hitsugaya, Unohana requested with her gentle, maternal voice. It was one of the most terrifying commands Hitsugaya had ever been given. He emerged from the pool dripping wet, his skin bleached pink from the heat, and trudged over to the 4th Division captain. He knelt down, meeting her eye to eye. Unohana reached out and traced her fingers along his face, examining his Ryuryoku distribution. She hooked her thumbs under his lymph nodes. Say, ah, please. Ah, Hitsugaya sheepishly complied. There was concern that Hitsugaya, along with several other captains, had not recovered enough from their injuries sustained on the day of Aizen's defection. Yamamoto ordered Unohana to inspect each of them and determine whether they were fit enough to undergo Ryokan Bakuido. Hitsugaya felt scalded by Unohana's scrutiny. Her gaze was unnerving while she traced her fingertip down his temple, applying pressure and prompting him to turn his face slightly to the side. I apologize for not having yet offered you my condolences for Lieutenant Hinamori's death, Unohana broached, her voice sweet as honeycomb. I regret that she was beyond my help. Hitsugaya averted Unohana's eyes for a while before bringing himself to look at her. If you weren't there, I would have died along with her, he replied. You saved my life, Captain Unohana. Unohana betrayed a faint smile before shifting into a stern look. A word of caution, do not let her death motivate your sword, she advised. Vengeance will dull your blade while sharpening its handle. Fight with hatred and you will only succeed in defeating yourself. Understand? Hitsugaya's eyes widened. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. Good, Urahara affirmed. Your wounds have healed sufficiently. You are ready, Captain Hitsugaya. Urahara rose back to her full height, masked attendants flanking her. Hitsugaya eyed the razor-thin thread the attendants were carrying, preparing himself. The procedure was going to be painful. His screams were heard throughout the entire dojo. The surgeons were considerate enough to fit him with the Ryukin Bakuido as fast as they could, but there was no getting around the operation's horrific pain. It felt akin to vivisection. Hitsugaya was not given any painkiller for fear that it would dull his senses. Training would have to begin swiftly to maximize the thread's beneficial properties. Roughly 100 years beforehand, the Godai 13 suffered a calamity that practically halved their captain roster. The Shisanka was concerned that their weakened military force wouldn't be able to respond to any credible threats, and so they made a requisitions request up to the Soul King's palace. They were sent back a gift from the great Weave Guardian herself, a small bundle of Ryukin Bakuido. The divine thread was a drastic training handicap that was to be used only when the Godai's forces needed to be at their peak physical condition. When woven through a soul's Ryuryoku system, Ryukin Bakuido reoriented its wearer's Ryatsu distribution, gradually shutting it off entirely. Fatigue would set in, followed by a struggle to complete even simple movements. However, the more arduously a Shinigami trained under those conditions, the greater their Ryuryoku would grow. By the time the Ryukin Bakuido dissolved like sugar in tea, its wearer would have either regained the zenith of their power or pushed beyond their previous limitations. Soul Society's stockpile of Ryukin Bakuido was finite and fleeting, there were only enough threads left to weave through 7 bodies. This proved to be an adequate amount for the 10 remaining members of the Godai 13. Urahara recused herself from combat training with no questions asked. Jushiro Yukite's fragile health was deemed too great a liability for him to partake. Mayuri Kuratsuchi flatly refused and met no resistance. After 20 minutes of acclimation, Hitsugaya followed the attendants into the hallway that led into Yamamoto's own personal dojo. He rubbed a hand over his forearm, marveling at the pulsating light that shimmered through his veins, a sign that the Ryukin Bakuido was wriggling its way through his body. He could already feel his Ryatsu dimming like an oil lamp set to a simmer. Just a moment, Captain Hitsugaya, the lead attendant said as they came to the dojo's entrance. Captain Kuchiki has lasted longer than we anticipated, his session is still ongoing. They waited for an elongated beat before the attendants heard some nigh imperceptible sound of permission and pushed open the heavy oaken doors. Hitsugaya followed them into the cavernous dojo but halted when he laid eyes on Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya was hunched over, planting his bakken into the ground for ballast. He was purple with bruises and breathing profusely, blood and sweat dripping down his forearms and onto his wooden katana. He spotted Hitsugaya entering and, far too proud to be seen struggling, rose back to his full height. He stood perfectly poised for a brief moment, head held high, before collapsing into a heap. The attendants rushed over, lifted the unconscious captain up, and carried him away. Excellent stamina, Captain Kuchiki, remarked the 1st Division's 3rd seat, Genshiro Okikiba, who strolled around the dojo with 2 bakken swords in hand. You were the most stubborn trainee so far. Okikiba's wooden katanas were cracked and stained with blood, he had evidently beaten the restricted Byakuya to a pulp. The 3rd seat had a disciplinarian air about him with his handsomely stern features, slicked back white hair with a stripe of jet black running along the mane, a well-trimmed mustache overlaying his lips. He cast his steely eyes over to Toshiro. Welcome, Captain Hitsugaya. Shall we begin? An attendant handed Hitsugaya a bakken. He accepted the weapon and assumed a Saigon no kama stance, giving an affirmative nod. Ow, ow, ow. Shunsui Kairaku groaned, struggling to raise his teacup. He sat beside Jushiro Yukitake on a grassy hillside tucked within the 13th Division's compound, both of them served with steaming mugs of sencha tea. Yukitake was taking leisurely sips while Shunsui was unable to even bring his to his lips. Training will be the death of me, Jushiro, Shunsui lamented, fully feeling the hangover from his Ryukin Bakuido sparring. His Ryatsu blooming anew, but the ordeal had left his muscles agonizingly sore. He could barely move. "You can stop exaggerating your injuries now," Yukitake teased. "We aren't trying to impress the girls at Shino Academy anymore." Shunsui made a sour face, feeling particularly stung that Yukitake would reference their skirt-chasing days. It was a sensitive subject in their friendship. While the debonair Kairaku scion had plenty of romantic success as the academy, it was actually Yukitake who boasted a higher tally of girlfriends. Sensitive and possessing a flirting style that was supple as water, Yukitake had accrued more admirers in his younger years than just about anyone. "You don't know what it's like, Jushiro," Shunsui sighed indignantly. "Having those needles stuck in me was torture, absolute torture. I wonder how the others are doing." He had finally managed to bring his tea up for a shaky sip, only to discover that it had become lukewarm. "I believe Okikiba is training Captain Hitsugaya right now," Yukitake noted. "Ah, he won't complain about the pain like I have, I'm sure," he mused. "That boy is so dedicated, it's frightening." Hitsugaya was the least experienced of the Gotei 13 captains, but he nevertheless had the potential to surpass all of them. He became the youngest Shinigami to ever gain captain rank roughly 20 years beforehand and had aggressively trained ever since to improve his technique. Hyarinmura was a formidable Zanpakuto, but Hitsugaya was still too young to properly HRNSS its full capability. If he were to finally MSTR the dragon, he would probably prove to be the mightiest Shinigami since Yamamoto. Shunsui wistfully dumped his cold sencha onto the grass. "Can I get some more tea, please?" he asked sheepishly. "Just reach over and pour yourself a fresh cup," Yukitake suggested tauntingly, nodding to the teapot that was lying between them. Shunsui chuckled and reached for the pot, his entire body shaking from strain. "Absolute torture, Jushiro." Over his trembling fingers, he spotted Rukia Kuchiki trudging several hillsides away. She was taking another one of her mandated strolls, soaking up the Siriidi's erasure to replenish her spiritual pressure. He grimaced with sympathy. "So, our dear Rukia isn't gonna get to compete, huh?" "I'm afraid not," Yukitake replied, relenting on his tease and plucking up the teapot to pour Shunsui a fresh mug. "The Juzenkan Taikai's rules are plain that you must be a seated officer to fight. Rukia has taken it in stride, but I know she yearns to be recognized along with the other lieutenants." "Poor girl," Shunsui muttered, bringing his replenished tea up for a sip and struggling not to slosh it. "You really ought to make it up to her, Jushiro." "I may not have a good consolation to offer, but I'll spare her embarrassment," Yukitake nodded. "I will not consign her to sticking around and feeling ostracized during the tournament. There have been disturbing reports from the world of the living, and I believe she is uniquely suited to investigate the threat." Halcyon Days. Volume 2, Retrograde Masquerade. Chapter 5. Class was in session at Karakura High School. While everyone else was writing down notes during Miss Oki's lecture, Ichigo looked over curiously at Orihime, who was looking unusual today. She was clad in a striped white and orange collared top, a long yellow skirt, and a pair of glasses perched on her round face while her hair was tied back into a ponytail. "Why is Orihime looking like a librarian today?" Ichigo wondered. "Does she have a new extracurricular or something?" The bell rang, signaling that class was over. Everyone began filing out. "Ichigo, you gotta get a load of this," Kigo squeaked to him as they made their way out into the hallway. "The new kid Shinji was raving about this ice cream spot last night. He says he can get us free scoops. We gotta go. Right now." Ichigo sighed, looking back at an indifferent Mizuiro and a grinning Shinji. "Ice cream's for dessert, isn't it? Free ice cream is for any time." Kigo protested, his eyes welling up with indignant tears. "Come on. You haven't hung out with us since last semester." Ichigo halted, scanning Kigo and Mizuiro's faces. He did kind of owe them a proper hangout. "That's right, Kurosaki Ichigo." Shinji thought, his toothy grin stretching wide into a demented aperture. "Be a good pal and come with us." "All right," Ichigo smiled. Why not? Sorry, boys. Tatsuki butted in, shoving Kigo, Mizuiro, and Shinji aside with one well-aimed kick and sending the trio spinning until they crashed into adjacent lockers. Ichigo already promised to go to supper with us so we could work on our project some more. Isn't that right, Ichigo? Ichigo looked blankly at Tatsuki, remembering no such promise, but he could see fire in her eyes and was not in the mood to challenge her. Yeah, that's right, he said. Sorry, guys. Another time. Shinji rubbed his smarting nose, watching Ichigo walking away with Tatsuki and Orihime yet again. That girl is a serious pain in the butt, he thought. Now I gotta try a new plan tomorrow. Well, at least we can still go get ice cream, right Shinji? Kigo nudged him. Since you're brand new, I'll let you in on a secret, I got a big ol' sweet tooth. What? Shinji blanched, realizing what his failed gambit had saddled him with. What's with the long face? Mizuiro asked, arching an eyebrow. You weren't lying about the free ice cream, right? Shinji was agitated enough to boil an egg on his forehead. After sking in a deep breath, he managed another fake, toothy smile. Of course not, fellas, he gritted through his oversized teeth. Follow me. Ichigo, Orihime, and Tatsuki entered Tsumuji's kitchen, one of the more chic places to get ramen in Karakura town. The strawberries slunk down into their booth, feeling very confused as to why Tatsuki had brought him there. Orihime quietly sat down across from him, scooting to the side for Tatsuki to plunk down as well. So, what are we doing here? Ichigo asked, absent-mindedly flipping through the menu. I already finished our project last night, remember? Unless you're gonna spot me a ramen, I'm not really. Ichigo, I've got a question, Tatsuki interjected, gesturing to Inoue. What do you think? Of Orihime's outfit? Ichigo furrowed his brow, then looked to Orihime. Well, you do look different today, Inoue. That's right, she's got a date tonight with a real hotshot, Tatsuki grinned, intently studying Ichigo's reaction. Actually, she's not even in proper uniform just yet. She leaned over and undid the buttons on top of Orihime's blouse. There. That's how she's gonna look when her date arrives. We could really use your opinion on whether or not she's dressed to impress. Ichigo's jaw practically slammed onto the table. Orihime's conservative top was suddenly transformed into a cornucopia of bountiful cleavage, with her ample bosom practically spilling out from the slit. It was just about the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen in his life. What do I think, he mumbled, feeling like he was gazing directly at the sun. She's going on a date. With a guy. Looking like that? He stared at Orihime with absolute mortification while she smiled back. Eventually, her smile sloped down into an uneasy grimace. Oh no, she thought. He doesn't like it. All right, Ichigo, Tatsuki said sharply, her patience evaporated. A little less ogling, a little more affirmation, please. Oh shit, Ichigo panicked. She's gonna think I'm a creep. Well. I kinda think she's revealing too much, to be honest, he said as matter-of-factly as he could muster. I mean, her date might get the wrong idea about what kind of girl she is. Orihime's expression shrank until it could fit onto a coin. He thinks I'm a perverted XHBTNST. Excuse me? Tatsuki gritted. I said I think she's revealing. Kurosaki Ichigo. Tatsuki roared, leaping up onto the table and slamming her foot straight down onto Ichigo's face. How dare you talk about a lady like that? Everyone in the restaurant turned to watch the pixie-haired hellion savagely stomp her foot against the orange-haired punk's face again and again. When you're asked to comment on a girl's looks, you say she looks great no matter your actual opinion. Tatsuki roared, repeatedly stomping him. You never imply she's a harlot just because of her clothes. You pig. Please stop, Tatsuki-chan. Orihime pleaded, trying to pull her friend down with one hand while shielding her chest with another. I appreciate the constructive feedback. Please stop, you're gonna break his nose. Ichigo sat back and accepted every kick. Deep down, he knew he deserved it. I should have just gone with the free ice cream, he thought. Here we are. Shinji announced to Kigo and Mizuiro, theatrically presenting a dingy cart manned by two bored-looking girls. One of the ice cream sellers had raven hair with bangs and a braided ponytail slung over her shoulder, her turquoise eyes framed by oval-shaped red glasses. Her medium height and bookish features made her look like a full-grown woman, while her colleague decidedly did not. The other scooper was a diminutive blondie with spiky pigtails, chestnut eyes, a smattering of freckles across her cheeks. Both of them were garbed in sailor girl outfits replete with white and blue striped caps, and neither looked enthused to be dishing out treats. Kigo and Mizuiro looked at the shabby little cart with polite bafflement. They were in one of the seedier corners of Karakura town, and it looked like the much-vaunted ice cream business had been established only that very morning and with a very tight budget. Best spot to get ice cream in Karakura town, Shinji grinned phonily. We'll all have a round on me, my treat for my new friends. We serve snow cones, not ice cream, the short blonde scooper said flatly. Shinji blushed. What do you mean? We're a snow cone business, the taller server asserted, pointing to the sign taped to their icebox. The ice cream portion was crossed out with a big red marker, with snow cones scribbled over it. See, the shorter server said tersely. We serve snow cones and we've always served snow cones. Shinji blinked several times in befuddlement before leaning in close between them. What the hell are you two doing? He hissed. All of our attempts at making ice cream failed, Lisa Yadamaru whispered back. They all came out like sugar soup. Snow cones proved more doable. You are blowing this operation. Shinji whined. How about you pull up your big boy breathes and improvise? Hayori Saragaki snapped back, her voice louder than either Shinji or Lisa would have liked. Everything all right over there? Mizuiro asked, observing from a couple yards away. Oh, we're good. Shinji chuckled nervously, looking back at the teenagers and giving a bashful wave to beckon them over. Silly me. Where I come from, ice cream and snow cones are interchangeable. Where do you come from, again? Mizuiro asked skeptically. From the west. Shinji offered. Come on guys, it's all on me. The two lads set aside their confusion, deciding that free snow cones were better than no ice cream. Kigo looked on in awe at the magenta ball of ice plunked down into a paper cup just for him. Oh my, he cooed, his eyes turning into rainbow stars before bursting like supernovas. He took a shovelful of the concoction and chomped on it, only to go completely cross-eyed when the brain freeze hit. He let out a deafening screech. Stick your tongue to the roof of your mouth, Mizuiro advised. Hayori and Lisa frowned at Shinji while Kigo spazzed out. I thought this Kurosaki guy was supposed to have carrot hair. Hayori asked. Neither of these guys are Ichigo, Shinji replied. They're his friends. Then why are we even bothering with this charade? Lisa whispered irately. Because I'm trying to maintain my cover, okay? Oh yes, you're a real MSTR of disguise, Lisa sighed derisively, taking off her glasses to rub her temples. You thought you could lure a teenager with promises of ice cream? Idiot. How about we dangle something that would actually appeal to this Kurosaki brat? That absolute a-hole. Tatsuki huffed while walking back home with Orihime. Where does he get off on shaming you like that? Oh, I'm so embarrassed, Tatsuki-chan, Orihime sniffled, buttoning her top up in shame. He thinks I'm a pervert. Tatsuki turned back and snapped her fingers at Orihime to break her trance of despair. Hey, look at me, she commanded, deadly serious. Only boys can be perverts. Got that? But. What about Chizuru-chan? Orihime welled up. She is the lone exception, Tatsuki replied. They continued on their way, trudging somberly down the neighborhood. Do you want your shirt back? Orihime sniffled. Nah, you've already stretched it out too much, Tatsuki sighed. It'd fit me like a parachute now. Ichigo closed the freezer and planted an ice pack on his bloody nose. You got what you deserved, son, Isshin nodded from the stove, seasoning his signature stew. You never tell a lady she's wearing too little. Remember, too little is just right. Gross, Karen frowned while unlacing her soccer cleats at the dinner table. She was muddy from a rigorous scrimmage, her left knee lightly scraped. She regarded her big brother with a disappointed look. That was pretty messed up, Ni-chan, Orihime's really nice, you shouldn't go insulting her. She can't help it if she's got big boobies. What is it with everyone obsessing over chest size? Ichigo grumbled, taking a seat at the dinner table. Tatsuki taught me the hard way that I said the wrong thing, alright? There's no such thing as modesty anymore. Got it. Huge gazongas still freak you out, huh? Karen asked sincerely. Enough. Ichigo shouted, his brow furrowing with such passionate annoyance that it shot a bolt of pain through his smarting septum and made him wince. You're all perverts, you know that. Dad's lechery has ruined this family. Isshin and Karen watched Ichigo exit the kitchen in a huff and listened to him stomp up to his room and slam his bedroom door shut. I haven't ruined our family, have I? Isshin asked insecurely while continuing to stir the stew. Nope, Karen replied. Despite your best efforts. Orihime retired to her bedroom, bringing a framed picture of her brother Sora and perching it on her bed. She kneeled before the frame and prayed profusely while fighting back tears. Oh, Sora, I'm so sorry for the shame I've brought upon our family, she confessed, hands clasped. Tell our ancestors I'm not that kind of girl, please. Kurosaki-kun must think so much less of me now. There was a sudden knock. The rap didn't come from the door but from Orihime's bedroom window. She roved her head to the pane and her heart suddenly forgot to complete a beat. Ichigo was gazing at her from across the glass, his tiptoes resting superhumanly on the windowsill. He was clad in his Shinigami Shihakusho, visiting her like a nighttime apparition. Kurosaki-kun. Orihime whispered, involuntarily releasing a tear down her swollen cheek. Ichigo could have phased through the wall with his Shinigami form if he so wished, but he didn't want to intrude on Orihime's private space. Instead, he produced a slip of paper from his robes and slapped it onto the window. I'm so sorry, Inoue, the crinkled message read. Your outfit looked great. He mouthed, I'm an idiot, as an addendum. Orihime let out a gasp of relief and snorted back tears. Wiping a palm across her moist face, she gave Ichigo a beaming smile. She then added a thumbs up to make her forgiveness even more clear. Ichigo smiled back. He mimed a cough, as if changing the subject, and flipped his note over. Did your date go okay? Orihime's eyes widened. She was frozen in awkwardness for a moment, then meagerly raised her other thumb up. When she realized that Ichigo was hoping for more enthusiasm, she started waving around both thumbs and nodded vigorously. Ichigo felt a subtle pang of regret that swiftly shifted into complete relief. He hadn't completely ruined her night, thank goodness. He smiled warmly at her for what seemed like a long time, then gestured to the skyline behind him. There were hollows that needed hunting. Orihime caught his drift and playfully mimed shooing him away. After giving her one last lingering look, he turned and bounded off into Karakura town. Orihime watched his silhouette leap across several rooftops and disappear from view. Halcyon Days. Volume 2, Retrograde Masquerade. Chapter 6. The Ishida household was a lonely place. Every square inch was furnished to an inch of its life with opulent trappings, from a grandfather clock adorned with a crystal pendulum to a flat-screen television, a technological marvel that was barely available in the 2001 market, situated in the living room. Most of the quarters had rungs of compactly stacked books lining the walls, detailing either medical knowledge or Quincy lore. Uryu's father may have rejected the craft, but he still surrounded himself with the culture's regalia. There were insignias everywhere, the two stories were practically a shrine to Quincy identity. Even though Ryukin renounced his late father, Soken, he never threw out a single heirloom given to him by the old man. Uryu was grateful for that much. Growing up neglected while surrounded by a trove of Quincy academia allowed him to read up on his people's history for hours on end, educating himself on the most complicated of spells. A lot of the prowess and technique that he used to surprise Mayuri Kuratsuchi came straight from the books arraying his childhood home. Uryu was practicing a game of Go against himself in his private study, carefully plunking down his imaginary opponent's marble to further solidify a brilliant pattern. It was going to be difficult to outwit himself and prevail. A crunch sounded out from the other room. A sizzling pop, like walnuts cracking. Uryu perked up at the discordant noise, but bolted upright when a particular scent reached his nostrils. He knew it well, he last smelt it when he challenged Ichigo Kurosaki to a hollow hunting competition. No way. Trying not to make a sound, he got up from his chair and slinked over into the kitchen. He slowly approached the marble island at the center of the room. It had crumbs of hollow bait strewn across the surface. A shard of panic splintered Uryu straight down the middle. The icy fear gave way to a throbbing instinct of fight or flight. Something was rising up from the floor beneath him. Uryu swan dived across the kitchen and barrel-rolled into a coiled pounce. The fabric of space where he had just been standing parted like a curtain and up rose a silhouette in the shape of a sarcophagus. It had no arms, just a levitating cylinder of white with a gaping chasm at its center and a perforated fringe lining its shoulders. A cracked skull adorned its pale face, jagged teeth arraying a swollen, purplish tongue. Aminos Grande? Uryu observed, sweat beading down his brow. It was an even more complete Minos than the monster he faced the other night. The Minos lolled out its impossibly long tongue and swung it like a WHP, the appendage hissing across the kitchen and cleaving clean through the cabinets, island, and refrigerator, smashing everything into smithereens. Uryu rolled away, narrowly missing the tongue's sweep. Shards of the kitchen's wreckage rained down as he sprung up and sprinted across the hallway. The levitating ghoul silently followed him. Uryu ran past a bookcase situated against the left wall and punched a strategically slotted book as he sprinted by, triggering a trap. He looked back and saw the Minos following him with almost serene poise, its tongue lashing out again. The muscle surged towards Uryu and nearly reached him before a guillotine composed of rapier shot down from the ceiling and cleaved through the space between them. The energy blade sliced the tongue in two, sending the tip bouncing impotently off of Uryu's back and landing on the carpet to writhe mindlessly. All of those hours spent secretly setting traps under his father's nose had finally paid off. Uryu watched the Minos wail, flailing its butchered tongue indignantly and painting the walls with its blood. The fleshy stump bubbled and out sprouted a fresh tip, the beast's central limb pristinely regenerated. The Minos pressed on, undeterred. It was like a repeat of his skirmish with Bloodmole. But this time Kurosaki wasn't going to be there to save him. I have to take its head. He continued to sprint down the hallway, pulling back his sleeve and pinching a band wrapped around his bicep. He drew a cerulean-hued garrote and pulled it taut. Reaching the end of the hallway, he turned and ran down an iron staircase and down into the apartment's spacious library. It was decadent, with shelves upon shelves of priceless books while stray armaments lay propped on the tables. Uryu skipped in a frenzy across the hall and leapt up onto a birchwood desk, spinning around to confront the beast. The Minos entered the chamber like an exultant wraith and shot its tongue down towards Uryu with the velocity of a battering ram. The Quincy leapt up towards his attacker, his feet landing on the slick tongue and sliding upward like a skateboarder grinding on a rail. He waited until he was within a yard of the Minos and somersaulted over it, spreading his garrote across its face. If he completed the flip, his Quincy thread would slice clean through the monster's head. Instead, the Minos' tongue slung around and wrapped around Uryu's left ankle, catching him mid-air. In the space of a blink, Uryu was flung like a bola across the library. He landed with a splintering crash against a towering shelf of books, sliding down onto the rug while dozens of dislodged tomes rained down upon him. The Minos roved in his direction with eerie poise and shot its tongue forward again. Uryu raised up a hardcover book as if to shield his face and simultaneously ducked, the surging tongue smashing through the tome and lodging itself between the buckling shelves. Uryu rolled away from underneath the wriggling appendage and sprung back up, grasping an ornamental halberd propped up beside the bookshelf. He swung the staff across a vase perched on an adjacent table, smashing it open. Quincy silver sloshed out from the broken pot, catching on the halberd's blade and igniting it with blue fire. Uryu brandished his spiky torch while backing away from the Minos, sweeping the pole back and forth. The monster chanced a swing of its tongue once more, and Uryu speared his crackling halberd straight through it, the blade's hissing hot rapier melting the muscle. The Minos retracted its bubbling tongue with a wail and then seeped down into the floor, as if submerging itself beneath ocean water. Uryu stood alone in the library, struggling to steady his breath. The halberd's azure torchlight reflected off of his glasses, hiding the fear in his eyes. It can reappear from any direction, he thought, trying to calm his mind and follow the hollow Ryatsu's trajectory. The mirror situated on the wall behind him cracked. Straight down the center, spidering the glass. Uryu looked back at his refracted reflection, only for it to burst apart as the Minos tongue shot out straight at him. Uryu cleaved his halberd down, only for the monster's tongue to snake along the staff and rip it from his grip. The Minos phased out from the wall, snapping the halberd in half and tossing its splinters aside. It shot its tongue forth again and caught Uryu right in the chest, sending him flying across the chamber and smashing against another bookcase. Uryu groaned as the shelves ground against his back. The beast's appendage pressed him deeper against the shelf while it slowly floated towards him. Suddenly, a blinding missile composed of pure light roared past, incinerating the Minos tongue upon impact. Uryu felt the pressure leave his solar plexus and he fell onto his knees, clutching at his chest and gasping for air. He craned his head up and beheld his savior. Ryukin Ishida stood at the library entrance, his white Heilig bogan drawn and ready with another bolt of condensed rapier. He cast a withering glare down at his son, then returned his attention to the monster. The Minos reared upon its attacker, struggling to regenerate its cauterized tongue. Before it could sprout another, Ryukin fired a Heilig file straight through its skull. The Minos' entire top half erupted into viscera, spraying blood and innards onto Uryu. A hollow's instant regeneration isn't that bothersome if you have enough brute force to put it down in one strike, Ryukin remarked. He lifted up his elegant, creamy bow. There was a pulse, and the weapon shrunk down to the size of a knick-knack in the palm of his hand. He tucked it into his coat's BRST pocket, then produced a pack of cigarettes. I don't understand, Uryu stammered, the Minos gut smearing his glasses. Why? Ryukin lipped a cigarette from the cartridge and snapped his fingers, emitting a pinpoint spark to light it. After taking a long drag and exhaling savoringly, he began striding towards his son. Why did I lure that hollow into our home, he mused, blowing a velvety waft of smoke. I wanted to see whether I was imagining things or if you really did throw away your meager powers. Even if we sacrifice our craft, our lineage hangs around us in the form of Rikyo. Your genetic stink has been catnip for hollows this whole time. I mean, why are you armed with a Quincy bow? Uryu gasped, completely shell-shocked. Why did you just fire a Heilig bowen? Why? Why do you have Quincy powers? You renounced us. Us? Ryukin sneered. You speak as though you are the Quincy and I am a mere man. The reverse is true, my powers are harder to get rid of than yours were. Whether I like it or not, I am the sole heir to the knowledge and skills of Ishida Soken. I am the last true Quincy, and the craft will die with me. Now, come. He dropped his cigarette and ground it with his shoe before strolling away. Uryu took a moment to determine whether he had any broken bones, counting one cracked rib, then shuffled up and limped after his father. Ryukin wordlessly led Uryu into a corner of the apartment that he had always been forbidden from entering. They came upon a stainless steel door with a combination pad to the right. Avert your eyes, Ryukin ordered. Uryu begrudgingly looked away while his father entered the passcode. The door unsealed with a groan and slid open, revealing a fully stocked armory of Quincy weaponry. "You've got to be kidding me," Uryu cursed under his breath. He could have really used such an armory before leaving for Soul Society. He may not have even needed to sacrifice his powers if that were the case. He stepped inside and marveled at the assortment of treasures. Many of the objects were familiar to him, he had read about them in his grandfather's books but never dreamed of seeing them in person. "Since you don't have the ability to utilize any of these weapons anymore, I see no harm in revealing them to you," Ryukin said while sorting through a shelf. "Here. This charm will make you less of an appetizing target." He drew back a silver chain laced through a thumb-sized Quincy cross and handed the necklace to Uryu. "Wear this to suppress your Rikyo. You'll still be useless against hollows, but you will no longer be singled out by them." Uryu looked at his father uneasily before accepting the charm and wreathing it around his bruised neck. They wordlessly exited the armory, the door sealing behind them. "You should have told me about your situation immediately," Ryukin chided him. "Your demise would have been inevitable and swift without my intervention." He turned away and began strolling down the hallway. "Ryukin," Uryu called after him. "When you said you're heir to grandfather's knowledge, does that include how to restore a Quincy's power?" Ryukin turned back and glared at his son with acute annoyance. "Go to bed," he said before turning away again and resuming his stride. "Tomorrow morning I'll send for cleaners to come and fix the mess you've made of my kitchen and library. You can pay them with your own savings." Halcyon Days. Volume 2, Retrograde Masquerade. Chapter 7. A light chill swept through the 6th Division barracks that morning. Renji insisted on delivering Captain Kuchiki's breakfast personally. Holding the tray with both hands, he slid open the shoji with his big toe and stepped in, only to find Byakuya upright in bed and going through mail. "You're up already?" Renji remarked with surprise. The captain had arrived back the previous evening seemingly comatose from his Ryokan Bakuido training. Yet here he was, casually sorting letters a mere 8 hours later. "We've received special instructions from the Shisanka," Byakuya said, holding up an ornate parchment. "They have forbidden you from using Bankai during the Jusankan Taikai." "Oh." Renji blushed, setting the tray of steamed rice and kobachi beside the bed. "They really said that?" "They believe it would give you an unfair advantage and spoil the competition," Byakuya continued, folding the letter up and setting it aside. "You will have to try and win with your shurikai alone." He reached over for his rice, his hands trembling with fatigue. Much to his annoyance, Renji plucked up the bowl and handed it to him. Byakuya begrudgingly accepted the dish. "Do these orders displease you?" the captain asked. "I mean, I would have preferred to give it my all," Renji admitted. "Limiting myself doesn't seem like the warrior's way." Byakuya's eyes narrowed with disdain. "You will be competing against warriors who have honed their current, honest level with more experience and even greater skill," he said ruefully. "You would dishonor them and the 6th Company by trying to win with an amateur Bankai that you achieved through underhanded means." Renji's face sunk into a grimace. "Underhanded means? Well then I guess shurikai's good enough for me," he grumbled. Gym class was in session at Karakura High School, with the field's grass still moist from morning dew. Ichigo dashed across the slick ground and brought his cleat smashing against a rolling soccer ball. The sphere rocketed straight across half the field and whipped right past Tetsuo Mamahara's head. The goalie blinked in stunned amazement and looked back to see the ball still spinning against the net. Another point to Kurosaki's team. The standing score was 7. Ichigo had always been a gifted athlete, but his prowess shot through the roof ever since he became a Shinigami deputy. Even in his human body, all of the coordination and reflexes he had honed through training gave him Olympian prowess. Little did everyone know, he was actually holding back on his awe-inspiring kicks for fear of ripping a hole through the goal net. "Sheesh, nice shot, Kurosaki," remarked Satoda Arai, the appointed team captain who also happened to be vice president of Karakura High School's soccer club. "You know, we could really use you on the team." "Not interested," Ichigo replied breathlessly, already jogging off to run defense. All that talent wasted on such a D-dash, Satoda thought. Chad, with his burly legs exposed beneath tight-fitting soccer shorts, watched from the opposing net, playing as team goalie. Ichigo's become a real show-off, he thought. And to think I used to be first pick in class matches. Ichigo regained control of the ball and darted it back towards Tetsuo, only for Tatsuki to leap up from behind and kick him square across the head. The strawberry yelped and somersaulted through the air before face-planting into the dirt. Kigo, clad in a referee uniform, irately blew his whistle and threw up a red card. Foul play, he declared. You're out, Arisawa. Tatsuki gave a shrug and skipped away to the sidelines, looking thoroughly satisfied. Ichigo nursed his goose egg and watched her stride off, understanding full well that that was payback for the day before, when he shamed Orihime for her outfit. Tatsuki returned to the bleachers, her teammates shooting her disapproving looks. The captain surveyed their remaining players and pointed at Shinji. Hirako, you're up. Tatsuki grimaced while watching Shinji take to the field. The guy still gave her the creeps. Sorry about my teammate back there, Ichigo, Shinji called out to the strawberry, hustling over to him and offering a helping hand. Whatever happened to sportsmanship, am I right? I kinda had it coming, to be honest, Ichigo replied as Shinji helped hoist him back up onto his feet. Ichigo, chastened, decided to hang back and play defense when the game resumed. Just focus on protecting your goal, he thought. Stop trying to be the star. The ball came spinning his way and he reared up to kick it back towards the opposing side of the field. Suddenly, when his foot was within 2 inches of connecting with the sphere, Shinji whipped past and daintily snaked it away from him. Ichigo nearly spun around and fell in surprise as the new kid expertly guided the ball across the grass, charging towards Chad. Chad braced himself, sensing immediately that this would not be a goal kick he could easily fend off. Shinji came within 5 yards and brought his cleat up in a swish, bending the ball in a curving arc that completely bypassed Chad's hulking frame. The ball landed against the net like a hen taking a seat on her nest. Everyone fell into hushed silence. It was the first time anyone had ever landed a goal against Chad. Just who the heck is this guy? Tatsuki wondered, watching Shinji with suspicion. The second half of the match proved that the new kid's shot was no fluke. Soon enough, the score was tied at 7, Ichigo squared up against Shinji, trying desperately to kick the ball away from him. It was to no avail, Shinji artfully smuggled the sphere right past him and skipped his merry way to landing another goal against a flummoxed Chad. The unthinkable had happened, the team without Kurosaki and Sato won. Good game, Hirako, Ichigo breathed, wearing a smile amidst the dirt smearing his face. It had been a long time since he had met his athletic match. Just beginner's luck, Shinji smiled back, accepting Ichigo's handshake. He pulled the strawberry in close and whispered into his ear, "You're pretty good, too. Want to make things interesting?" "Interesting how?" Ichigo asked. "I'm a better offensive player than goalie, but I'm still pretty DMN good at goalkeeping," Shinji grinned. "I'll give you one shot on me, if you can score the goal, I'll give you these." Shinji produced a mysterious-looking envelope that was sealed with a blot of wax shaped into an upturned fist. An invitation to Karakura Town's most exclusive nightclub, the Retrograde Masquerade. There'll be booze, music, and girls, but it's strictly exclusive. Only those with an invite may enter and party. I've got 2 tickets, you can have my spare if you win. How's that sound? Ichigo frowned. But what if you win? That Satoda guy keeps asking you to join the soccer club, right? Shinji recalled. If I win, you gotta take him up on his offer. We got a deal. The stakes were raised high enough for Ichigo to be intrigued. The last thing he wanted was an extracurricular activity that would cut into his Shinigami deputy duties. Losing this bet would actually cost him. That made it all the more irresistible. Deal. The whole class sat back on the bleachers and watched in breathless anticipation as Ichigo and Shinji got into position. Nobody had ever gotten the better of Kurosaki on the field before, so the hype around this new kid was palpable. Classmates made low-stakes bets among themselves over who would prevail. Chad and Tatsuki scrutinized Shinji, each for their own different reasons. Tatsuki wondered what Shinji's true intentions were while Chad grimly observed that it shouldn't even be possible for any normal person to outplay Ichigo. I don't know if Ichigo's realized it yet, Chad thought. There is something inhuman about this Hirako Shinji. Ichigo stood on the field and stared Shinji down, the soccer ball waiting between them. Shinji grinned while breaking into a defensive crouch. That's right, Kurosaki Ichigo, he thought. Win your prize and then enter my domain tonight. I'll have you all to myself, and we can finally get properly acquainted. Ichigo took a deep breath, finding his zen and waiting for the precise moment. Now. He dashed forward and smashed his toe straight against the soccer ball, sending it into a flurrying spin. The ball shot forth in a spiraling trajectory, like a bird repeatedly adjusting mid-flight. Ichigo landed in a perfect split, his legs cleaving across the moist grass. He watched eagerly as his missile reached Shinji in a blink. Shinji's bowl cut jostled when he launched up to deflect the ball, trying to catch it with his chin. Too late, the sphere missed him by an inch and smashed through the net, burning a smoking hole straight through it. The goalpost skidded back a yard, like a leaf carried by wind. The entire class's faces roved in unison as they followed the soccer ball's trajectory across the field, over the fence, and into the faculty parking lot. It landed onto the pavement with a crunch, mercifully missing any of the teachers' cars. Nice shot, Ichigo. Shinji breathed, hands on his knees. You got me good. He trotted over to the splayed-out Ichigo and produced the spare retrograde masquerade ticket. You won this fair and square. No I didn't, Ichigo huffed, glaring up at him accusingly. You threw that match, didn't you? Shinji frowned. How the hell does he know I held back? Kid must have the senses of a hawk. Look, believe what you want, but you won a ticket to the best party in town, Shinji insisted, shoving the envelope into Ichigo's hands. The address is inscribed inside. I'll see you there tonight. I know you let me win. Ichigo barked, springing back up to his feet. Just who the hell are you, Hirako Shinji? What is your deal, dumbass? Shinji cried with exasperation. I just invited you to an underground music scene and you're complaining. Do you hate fun? Are you a grandpa at heart or something? I don't have time for. Something like that, Ichigo gritted, squeezing the envelope in his fist. I just wanted to prove I could beat you. Well, congratulations, you beat me. Shinji hissed. Now stop whining like a sore winner and accept your prize. Ichigo wordlessly stomped past Shinji and over to Kigo. Here, Kigo, he said, shoving the envelope into his hands. Take this, I don't want it. Have fun tonight. Shinji, completely dumbstruck, watched Ichigo trudge off the field. What kind of a 15-year-old rejects a party invitation? Looks like it's gonna be me and you at the club tonight, Shinji old pal. Kigo said excitedly, throwing an arm over the stone-faced Hirako's shoulder. Say, can you wingman me? I get a little nervous around. Shinji snatched the invitation from Kigo's hand and tore it up in a frenzy, his face turning scarlet with rage. That's it. I've had it with this mission. I quit. I quit high school. The entire class watched the irate newbie storm off the field. Kigo stood in stunned silence, looking down at the torn remnants of his party invite. He looked back at the rest of his classmates and gave a baffled shrug. You can just quit high school. What do you mean they've gone missing? Yamamoto grumbled. He eyed Retsu Unohana from his chair while attendants massaged his exhausted muscles. He had only undergone Ryokan Bakuido 2 days beforehand and was still recovering. The old man's sinewy torso was crisscrossed with battle scars, the deep grooves attesting to countless wars. The entire squadron has vanished without a trace, Unohana repeated, her head bowed ever so slightly. SDRI lost contact with them shortly after they entered the world of the living. Earlier that day, SDRI received an SOS from a Shinigami patrol in the world of the living. The message explicitly asked for medical help after a costly battle with a hollow, so Unohana dispatched 6 healers to go and provide relief. The small collection of 4th Division medics then promptly disappeared. SDRI later analyzed the original call for help and discovered that it was an expertly fabricated fraud. Is this Aizen's doing? Yamamoto pressed. Perhaps, Unohana replied softly. But these were 6 of my healers. They aren't fighters. My assumption is that they have been kidnapped rather than killed. Which begs the question, what need does Aizen have of our healers? The chamber was cavernous and illuminated by a desultory light, as if carved out from moon rock. A polished gramophone warbled from the corner, playing an ecstatic operetta. Into the fire I'm burning. I will give up all I have to give. Don't be afraid of the darkest hour. I'll shine for you. Erita Kyutari never thought he would be forced to treat Soul Society's most wanted man. Yet there he was, trying to heal Sosuke Aizen. The nightmare began when SDRI received an emergency request for medical assistance in the world of the living. Erita, the 6th seat of the 4th Division, led 5 healers to go and provide assistance. When they arrived, they weren't greeted by Shinigami but by a hulking beast who looked like a hollow. They never stand a chance and were subdued with ease, then taken through what seemed to be some sort of alien portal. It had all been a blur, all Erita could remember was passing through a void and being delivered at Kaname Tozen's feet. He and his men were then skirted through a series of dark passageways until they were brought before Aizen himself, sitting on a stone-carved chair and looking gravely ill. The medics were told to heal him or be put to the sword. Some resisted, but Erita ordered them all to comply. So they took turns, one by one, with each attempt proving fruitless. Erita was try again, his golden kaido glowing like candlelight over Aizen's injuries. The traitor captain looked horrific, his right eye was completely bloodshot while a trail of burst veins scrawled like a purple spiderweb from his throat down to his right arm. Erita tried, but the wounds would not heal. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do, he admitted, his palms slick with sweat. I've never seen an ailment like this before. Whatever is happening to you cannot be repaired by kaido. Tozen unsheathed Suzumushi and brought its edge within an inch of the medic's neck. Are you actually trying to heal Lord Aizen, or are you playing us for fools? The blind man seethed. Erita gulped, his bobbing Adam's apple close to grazing the blade's edge. He had found Tozen to be such a reassuring figure back when the blind Shinigami was a member of the Godai, but now, Tozen just seemed terrifying. Into the fire. My courage is so. My spirit passed to you. He is making an honest effort, Kaname. Aizen rose to his full height, gazing down at Erita with congenial warmth. He reached down and cupped the medic's chin with the utmost gentleness. If he could heal me, he would. He has tried his best. Not just because the lives of his compatriots are on the line, but because he comes from the 4th Division and swore an oath to treat all Shinigami's injuries. He is a noble man who upholds his vow to heal the sickly, no matter the circumstance. Erita looked up in awe at Aizen. The traitor still had the warmest voice he had ever heard. The medic felt a profound relief wash over him. I have no choice. My own sacrifice is something I have to do. I thank you for your integrity, Kyutari Erita, Aizen said sweetly. However, it seems that you and your subordinates won't be of any help to me, and we can't just return you all to Soul Society. How do we solve this dilemma, Kaname? Tozen's Zanpakuto cleaved cleanly across Erita's neck, severing his head from the stump. Aizen held the healer's disembodied face for a moment, studying its shocked expression, then dropped it onto the floor with a fleshy thunk. He cast his chestnut eyes over to the remaining medics and watched them cower. I thank you all for your efforts. On cue, Tozen flash-stepped past the squadron, leaving fatal cuts carved into each of them. All 5 dead Shinigami simultaneously collapsed into a heap. Into the fire I'm burning. I will give up all I have to give. Tozen whipped the blood clean from his katana and sheathed it shut. I will go fetch someone to clear out the carcasses, he said. Please conceal your wounds before they arrive, no one can see you like this. Ikamaru least of all. Tozen made his leave while Aizen stood alone amidst the massacre. Paying the bodies no mind, he examined his own hand with clinical fascination. It was like a corpse's limb, purple and withered. Don't be afraid of the darkest hour. I'll shine for you. The moon beamed in the night sky, bathing Ichigo's silhouette in silver light. He leapt from rooftop to rooftop, fast approaching a hollow. There's more of these freaks popping up than ever before, he thought. I wonder if it has anything to do with Aizen. The hollow was grazing along a children's playground of all places. The beast was green and the size of a truck, with a spiky vertebrae running down its back. It noticed Ichigo's approach and reared up its head, letting out a deafening snarl. The Shinigami deputy reached back for Zangetsu, the massive blade shrugging off its bandaged scabbard. It was time to take out the trash. Suddenly, a shadow whipped right past Ichigo and punctured straight through the hollow, cutting it cleanly in half. In that instant, Ichigo felt a massive spiritual pressure. He hadn't sensed anything comparable since he left the Soul Society. The spike in power vanished as quickly as it had appeared, only apparent in the precise moment the mysterious interloper cut through the hollow. The wailing monster withered away while its killer stood poised beneath the embers, holding a red-hilt katana aloft. This interloper was a familiar silhouette, 5 feet 9 inches in height and clad in a Karakura high school uniform. Ichigo could recognize the blonde bowl cut peeking out around the edges of the Shinigami's white hood. Sorry to steal your kill like that, a distorted voice warbled. I guess I'm better than you at soccer and hollow slaying, huh? The figure looked back and revealed a skull in the shape of a pharaoh's mask. Intricate, vertical grooves ran across the bone-white visor, with gray irises peeking out through completely black eyes, like chooks of stone looming in a dark void. Who are you? Ichigo asked, his grip instinctively tightening around Zangetsu's hilt. Don't you recognize your own classmate, Ichigo? The skull replied. The stranger waved a hand across his face, the white mask melting away on command. The bony material gave way to Shinji Hirako's grinning visage. Shinji! Ichigo cried incredulously. What the hell is going? Shoo! Shinji shushed, bringing a finger to his lips. Don't shout, Ichigo. They're listening. Before Ichigo could retort, Shinji was already beside him and grabbing the scruff of his shihakusho, whisking him away in a galvanizing gust of shunpa. Everything around Ichigo was a blur until he was slammed up against a brick wall in an alleyway. I wanted to do this more covertly, without showing my powers, Shinji whispered, his head bowed and palm pinning Ichigo's shoulder to the wall. See, this particular jigai suppresses my ryatsu when I'm at ease, but there's no stopping some of it from leaking out when I flex. I don't like announcing myself in public, where they can detect me. Understand? What do you want? I just want us to be friends, Shinji grinned. I tried to break the ice through your human life first, but turns out you're just not that interested in getting to know everyday mortal people anymore, huh? You were wearing a hollow mask back there, Ichigo said. What are you? A hollow or a Shinigami? I'm both, Shinji chuckled. He finally lifted his eyes to meet Ichigo's stupefied stare, his smile broadening into a dementedly wide crescent. I'm a Visored. Just like you. Halcyon Days. Volume 3, Champagne Coliseum. Chapter 1. Ichigo struggled but couldn't budge from the wall, his protestations muffled by Shinji's palm. A Visored? What the hell is a Visored? Who the hell is this? Oh, cut it out with those, who the hell is this guy, eyes, Shinji sighed, releasing Ichigo's mouth and giving him a condescending pat on the cheek. Relax. I come in peace. Ichigo chanced a swing of Zangetsu, only for the butcher blade to swipe across dead air. He looked around in amazement, Shinji had disappeared faster than his eyes could perceive. What the hell, man? Shinji sighed from above. Ichigo looked up and spotted the Edelweiss-looking creep standing preternaturally on the alley wall, as if his feet were suctioned to the brick. "You're a real pain in the butt, you know that?" Shinji growled, shouldering his katana. "Whether it's free ice cream, club tickets, or just leveling with you man to man, you're really against making new friends, huh?" "I've already got enough friends," Ichigo gritted, squeezing Zangetsu's handle tightly. "That was a pretty crazy spiritual pressure you showed back there, but it came and went in an instant, like flipping a light switch. How'd you do that?" Shinji grinned wide and pinched his own cheek, stretching it and then letting it snap back like a RBB band. "I already told you, this Jigai hides my Ryatsu," he answered impishly. "It lets me walk amongst all you breathers unnoticed, but without sealing away my spiritual power for good. Modern technology's crazy, right? But this flesh suit's not so good at hiding my power when I'm fighting. I try to maintain a low profile. So that's why you pretended to be a student." Ichigo pieced together. "You've been stalking me this whole time." Shinji's grin dropped into a frown. He launched himself off from the wall and landed back on the ground in a fluid flip. "Don't flatter yourself," he said sourly. "I was merely trying to make contact with you without stirring up any mess. Coming out here and stealin' was the last resort. I wouldn't have risked it there weren't lives on the line." "Whose lives?" "The lives of everybody you know," Shinji warned. "You've got a nasty parasite inside of you that's just raring to take over, don't cha Ichigo? Without my help, you're an immediate danger to this entire town." Ichigo's blood ran cold. The only other person who had witnessed his hollow transformation was Rukia Kuchiki on Sokayaku Hill, but this Shinji character didn't seem to be associated with the Godai. How could he have learned about it? "You're the one who was wearing a hollow's face just a minute ago," Ichigo countered. "Who do you work for? Soul Society? Or Aizen?" Shinji scrunched up an eyebrow in surprise and broke into a cackle, revealing a circular piercing loop through the center of his tongue. "Neither," he laughed. "I'm definitely no friend of Aizen's, but I don't answer to Soul Society, neither. I'm a Visored, a Shinigami who rides around with a hollow in his passenger seat." "So you're just a freak?" Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "Sorry, but I'm nothing like you. You think the Shinigami are gonna stay friendly when they discover your cranky side?" Shinji questioned, ping his head inquisitively. "They'll put you down like vermin. That's how they deal with our kind." "Stop saying our kind," Ichigo gritted. "Whatever it is you want from me. My answer's no." With that, he vanished from the alleyway with a flash step. "He's got some impressive ho-ho," Shinji thought while observing the stray newspapers that billowed in Ichigo's wake. "Too bad he's slow in the mental department." "What the hell was that?" a spiky voice squeaked from behind a nearby trash can. Shinji looked back and spotted two telltale blonde pigtails peeking out from behind the lopsided bin. "Hiyori? What are you doing here?" Hiyori Saragaki rose up from behind the trash barrel, her face pink with annoyance. She kicked up her left sandal and caught it in midair. Closing the distance between them in a mere second, she brought the shoe's sole cracking down across Shinji's head with punishing force. "I wanted to see you blow the mission with my own two eyes, just so we could skip your excuses afterwards," she hissed. "You didn't say any of the things we went over as a team." "Oh no, you just had to go ahead and be all ominous, huh, Mr. Big Creep Energy?" "Hey, cut it out," Shinji pleaded, shielding his smarting cranium. He retreated from the alleyway while Hiyori gave chase, the pint-sized hellion smacking him repeatedly over the head. "Ow! Ow! Owie! Stop it!" The pixelated plane burst into flames and plunged down into the sea. The horde of alien saucers overtook the screen, continuing their invasion of the Earth unchallenged. Game over. Chad leaned back and rubbed his bleary eyes. He had been playing Invaders Must Die for hours on end. Every day he trudged out to the corner shop at 4 a.m. and played until school started, then returned immediately after class and played until he had to go home and rest. The intense practice had been taking a toll, but at least he was improving. His vision recovered just in time to watch his new record flash across the screen. Highest scores of all time. Stray Dog. 999,975. Strawberry. 688,345. Gigante. 550,010. Chad smiled softly. His latest score was 560, he had finally beaten his personal record from way back, watched with pride as his new high score supplanted his original third-place showing in the Pantheon. His codename, Gigante, rested a comfortable distance behind Ichigo's all-time score, codenamed Strawberry. Both of them were way behind Stray Dog, the mysterious and undisputed champion of the game. Wonder who Stray Dog could be, Chad remarked Ichigo after their first time playing the game. Beats me, but whoever he is, he's crazy good at this game, Ichigo replied. How about we keep working at it until we knock him off his perch? You and me. Chad's smile grew wide, his eyes turning wistful. It was a fond memory. Takashi Murakami took a break from sweeping the floors to peek over Chad's shoulder, spying his achievement. Way to go, Sato, the shopkeeper congratulated him with a backslap. You've finally surpassed yourself. It's a start, Chad replied, hanging his head. I'm still not where I need to be. And where would that be? Chad cast the little man a weary smile. When Ichigo and I first met, we were competitive with each other, he explained. We both excelled at fighting, but we didn't want to cross fists. So we tried to one-up each other here, in this shop. We cemented our friendship by playing Invaders Must Die together. We vowed to keep getting better. You two were pretty neck and neck at this game for a while, if memory serves, Takashi interjected. That's right, Chad nodded. But eventually Ichigo improved to the point where I couldn't catch up with him. He never held back because he knew that would insult my pride, but match after match he would beat me by a higher and higher margin while I plateaued. I had reached my limit while he had no limit. One day, without words, we agreed to stop. Miss Harumi stuck her head out from the back office. You both stopped on the day I banned the both of you for the crimes of loitering and hooliganism, she clarified. Oh, let the boys speak, my love. Takashi called back to her. Please continue, Sato. No, she's right, we officially retired the game when we were banned from your store, Chad admitted, chuckling. But we also ceased competing after that. Ichigo had already proven he was better than me, but he didn't want to rub my nose in it. I didn't mind, I was happy to keep trying. Even if I couldn't ever catch up with him. So how come this game's so important to you again, after all this time? Takashi wondered. Chad reflected on their first day back at school after returning from Soul Society, when he and Orihime accompanied Ichigo to go slay a hollow. You know. I could have handled this guy by myself, Ichigo had told them. You guys didn't have to cut class. The comment was innocuous enough, and correct, but it lingered with Chad afterwards. It stung. Ichigo has an important job now, and I want to help him, he answered. But he doesn't think he needs my help anymore. And he might be right. But I need to convince him and myself that it's possible for me to not only reach his level, but to surpass it. He slapped a hand on the arcade tower. And I can't think of a better arena to prove myself in than this one. During nighttime, the Bushishenzui Budokan was pale and bereft of glamour. It was one of the most ancient structures in the Siriidii, and its age showed throughout its cracked veneer, from its weather-beaten terraces to its craggy stadium seating. However, when morning crested over Soul Society and shined its light onto the Bushishenzui Budokan, its muted stone was invigorated. When basking in daylight, the amphitheater radiated a sunburnt shimmer that washed across its tiers like sloshing champagne. It was one of the great wonders of the spiritual world. Bushishenzui Budokan, Warriors' Ascent Stadium. The Colosseum, 120 meters tall and 30 acres in diameter, was cloistered against the southern Red Hollow Gate, right where the borders of the 6th and 10th districts kissed. When the Juzenkan Taikai commenced, a special gate that led directly into the Colosseum would be lifted and Rukongai residents fortunate enough to acquire tickets would be ushered inside to watch matches from the stands. Sui Feng stood at the center of the ground-level arena, gazing up at it all. She was tasked with overseeing the tournament grounds restoration. The captain swiped her foot across the dusty tiles before her, sending up a billow of soot. "There's 6 inches of dirt caked onto this ring," she surmised. "Our craftsmen will need to polish every nook and cranny of this place to make it presentable for the Shisanka." Fortunately, Captain Mayuri was gracious to loan her the 12th Division's laborers, who were the most exacting and speedy builders in all of Seoul society. The restoration would take less than an hour. Murekyo Omida ambled up beside her, using his right hand as a visor against the sunlight while he gazed up at the towering parapets encircling them. "What a dump," he snorted. "Who even decided this tournament's worthwhile? It wouldn't be the first needless tradition in Seoul society." Sui Feng's eyes nearly rolled back into her head while she resisted smacking Omida upside his. "What's with that look, Captain?" he asked nervously, realizing he may have perturbed her. "Do you know how I positioned myself to become captain of the 2nd Division and commander of the Onmitsukido?" she asked rhetorically. "I set the stage for my advancement by fighting well during the last Juzenkan Taikai. I was only a 3rd seat then, but our sitting lieutenant came down with the sheets and I was tapped to compete minutes before the first match. I surprised the entire Godiai 13 by making it to the semi-final round. From then on, I was paid special attention by Gen Ryusai. I may never have attained Bankai had I not been given the training afforded prospective captains. Do you know who else fought in that tournament?" I don't especially recall." "Kamura Sajin and Kuchiki Byakuya," Sui Feng answered. "All of us earned Seoul Society's respect right here in this ring. The Juzenkan Taikai is where names are made in the Godiai 13. "Wow," Omida said softly, marveling at everything with a newfound appreciation. "So you're saying that this tournament will set me on course for a captain position?" Sui Feng's face contorted into a viper's snarl. She had to hold back every fiber of her body to resist smacking Omida upside the head. "I'm saying that the Juzenkan Taikai has a prestigious history, and you better apply yourself," she clarified. "All of the Tenrai-chas will be watching." She pointed to the 4-box seats spaced evenly across the Colosseum. "The north box is for ISE clan, the east for Kuchiki clan, south is for Shihoin clan, and the west box is for the Tsunyashiro Tenrai-cho. I forbid you from embarrassing me and second company in front of them all." Omida gulped. He hadn't accounted for the possibility of stage fright. Having to fight in front of royalty was a lot of pressure. Is it really such a good idea to have the royals crowded in with all the Rukon rabble, he wondered, trying to change the subject. Shoving our best and greatest right where they'll be a stone's throw away from peasants sounds pretty foolhardy. Every Tenrai-cho will be accompanied by their Shikotai guard, along with captains of the Godiai 13 as additional security, Sui Feng noted ruefully. Any Rukon who comes too close will be obliterated. Why do we even let Rukon in here? Omida pressed. You could easily this entire stadium with proper Siriidii citizens. We let them in because it's a time-honored tradition that keeps the peace, Sui Feng continued. The Juzenkan Taikai has appeased the Rukongai for centuries. A few days of spectacle is enough to buy us decades of goodwill. Can you even recall the last Rukongai rebellion that came anywhere near the Siriidii? Omida could not recall any such rebellion. Rukongai revolts were more commonplace the farther out you traveled from the Siriidii, but it had been a long time since the closest districts kicked up a fuss. Even so, this is wartime, he pouted. You'd think we'd prioritize the Shisanka's safety over putting on a show. What if Hollows decide to attack? Sui Feng let out an exasperated sigh and gestured to the walls looming around them. The Bushishinzui Budokan is built entirely from sekiseki, she revealed. This whole Colosseum is a Sirihiki within the Sirihiki, providing us with all the protection we need. No portal can open up inside here. When the Juzenkan Taikai commences, this will be the safest place in all of Seoul society. Omida's mouth dropped in awe. He spun around, becoming excited. What a place, he clucked. It's going to such a fitting stage for my victory. Suifeng struck her gloating lieutenant right upside the head, sending him skidding across the field and crashing into a dilapidated latrine. What you were doing just now, that's exactly how I don't want you to behave in front of the Shisanka, she muttered. Renji Aburai ventured over to the 11th Division barracks to see how Ichigo Madarame was faring in his preparations for the tournament. I'm doing just fine, Ichigo chuckled while sparring with Yumachika Ayasegawa. Win, lose. It's just gonna be a bit of fun. He whisked his Bakken katana within a centimeter of Yumachika's appealing face, the sheer kinetic friction from his swings singing the fifth seat's brow. Watch it. Yumachika cried, waving the tiny cinder off of his perfectly manicured eyebrow. Aim for the merchandise again and I'll stop sparring with you. Ichigo cracked a devilish grin and shouldered his wooden training sword, returning his attention to Renji. We're gonna give some pampered brats a show and then get right back to preparing for war, he concluded. No big deal, Aburai. I have a hard time believing you'd be fine with losing, Renji said, his arms crossed and brow furrowed in skepticism. Last I checked, you love competition. Ichigo responded by jabbing his Bakken straight at Renji's face, only to stop short within an inch of his nose. Renji refused to even flinch. You're not allowed to kill in the Juzenkan Taikai, Ichigo pointed out. What kind of competition doesn't let you fight to the death? This is gonna be kabuki. But don't worry about me, Aburai, I'm gonna be in tip-top shape. Kurosaki Ichigo woke something up in me. From what I've heard, he woke you up too, eh? Renji allowed himself a faint grin. I'm gonna fight to win, if that's what you're asking. No need to give him all the credit. Ha! Ichigo laughed before returning to his parries and swings against Yumachika. Renji watched the two officers go at it. He felt conflicted over whether to broach the topic of Bankai. It wasn't like he'd be violating Ichigo's privacy, Yumachika knew about it too. But the whole conversation was moot since the Shisanka banned Bankai from the tournament. No point in bringing it up, I guess. Gu. Choki. Pa. Kaion Kotetsu and Sentaro Katsubaki simultaneously chanted before flashing their hand signals at each other. Sentaro's fingers were contorted into Pa. While Kaion triumphantly flashed Choki. I win. Kaion squealed, her eyes alighted with delight. Ah, come on. Sentaro groaned. Best 3 out of 5. No, Sentaro, Jushiro Yukitake ruled, his face scrunched with stern solemnity. Both of you agreed to 2 out of 3. Kaion has won Janken and so she will represent the 13th division in the Juzenkan Taikai. Damn it, Sentaro grumbled. His annoyance was interrupted when Kaion leaned over the table to offer a handshake. Thank you for the spirited game of Janken, Sentaro-san, she said firmly. You were a worthy opponent. He eyed her for a moment before begrudgingly accepting the gesture. Do us proud in the arena, Kaion-san. Shouldn't you be calling me Kaion-sama? Don't push it. But what if I don't want to fight, Captain Kuratsuchi? Akon beseeched from the main console of SDRI. Mayuri Kuratsuchi was futzing with a panel below, very much in his element. He swerved up his ornamental head to glower up at his subordinate. If it were up to me, none of us would be subjected to this grotesque pageant, the captain said. But seeing as Nimue cannot compete, the obligation falls upon you. Unless you think Hyosu should fight in your stead. Akon looked over to Hyosu, who was instantly sweating from the very thought of fighting. He would clearly get humiliated in the arena. Fine, Akon sighed. Well, I'll try and do my best. I don't care what you do, Mayuri cut him off. The captain finally got a good hold on the control panel and pried it off, bolts popping off from the metallic frame. Inside the compartment was a fleshy, writhing net of innards, the organic wires that transmitted information throughout the SDRI. Mayuri spotted the central vein and pinched it, feeling the rhythmic pulses of the slimy tube. What are you doing, sir? Hyosu asked. Checking for any tampering, Mayuri replied, rooting around in the panel's guts. Aizen Sosuke must have had a base of operations from which he could observe the entire Seriidii. For him to have pulled off his little scheme, he would have needed an omnipotent knowledge of everyone's location in Soul Society at any given time, which would have required surveillance technology on par with our very own SDRI. Not even Captain Yukate's Raikaku could suss out so many chess pieces moving across 300 ri. Raikaku, spiritual sense. Do I think that Aizen hijacked the SDRI's computers and turned them into his own surveillance system? I worried for a moment there. But it seems he did not. Mayuri withdrew his arm from the control panel, his limbs slathered in pink slime. He brought his index finger to his gleaming mouth and suckled, tasting the wire's genetic data. There's no trace of interference, he concluded. Aizen knew better than to try and override my machine. If it began serving another MSTR, I would have noticed. Akon fished out a cigarette and lit it, hiding his agitation behind a puff. Your machine? He thought with incredulity. I helped build the DMN thing and I know it even better than you do. He was grateful that Captain Kurotsuchi couldn't read thoughts. As far as he knew. I guess that answers that, he muttered, dabbing his ash into a tea mug. Hardly, Mayuri chided him. The most important question still remains, from what perch did Aizen monitor the Seriidii? Nimue, come. The captain climbed out of the trench and headed for the chamber's exit with Nimue dutifully following. Captain Kurotsuchi, you're leaving. Hyosu called after him. Aren't we supposed to be focusing on constructing a Garganta? Captain, where are you going? To find where Aizen hid his nest, Mayuri muttered, pushing past the exit door without looking back. Halcyon Days. Volume 3, Champagne Coliseum. Chapter 2. That morning at Karakura High School, everyone was milling about in the classroom waiting for Miss Misato Oki to arrive. Ichigo sulked in his chair, pressing his knee to the desk. He had a lot on his mind, chiefly his encounter with Shinji the night beforehand. I'm a Visored. Just like you. Ichigo glanced over at Uryu, who was looking even more glum than usual. The Quincy was wearing a new necklace, its pendant hidden beneath his collar. Ichigo wondered what it could be. Uryu had assured him they wouldn't have to worry about hollows targeting him anymore. He didn't explain why, nor did he offer any explanation for his new limp. Ichigo would just have to trust him and let the matter lie. The strawberry looked over to Chad, who was stretching his legs by the classroom lockers. The big lug was looking exhausted with dark circles peeking out from beneath his scraggly hair. I've never seen Chad look so tired before, Ichigo observed. What's he been up to? Good morning, Kurosaki-kun. Orihime announced chirpily, entering the room with a dramatic wave. Tatsuki harumphed from her desk. She still hadn't gotten over what Ichigo said to Orihime at the restaurant, and was annoyed to see them so chummy again. Ichigo looked up and spotted Shinji Hirako walking in behind Orihime, mirroring her salute. Good morning, Ichigo, the Visored beamed. Shinji. Ichigo frowned, his eyes widening with fury. He just showed up here like last night never happened. Shinji-kun was just telling me about your soccer match yesterday, Orihime said. It sounds like you both really amazed everybody. Kigo and Mizuru both snapped to attention at the sight of Shinji. Shinji-san, you came back. Kigo said excitedly. I thought you quit high school yesterday. Mizuru noted wryly. Oh, you actually took that seriously? Shinji hand waved. We still got a class presentation to give together, right? Besides, I'm still getting to know great people like Orihime here. You two are friends now, huh? Ichigo gritted, shooting Shinji daggers. Of course. Orihime chirped. She was friends with everyone, after all. We really hit it off in the last 5 minutes. Shinji grinned, throwing an arm over Orihime's shoulder and pulling her in close. True blue pals, she's such a doll, isn't she? Suddenly, the terrifying specter of Chizuru rose to her full height, draped in shadow and wreathed with flame. A vein crinkled across her temple and her eyes glowed like coals, fixing a death stare onto Shinji. "You dare touch my darling Orihime with your defiling hands, cretin," she seethed. "Those who would besmirch the goddess forfeit their life." "Chizuru, cut it out," Kigo pleaded, trying to hold her back. "Please wait until he helps us deliver our group presentation before you kill him." Everyone ceased their bickering when Ichigo rose from his seat and grasped Shinji by the collar. "Come with me, Shinji," the strawberry commanded, hauling the newbie out of the classroom. Everyone watched the interaction with awe, wondering what had gotten into Ichigo. Orihime looked to Chad and Uryu. All of them wordlessly agreed that whatever beef there was between Ichigo and Shinji, it had nothing to do with school drama. Ichigo slammed Shinji against the railing of the campus bridge, pinning him to spot. "Ouch, that hurt, little man." Shinji scowled. "Is this about Orihime?" "It's not like I'm cutting into your territory, she way out of your league." "Shut up." Ichigo barked. "Why are you here?" "To help my pals Kigo and Mizuru get top marks for their English presentation," Shinji bullshitted, letting his pierced tongue loll out tauntingly. "Cut the CRP, you're here for me," Ichigo retorted. "I already said I'm not interested in allying with you." "Oh, really?" Shinji narrowed his eyes. "You'll change your tune soon enough. Soon enough you're gonna beg to join us." "Us?" Ichigo clocked. "Are there even more of these Visoreds skulking around?" "I'm afraid you don't have a choice in the matter," Shinji continued. "You ain't a Shinigami anymore, Ichigo. When your symptoms first appeared, you irreversibly became a Visored. Without our help, your inner hollow is gonna swallow you whole." Ichigo's grip on Shinji's collar softened, his palm clammy with sweat. "It's already growing too big for you to handle, right?" Shinji speculated. "You probably can feel it leaching from your strength, growing fatter by the day. The clock's ticking, now, tick-tock, tick-tock." "He's bluffing, right?" Ichigo wondered, feeling nauseous. "There's no way." "Hi, Kurosaki-kun." Orihime called from down below. Ichigo and Shinji looked together over the rail and saw Orihime smiling up at them from the grassy ground, her school satchel in hand. "Inoue?" Ichigo mumbled. "What are you doing down there? Did Miss Oki send you?" "Actually, I've been excused for the day," Orihime replied, patting her stomach. "I've got a rumble in my tummy." "Is this chick for real?" Shinji sighed. "I'm gonna go now," Orihime concluded. Could you maybe walk me home, Kurosaki-kun?" Ichigo's brow ticked up with surprise. This was the first time Orihime had ever preemptively asked him to escort her anywhere. "Sure. I'll walk you home. Wait right there." He let Shinji go by the scruff of his collar. "We're done here." He began heading for the stairs, only for Shinji to catch him by the arm. "You're gonna need my help soon to tame that hollow, unless you want to eat that nice girl down there alive," the Visored warned. "You know that bridge about a mile south of here? Yujo Bridge? I'll be hanging around there at midnight every night from now on. Meet me there whenever you're ready to get serious." "You're gonna be waiting for a while," Ichigo whispered back, wrenching his arm free and continuing on. Shinji watched the strawberry make his way down the staircase to join Orihime for a stroll home. "Well, they'd make for a perfect couple," he muttered, leaning against the rail. "Just a pair of good-looking kids with no brain between them." Ichigo and Orihime strode across Karakura town together, taking a scenic route through the park. They came upon a fountain, the trickling water giving an appreciated atmosphere of serenity. "Is your stomach actually upset?" Ichigo asked, his hands in his pockets. "Oh, not at all," Orihime admitted, merrily slapping her gut. "I have an invincible tummy." "That would explain why you're impervious to your own cooking," Ichigo smirked. "This is my first time playing hooky," Orihime mused, allowing herself a devilish smile. It feels so risque. Well, don't make a habit of it, Ichigo advised. Why'd you cut class, anyway? It looked like you needed an excuse to get away from Shinji, Orihime answered. I guess Tatsuki was right that something's up with him. Is he a Shinigami? Not exactly. But he isn't normal, right? He's definitely not normal. Orihime halted in her tracks and gazed up at Ichigo searchingly. Kurosaki-kun, you looked really upset by whatever he was saying. Are you alright? Ichigo looked down at her uneasily before averting his eyes. He could never maintain eye contact with her when he lied. It's fine, nothing I can't handle, he said gruffly. You don't have to worry, Inoue. Orihime could see that he wouldn't elaborate further. She searched for something else to talk about and settled on the protection charm tied to his uniform. What's that? She asked, pointing at the pouch. Oh, this? Just some lucky charm my dad gave me before we went to rescue Rukia. He keeps tying it to my uniform every morning, no matter how many times I tell him I don't need it. What makes you think that? Orihime smiled sweetly. Maybe it's what kept us all safe in Soul Society. Ichigo's expression softened. He hadn't considered that. Yeah, maybe, he chuckled. They resumed walking and didn't speak for a while. Growing relaxed, Orihime began to absent-mindedly hum. HM. Then you laugh, and if you laugh, then someone will laugh too, kita kita kita. What's that? Ichigo asked, unable to place the melody. Oh. Orihime blushed. Sorry, I kinda just slipped into singing. It's my Waha song. Well. It's the theme song of my life. Ichigo bit his bottom lip, trying not to crack up. Despite his best effort, Orihime could tell he was amused. Oh, it really does sound silly when I say it out loud, doesn't it? She admitted, turning pink with embarrassment. I know how I come off, just a dummy with an empty head. Really? Ichigo replied quizzically. Who told you that? I think you're always thinking too much, honestly. Orihime's eyes widened, that was the nicest thing anyone had ever told her. How does your song go? Ichigo asked. Can you sing it to me? Oh. Well, sure. Orihime blushed. Just please excuse my singing voice. Alright, here goes. She started to quaver, shakily at first before settling into a sweet, pleasing rhythm. Waha. Seems like everyone has sorrows. And problems. Whether they are big or small. So glum, sigh again. Live with loneliness and solitary. I'm not the only one. If you could come to think like this. Then it's fine, but. A word of go for it. Making your heart hard again. Way. If I laugh. Then you laugh. And if you laugh. Then someone will laugh too. Kita 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 kita. Waha waha. Fun. Ichigo listened passively, his face not betraying any strong reaction. By the time Orihime finished singing, they had reached her apartment complex. Well, we're here, she announced, interlocking her fingers and nervously squeezing them together. Geez, now I don't know what to do with the rest of my day. You'll think of something, Ichigo smiled, giving her a farewell salute. Don't ditch class again on my behalf, Inoue. You've got a pretty perfect grade point average to maintain. See ya tomorrow. Kurosaki-kun. Inoue called after him. I actually have another favor to ask. I need new clothes. Orihime stretched out the hem of her school uniform to reveal several holes chewed into the fabric. Some moths got into my apartment while we were in Soul Society, she explained bashfully. My entire wardrobe sorta got eaten. I was wondering if you could accompany me to the mall and help me pick out new clothes. Really? Ichigo blanched, even more confused than before. Isn't that the kind of thing Tatsuki should help you with? Well, sure. Orihime laughed nervously, her indefatigable stomach suddenly tying itself into knots. But, I think I'd feel safer with you. Then I'll do it, Ichigo nodded, needing no greater rationale. Really? Orihime blushed. Sure. Right now. What? Orihime bleated, feeling very unprepared for this fortuitous development. Oh, I can't right now. I've just decided that I'm gonna repaint my entire apartment today. Oh, okay, Ichigo mumbled. Well, I'll make some time for you. You know where to find me. He began strolling away with a wave goodbye. Kurosaki-kun. Orihime called one more time. Yeah. Thank you for walking me home. Of course, he smiled back at her. I promised to always protect you, didn't I? Orihime's heart skipped a beat. She reached up to touch her hairpins. He remembers. Any time now, Miss Arisawa, Miss Oki said impatiently from her desk. Tatsuki stood before the class, rattling with rage while she scrutinized the pages Ichigo had written for their presentation. He had translated the text single-handedly and never bothered to help her understand what the words meant. And now he and Orihime were both absent during the moment of truth. Well, Tatsuki gritted, feeling humiliated. She didn't understand what any of the English scribbles meant. The entire project was a bust. Shinji leaned back in his chair and let out a sardonic whistle. That Ichigo sure is a nice guy, leaving his classmates out to dry. Halcyon Days. Volume 3, Champagne Coliseum. Chapter 3. Do you think the others will mind, Captain? Nanao Ise asked while standing by the window, watching all the cadets training their hearts out on the 8th Division courtyard below. Mind what, Nanao-chan? Shunsui replied, not even looking up from the latest edition of the Suriidei communication. He was resting on the floor, still recovering from his strenuous Ryokan Bakuido training. Are you okay with me fighting in the tournament? Nanao specified. I wouldn't even be allowed to participate if it wasn't for my aunt. I'm worried she might be up to something. Of course she's up to something, Shunsui chuckled, thumbing through his magazine. I'm sure you will do us proud. But if you truly believe in your heart of hearts that you aren't fit to compete, then we can always substitute you with our third seat. But I want to compete, Nanao confessed with a touch of bashfulness. It just bugs me that I don't know whether I'd be fighting on behalf of 8th Division or as a representative of ISE clan. Shunsui looked up at her, reflecting on how far she'd come after all these years. You're too extraordinary to fret over what you owe your family, Nanao-chan, he thought. They don't deserve you. Neither do I. Suddenly, a masked messenger flash stepped onto the windowsill, catching Nanao completely by surprise. Gh, she shrieked. The Onmitsukido inner court troop courier, realizing his folly, waved his hands apologetically. Apologies for startling you, Lieutenant Ise, the emissary said contritely. I come with a message for Captain Kairaku. He handed a sealed scroll to Nanao and promptly fled with a flash step. You've got mail, sir, Nanao reiterated, giving a light cough of embarrassment. Shunsui set aside his periodical and accepted the message. He peeled off the wax seal and read the parchment, recognizing the handwriting. It was written by Genryusai himself. Well, I suppose my relaxation time is finished, he sighed, pocketing the parchment and giving his legs a stretch. Nanao-chan, would you be so kind as to accompany me to the Shinakikadaikengoku? The smell of incense, steamed rice and sweat rose like a smokestack from the Rukongai's first district market. Commerce was thriving in anticipation of the upcoming Juzenkan Taikai, with scalpers selling tickets to the event like hotcakes. Ganju Shiba grumbled his way through the throng until, after an interminable wait in line, he finally made his way before one of the scalpers. 2 tickets to the Juzenkan Taikai, please, he beamed, holding up 2 fingers. The dealer was a cherubic boy sitting atop an upturned barrel, his pot belly hanging over the lid. That'll be 100 ken a pop, the merchant said, his gravelly voice belying his childish appearance. Ganju bleated, stunned by the figure. I don't have that much. Next in line, please. You don't understand. Ganju cried, clasping his hands together pleadingly. My sister controls my allowance and she only gives me a quarter of that amount at a time. That must be very humiliating for you, the scalper replied coldly. Not my problem. You seriously don't understand. Ganju pressed. My sister is Shiba Kukaku. If we don't get good seats to the tournament, she'll have my hide. Wait, your sister is Shiba Kukaku? The scalper perked up. Maybe we can work something out, then. I've been getting grief from some second district thugs. If Kukaku could be kind enough to take care of them for me. Well, you know, I'm pretty tough, too, Ganju grinned, flexing his right bicep. I could sort them out myself. Your sister or no deal. Fine. Ganju harumphed. She'll handle them, I promise. Consider yourself untouchable. You guys enjoy the show. On the house, the scalper grinned, leaning down to tuck 2 tickets into Ganju's vest. Let her know that I'll be calling on her services soon. Thank you. Ganju bowed ceremonially before scramming. He dashed out from the crowd and bounded 2 blocks away before checking the tickets. They were unfortunately total nosebleeds. Ah, damn it, he lamented. Friggin' ripoff. Kukaku Shiba sat on the circular platform of her flower crane cannon, munching on an onion. She took a big chomp and eyed her visitor up and down. To what do I owe the pleasure, Rurisa? She asked with her mouth full. Before her stood Nisaki Rurisa, the Shikotai guard the ISE clan. Shikotai, supreme bodyguard. An imposing woman, Rurisa stood at 6 feet and 6 inches tall with a lithe frame of sinewy muscle. Like other Shikotai guardsmen, she was clad in ostentatious samurai armor, a barn-red cuirass complemented by matching gauntlets and greaves while a maroon sash hung around her waist. Her face was hidden behind a burgundy mask etched with exquisitely appealing features, her charcoal eyes glowering from behind the slits. Her kabuto helm was ornately crafted, with the crest jutting up into the forked antlers of a sika deer. Kukaku noted that the guardswoman was armed with a zanpakuto. The katana had a barn-red handle with an amber gem encrusted on the pommel. I was sent by Lady Kabucha, Rurisa answered in a husky drawl. It was not lost on her or the others that your cannon helped the Ryoka break into the Siriidii. Kukaku took another bite from the musty onion and stared Rurisa down. Cannon? She said, feigning ignorance. What cannon? I ain't got no cannon. Rurisa nodded to the towering chimney-looking spire looming right behind Kukaku that was in fact a giant cannon. You may be a bumpkin, but don't play dumb, the Shikotai advised. You illegally helped Ryoka breach the Siriidii's defenses. That can't go unanswered. Kukaku took her sweet time chewing onion cud before swallowing with an exaggerated gulp. In rapid succession, she tossed her half-eaten onion into the air and fired a thumb-sized firework after it. The missile charged up to the spinning bulb and blew it into smithereens with a soft pop. Rurisa watched with bemusement as the onion's ashes scattered with the breeze. There, Kukaku proclaimed. I just forsook my supper. That's about as much penance as I'm willing to pay. Last I checked, those Ryoka saved the day. That is the only reason why the Shisanka have decided to leave you unharmed, Rurisa replied matter-of-factly. However, in times of war, measures must be taken to ensure the Siriidii's safety. Seeing as you were willing to help outsiders breach our walls before, your cannon can't be left intact. It's too great a liability. Kukaku dusted herself off with her one hand and rose up, standing defiantly between Rurisa and the cannon. If you think I'm gonna let you vandalize my Keikaku Taiho, then the weight of those horns have really messed with your head, she warned, motioning to the antlers affixed to the samurai's helm. "You'll have to get through me first." Rurisa was quiet, then let out a soft chuckle. "Very well." She turned away as if to leave, then pivoted back with whiplash force, drawing her Zanpakuto forth faster than Kakaku could comprehend. "Carry, Hotaikiatsu." Hotaikiatsu, Siege Cyclone. With a sundering boom of spiritual power, the katana reformed into a massive ring blade, a black serrated circle 4 meters in diameter and encrusted with ruby runes. The ring launched from Rurisa like a tossed discus, firing straight at Kakaku in a vicious spin. Kakaku froze up, shocked by the shurikai's velocity and the sheer power it emitted as it ripped across the air with roaring force. It was coming in too fast. "It's overwhelming," she thought, feeling the blade's revolutions sking her towards it with gravitational heft. "I can't even evade it." When blade came within a centimeter of slicing Kakaku through, it instead swerved and spun like a satellite around her orbit. She looked on, flummoxed as the sawtoothed ring ripped around her in intricate revolutions, threatening to slice her open if she dared budge even an inch. "You're mocking me, aren't you?" she thought. Condescending bootlicker. The ring blade finally finished its arcs around Kakaku and sailed onward in the horizontal slant of a whirring buzzsaw. It passed through the flower crane cannon and sliced so cleanly that the smokestack-shaped spire stood intact for a pronounced moment before the top half slid off and landed onto the adjacent huts with a deafening crash. Hotaikiatsu buzzed across the sky before swerving back and returning to Rurisa. The ring blade came to a complete stop within an inch of her outstretched palm and floated obediently in the air. The Shikotai guardswoman sealed her shurikai back into a katana, grinning beneath her mask. "Know your place, Shiba Kakaku," Rurisa advised before sheathing her Zanpakuto back into its scabbard. "You may lord over these Rukon like a big shot, but you're just more trash atop the heap." Ganju came running up from behind, head in his hands while he surveyed the property damage. "The Keikaku Taiho," he cried, aghast at the sight of the flower crane cannon being snipped at the trunk. He turned his attention to Rurisa and assumed a fighting stance. "You're gonna regret that, goat woman." "Ganju!" Kakaku shouted, her eyes filled with apprehension. "Don't do anything stupid, just let her leave." "Huh?" Ganju froze up, alarmed by the fear in his big sister's voice. "Even Onizen scared of this freak?" Rurisa strode past Ganju with a chuckle, making sure to tag him with a shoulder shove. The brusque tap was powerful enough to tear his rotator cuff, sending him toppling over with a yelp. "To think Lady Kabucha was generous enough to give you hooligans a tryout party," Rurisa remarked. "You're all a bunch of unruly bottom feeders." Koganahiko and Shiraganahiko waited for the samurai to be gone from the premises before they emerged to help Ganju back to his feet. The trio approached Kakaku gingerly, alarmed by how shell-shocked she looked. "Onizen, are you okay?" Ganju asked, nursing his aching arm. "Did she hurt you?" "So the rumors are true. The Shikotai guardsmen are on par with the Gotei captains," Kakaku reflected, her heartbeat trying to calm its rhythm. "I didn't want to believe it, but that Ryatsu was undeniable." "Onizen?" "I'm fine," Kakaku answered shakily. "I was just caught off guard is all." Ganju surveyed the wreckage of the flower crane cannon behind them. What a monster, he thought before reflecting on Rurisa's parting words. What did that woman mean when she said her MSTR gave us a tryout PRD, he asked. Kakaku grimaced, unsure of whether she wanted to answer. "I guess you're enough of a man now to be clued in," she sighed. "You know how our family used to live in the Suriidii along with the other aristocrats. For thousands of years, we were a vassal of Ise clan and served at their Tenraicho's behest. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. We were living the good life once upon a time. Except our ancestors weren't docile like all the other nobles," Kakaku continued with a hint of pride. "The Shibas kept getting in hot water again and again. For disobeying commands they thought were bunk. Eventually, Ise clan exiled us all to the Rukongai as punishment for being too rowdy. However, there was a time not too long ago when we were almost welcomed back. What? Ganju gawped. What are you talking about? The sitting Ise Tenraicho is a very opportunistic woman, Kukaku explained. When she learned our family had a fresh CRP of promising warriors, she made a secret deal with us. If members of the Shiba clan joined the Godai 13 and rose high in the ranks, she'd reinstate us as a vassal and we'd be welcomed back into the Siriidii. It actually came close to happening. It did? Ganju frowned, feeling a bit ripped off. What blew our chances? What do you think? Kukaku smirked. We got rowdy. Kaien died trying to avenge his wife, and cousin went his own way. So Kabucha cancelled the deal and vowed we'd never step foot in the Siriidii ever again. Ganju mulled over the revelation before giving a shrug. I'd say that's for the best. Who wants to serve those royal snobs, anyway? This is our home. Kukaku looked back at the mess Rurisa had made of their property. Whatever's left of it, at least, she sighed. Did you at least get the tournament tickets? Yeah, Ganju blushed. This might not be the best time to bring it up, but a guy named Kuchitsuchi might come calling in a favor. Halcyon Days. Volume 3, Champagne Coliseum. Chapter 4. Nanao was breathing with exhaustion by the time she and Shunsui reached the Shinakikadaikengoku, which rested right beneath the 1st Division barracks. Shinakikadaikengoku, Central Great Underground Prison. Couldn't the captain commander have called on one of the closer divisions? She asked while gasping for breath. The old man thought I'd be best suited to this task, Shunsui replied, completely at ease after their sprint. I still don't think we needed to get here so quickly, Nanao grumbled. She had struggled mightily to keep up with her captain's speed during their breakneck journey from the 5th to the 1st district. An innocent officer is rotting away in a cell, Nanao-chan, Shunsui rejoined. We couldn't have arrived soon enough. He reached up and knocked on the absolutely massive, 50-foot-tall gates of the Shinakikadaikengoku. After a minute, the doors parted open with a cavernous yawn. Awaiting inside was the prison's warden, Ikamano Kunko, standing around expectantly in the darkness. What an absolutely hideous man. Nanao thought, bristling at the sight of him. Kunko was a massive brute, standing at 9 feet in height and built like an ox. He had a bulbous goiter swelling out from beneath his black beard that was known to swell and shrink like a pufferfish while he spoke. His gnarled nose looked as though it had been broken in every direction while his lips were swollen and curled into a permanently contemptuous sneer. His shihakusho was distinguished by the gauntlets that housed the seemingly countless keys designated used to lock up the prison's different floors. Ah, Captain Kairaku, I wasn't expecting you. Kunko lied, his goiter bulging and contracting at every intonation. It's been too long since you last paid me a visit, gay. What brings you to my pit today? Long time no seen, Ikamano, Shunsui replied, tilting back his straw hat as a greeting. Old man Yama sent me to fetch the 5th Division's 3rd seat. Prisoner number 830, I believe. Oh yes, the invalid, Kunko chortled, raising his fist to show off fresh blood caking the knuckles. I was just interrogating him one final time for thoroughness' sake, gay. You beat the prisoner even after he was exonerated? Nanao protested, her face reddening with indignation. That's none of our business, Shunsui cooed diplomatically. You run your prison however you want, Ikamano. Now, shall we proceed? Kunko led them inside the Shinakikadaikengoku, its entrance tunnel deepening into claustrophobic burrow until they came upon the platform that would take them down the prison's central. Nanao hung close to Shunsui while the gears clanked and the impossibly thick chains supporting the platform sputtered, lowering them into the abyss. This is your first time visiting the Shinakikadaikengoku, right Nanao-chan? Shunsui asked. Yes sir. It's not a particularly fun place to stay, he warned with cheeky understatement. Each descending level is a harsher prison than the last, all of them doling out the most terrifying punishments Soul Society can muster. I know the stories, Nanao whispered. I grew up hearing rumors of a floor where you have an endless tickle in your nose but can't bring yourself to sneeze, Nanao recalled. Is that real? Pray you never find out, Shunsui answered coyly. At last, the platform ground to a halt and swayed subtly in the darkened. They had reached the first prison cell, Mozi Korobako. Mozi Korobako, penitent's icebox. The abrupt stop made Nanao swoon from a touch of vertigo. She clutched at Shuansue's Haori for support, eliciting a soft smile from the captain. Together, they followed Kunko onto the craggy ledge jutting out from the cell's entrance. Kunko fished out the corresponding key and knelt down to slot it into a crag in the ground, leveraging his considerable bulk to turn it clockwise. A tremor groaned across the ground and ran up the stone wall, prompting it to grind open and reveal an orchid-white chamber within. There was a lone soul occupying the space, prisoner No. The young man was sitting against the wall, his face bloody and bruised. Kunko had beaten him to a pulp. We can take it from here, Ikamano, Shunsui told the warden. Kunko gave a disappointed grunt and trudged out to go wait by the platform. He always hated being dismissed. The prisoner was a fair-skinned young man with a mole peppering his right cheekbone. Peeking from beneath his mop of shaggy hair were a set of soulful eyes and chattering teeth. His whole body was shivering as if he were being gripped by hypothermia. Nanao eyed the quaking officer with concern before she began involuntarily trembling, too. Why are my bones rattling? This is the power of Mozi Korobako, the prison instills a chill in you without even lowering the temperature, Shunsui explained, his own teeth clacking together. Bundle up as much as you like, you'll still feel like you've been left out in a tundra while wearing nothing but sandals. It gets pretty intolerable after a couple hours. Makes prisoners more amenable to interrogation. He looked at the lad and noticed a mouse hiding underneath his hand. The prisoner's index finger intermittently dipped down like an oar into water to affectionately slide the rodent's nape. The critter was shaking violently, too. The mouse could easily escape the chamber through a crack if it so desired, Shunsui observed. Instead, it was deliberately choosing to linger with the young man despite its own discomfort. He really does have a way with the critters. Shunsui looked back and saw the horror on Nanao's face. She thought this place was barbaric. He didn't disagree. This officer is deaf, he said, gesturing to the prisoner. You learned how to sign during your Shino Academy days, right Nanao-chan? Yes, sir. Then please let him know he has been found innocent of playing any role in Aizen's conspiracy. The prisoner raised his quivering hands and gesticulated to offer a hasty interjection. He understands you, Captain, Nanao said, interpreting the sign language. He can read lips. He says that. Yours have very exaggerated articulation, which makes them easy to follow. Are you complimenting my lips, young man? Shunsui chuckled. Why thank you, Rindo Atao of 5th Division. Please accept my apologies for how you've been treated. Your former captain is now Soul Society's greatest enemy, and we had to make sure you weren't in league with him. Atao Rindo carefully watched Shunsui speak, then signed something to Nanao. Nobody's answered any of my questions since I arrived here, she relayed. Is it true, what Lieutenant Kotetsu said through the Tentikura? Is Lieutenant Hinamori really dead? Yes, Shunsui nodded. Aizen murdered her. Rindo was perfectly still, then signed, that deeply saddens me. I was not close with Captain Aizen, but Hinamori admired him a great deal. I think she may have been in love with him, even. Nanao repeated his words, her voice cracking at the invocation of Momo's name. I'm not here to ask you about Aizen or Hinamori, Shunsui clarified, kneeling down to meet Rindo eye to eye. I'm here because the Godii 13 needs you. Your division needs. The mouse interrupted Shuansue's speech with a chirp and scampered up Rindo before finally resting on his shoulder. I'm afraid I won't be of any help, Rindo gesticulated. Barely anyone in 5th Company even knows who I am. Shunsui seemed to ignore him, focusing instead of the mouse. Looks like you've made a friend down here, the captain said playfully. I heard you're something of an animal tamer. Rindo contemplated the rhetorical question while petting the critter with 2 fingers. He signed a response with his free hand. People assume that animals flock to me because of fondness, but they're wrong, he signed. Animals in soul society aren't self-determined souls but racial constructs. They are drawn to my reiatsu the same way blades of grass bend towards the sun for warmth. While I appreciate this mouse keeping me company, it's only here because it's attracted to my spiritual pressure. I wish it were my friend, but it's not. Nobody is. Shunsui scrutinized Rindo carefully while Nanao translated. If you truly believe that, you wouldn't be comforting that creature right now, he countered, gesturing to the way Rindo gently stroked the mouse's fur. Your reiatsu is ultimately just another expression of your soul. When that mouse basks in your presence, it is trying to get closer to your heart. They are one and the same. That sounds like friendship to me. Rindo's face blossomed into a wide-eyed smile, his first in quite some time. He softly grasped the mouse and gave it an affectionate squeeze, making it squeak. You were saying my division needs me, Captain Kairaku? Sunlight shimmered off the smooth ore of the Tsuruhiki's east flank, where Shuhei Hiseigai and Izuru Kira were training together just 2 ri away from the Blue Steam Gate. The academy grounds wall was a neutral zone where all officers could undergo strength training through climbing. I don't know what's worse, the weight of this friggin' shell or the glare, Hiseigai gritted. He squinted when the sunshine bounced off the Tsuruhiki's surface and straight into his eyes. They were 2/3 of the way up the Tsuruhiki's slope, hoisting themselves by a climbing rope while their torsos were encased in kamiaroi. Kamiaroi, tortoise armor. The viridescent shells were hollowed out but weighed 5 tons apiece, adding quite an arduous handicap to their journey up the wall's summit. Kira yanked himself up a step and paused, feeling his biceps spasm. The strain was becoming agonizing. If I just let go and fell, do you think the turtle shell would soften my landing? He asked, craning his head back to consider the precipitous plunge below. Don't tell me you're tapping out already. Hiseigai laughed. Last one to the top owes the winner a bottle of sake, remember? After the last party, I think I'm good on sake. Kira chuckled. Move out of the way, boys. Ranjiku Matsumoto shouted from below, inching her way up after them. Hiseigai and Kira looked down in amazement at how swiftly she was gaining on them. Her voluptuous figure was obscured by the kamiaroi, making her appear like a giant egg with tiny limbs. Ranjiku. Kira huffed. When did you join in? About a half hour ago. But we've been at this all afternoon. You boys are just out of practice, Ranjiku laughed, shooting Hiseigai a sly smile. After all, a girl like me is already carrying extra padding wherever she goes, right? Hiseigai turned a deep pink and averted her eyes, opting instead to gaze straight into the wall's shimmer. The scalding brilliance of the sun's reflection was still easier for him to behold than the look Ranjiku gave him whenever she cracked a naughty joke. Kira planted his feet firmly against the Tsuruhiki to stand in place. I think we need to take a breather, Ranjiku. You go on ahead. Oh, with pleasure. Ranjiku beamed, climbing up between them and continuing onwards. Oh, and I overheard that bet. You two are going to owe me a bottle of sake apiece. Kira waited until she had ascended out of earshot before casting Hiseigai a withering look. If you're matched up against her in the tournament, are you seriously gonna spaz out like that in the ring? If I'm forced to fight her, I'll forfeit, Hiseigai said while quivering like a schoolboy. Maybe you should just make a move. Absolutely not, Hiseigai shook his head. I could be the last man left in the world and I still wouldn't be worthy of her. Kira grumbled, feeling a little embarrassed for him. Come on, man. It's just Ranjiku. After another hour of arduous struggle, they finally reached the top of the Tsuruhiki. After begrudgingly promising Ranjiku a bottle of sake apiece, they retired to the grand mess hall for supper. Kira was loading up his tray when his peripheral vision noticed a cadet looking at him askance. He gave Hiseigai a nudge. They're still looking at us funny. Hitsugaya scanned the sea of grunts with confusion. What do you mean? He asked. I don't see any stares. It's subtle glances and anxious body language, Kira sighed. They don't trust us anymore. Hitsugaya frowned. He hadn't yet reckoned with how Kaname Tozen's defection might have impacted his own reputation within the Godai while he and Kira were ultimately cleared of any association with Aizen's conspiracy by Genryusai himself. The optics nevertheless made them suspect amongst all the lower-ranking Shinigami. They sat down and wordlessly picked at their food. After a while, Hitsugaya finally broke the silence. Is it just me, or does it feel like there's more on the line for us in this tournament compared to everybody else? He mused. We've become the de facto leaders of our divisions. If we lose, then we'll be letting down all of our subordinates instead of just one superior. Kira nodded. I've thought the same. Our captains really left us in a lurch, didn't they? It could be worse, they could have left us like Hinamori, Hitsugaya grimaced. Kira's expression dropped, chastened by the thought of Momo lying dead in a lonely heap. He sunk into another one of his melancholies and pushed his tray aside, having lost his appetite. Halcyon Days. Volume 3, Champagne Colosseum. Chapter 5. Renji went looking for Rukia at the academy grounds, having not seen her since she rebuffed his invite to join the lieutenant's table several days beforehand. After searching in vain for a half hour, he happened upon Kion and Sentaro. You just missed her. She's gone on assignment, Kion said. What do you mean? Renji reddened. You mean she's left the Siriidii? Yup, Sentaro nodded. Then where is she? That's classified, Kion replied haughtily. Captain Yukatake wouldn't even tell us where. That's already saying too much, you booger. Sentaro scolded her. You've confirmed we don't know anything when you should have neither confirmed nor denied. You've betrayed the captain's trust while making us look irrelevant. You're the only one who's irrelevant. Kion sniped back. I'm gonna fight in the tournament while you'll just be one of the thousands cheering me on. And while you're getting your butt kicked, I'll be the greatest cheerleader the Godai 13 has ever seen. Sentaro proclaimed. The Soul King will hear my cheers from up in the heavens. I'm gonna be the most enthusiastic hype man in history. The two of them continued to bicker without noticing that Renji had long since left. Captain. Renji bellowed, storming into Byakuya Kuchiki's quarters. What be they done with? He halted in his tracks, his voice catching in his throat. The Kuchiki Tenraicho was present. Jinrei, the sitting ruler of Kuchiki clan, had long white hair slicked back and shoulders hunched forward. Once a strapping warrior, his failing eyes now required spectacles and his carefully manicured mustache was white as a sheet. The pronounced curve of his posture made him short, he looked quite feeble standing next to Byakuya. Renji instantly threw himself onto the floor and bowed his head until his nose kissed the tatami. Tenraicho Kuchiki. Please forgive my intrusion. Thank you for gracing our barracks with your presence, your highness. Jinrei peered down at the prostrate lieutenant with bemusement before returning his attention to Byakuya. Your subordinate poses a fine question, grandson. Where is Rukia? I'm not sure, grandfather, Byakuya replied. Renji, is there something I ought to know? She was sent away from the Siriidii without explanation, Captain, Renji said breathlessly, not daring to look up. It seemed like suspicious timing on the eve of the tournament, so I thought. You thought I was the one who sent her away? Byakuya surmised, his voice disdainful. Even if I had, it would be none of your business. However, I had nothing to do with it. You would be better off asking Captain Yukatake. However, like I said, it's none of your business. Of course, Renji mumbled. Forgive my intrusion, I'll just. He started to rise up, only to meet immovable resistance. Something was pressing to the back of his bowed head, light as a leaf but unyielding. Somebody was standing over him, pressing their foot down to pin him to the spot. How'd they get the jump on me like that? Renji winced. He hadn't felt anyone's presence while he was prostrate. Whoever they were, their poise and speed had to be impeccable. "Do you speak to your captain like that often, Worm?" an icy voice asked. "If I were a captain of the Gotei 13 and my lieutenant came barging into my quarters barking questions, I'd crush their head like a melon." Like so. The foot applied more pressure and ground Renji's face into the floor. The force was so overwhelming, Renji's skull felt close to bursting. Letting out a grunt of pain, he struggled to break free from the iron press. "That's enough, Koga," Jinrei ordered. The pressure instantly left the top of Renji's head. With a flush of relief, he rose back up, only for the foot to swing and kick him across the chin. Renji heard his own molars click as he flipped backwards and smacked against the entrance door. His vision swam until he made out the visage of Koga Kuchiki, the Shikotai guardsman assigned to protect Jinrei's life. Koga was handsome like his cousin, Byakuya, and only a few years older. He was 6 feet tall and garbed in shihakusho while a crimson scarf frocked his shoulders and a lavender sash cinched his waist. Exempt from the traditional Shikotai armor and mask because of his royal lineage, he proudly bore his oval face and carefully defined features, his imperious green eyes and thin mouth conspiring to make a perpetual scowl. His black hair was distinguished by a bright red ponytail, signifying his renunciation of any hereditary claims, fastened by a Kensiken headpiece. The bodyguard grasped his zanpakuto, a purple-hilted katana with a bronze guard in the shape of a pendant. His fingers tightened around the handle. "How dare you speak to the future Kuchiki Tenraicho like that," he bristled. "Raise your voice at him again and I will parade your head on Megumarashi's gates." "I'll be the one to reprimand my subordinates, cousin," Byakuya said reproachfully. Koga shot Byakuya a haughty look. "Is that so? This worm raised his sword against you, and yet he still draws breath." "I was trying to save Rukia," Renji interjected. He involuntarily flinched when Koga flash-stepped within an inch of his nose, backing him up against the door. "That Rukon rat should have burned," Koga said in a soft whisper, leaning in close to stare directly into Renji's eyes. "You think her crime was trivial? Giving humans your Ryuryoku is what gets Shisanka dynasties butchered. Byakuya's generosity has saved you both, but I won't forget." "That's enough, Koga," Jinrei warned with a throaty grumble. The old man readjusted his glasses and gave Byakuya a fond squeeze of the shoulder. "Our business here is finished, Koga will escort me back to Megumarashi. I believe you and your lieutenant have somewhere to be." The Tenraicho made his way to the door, pausing by Renji. "A word of advice, Lieutenant Abarai," Jinrei rasped. "Remember your rank. I say this not as a Tenraicho, but as a former captain of the Gotei 13. "I will, Your Highness," Renji nodded, feeling as though a comet were whirring past him. Koga shot Renji one last scowl and followed Jinrei out of the chamber. After a moment of awkward silence, Captain and Lieutenant locked eyes. "How's your jaw?" Byakuya asked. "Your cousin hits as hard as a Minos Grande," Renji mumbled while rubbing his smarting chin. "He practices a conservative brand of DSPLN. It's inexcusable, what he said about Rukia. The Shisanka are particularly sensitive to Shinigami sharing their power with humans," Byakuya said cryptically. "It was Koga who informed me of Rukia's offense." "Really?" Byakuya wordlessly strode out of the room, expecting Renji to follow. The lieutenant hesitated for a moment before hurrying after his captain, keeping close as they made their way out of the 6th Division barracks. "Rukia was presumed dead after she went missing," Byakuya recalled. "Months passed until an anonymous tip to SDRI claimed she was alive and well, but had given her Ryuryoku to a mortal. When SDRI confirmed the rumor, Koga delivered the news to me personally. It was a heated exchange." "Heated how?" "I embarrassed my grandfather by marrying his Anna, and I embarrassed him further when I adopted Rukia," Byakuya explained. "Welcoming Rukon into a royal family was unheard of. He had to expend a great deal of his own political capital to help me fulfill his Anna's dying wish. I promise to accept responsibility for any damage my decision would inflict upon the Kuchiki name. When Rukia was accused of committing a crime the Shisanka consider taboo, Koga firmly reminded me of my responsibility. Byakuya remembered the conversation vividly. It was an ugly memory. Do you understand how much Jinryu's sacrificed for you? Koga had roared. You spit in his face again, and for what? A stranger who doesn't share our blood, who repays your generosity with insult. It's time for you to choose, our family, or your Rukon pet. Koga's words were harsh, but persuasive. Jinrei was one of the few captains in Godiai history to voluntarily retire from service. Back when Tenraicho Magashido became frail from extreme old age, Jinryu's lieutenant and son, Sojin Kuchiki, was the heir apparent to lead the family. When Sojin unexpectedly perished during a hollow skirmish, Byakuya became next in line. However, Byakuya was still young and hadn't yet served in the Godiai, an important rite of passage for any Kuchiki leader. When Magashido finally died of natural causes, Jinrei decided to spare his grandson the shame of ruling without a military record. He took on the responsibility in his grandson's stead. It was no small thing. Jinrei had to give up his position in the 6th Division and surrender his Zanpakuto for destruction. Tenraichas were forbidden from bonding with Asachi for reasons that were mysterious to non-royals like Rinji. That debt hung around Byakuya's neck ever since, crushing him under its weight. It had poisoned his conscience and poised him against Rukia. However, when Ichigo Kurosaki defeated him in battle, the weight of that debt became lighter. It would forever remain, but it was bearable now. Suffice it to say my family has little love for Rukia, Byakuya admitted. But sending her away was Yukate's decision and his alone. Rinji was quiet for a while, choosing to believe him. So where are we going? To the 1st Division barracks, Byakuya answered. Genryusai is summoning all captains and their division champions. Apparently, the new Central 46 has decided on the tournament's inaugural roster. Rinji stepped into the assembly hall and spotted 10 familiar faces: Chojiro Sasakibbe, Marekio Omida, Kira Izuru, Aizen Kotetsu and her sister Kion, Tetsuzeman Iba, Shuhei Hisejai, Ranjaku Matsumoto, Ikaku Madarame, and Akon. All of them turned to peer at him while he awkwardly made his way into the room. Welcome, Lieutenant Abarai, Sasakibbe said. We're just awaiting 2 contestants before we can begin. The 1st Division lieutenant was standing beside a bulletin board affixed between 2 bamboo poles. Whatever the board contained, it was hidden behind a sheet. Rinji gave everyone a nod and ambled beside Ikaku. I see a lot more lieutenants than 3rd seats, he whispered teasingly. Ikaku gave him a devilish smile. I'll carry my weight just fine, Abarai. Just you wait. A minute passed before Nanao Ise entered the room, followed by an unfamiliar face. Pardon us, everyone. Nanao said. I was just bringing Rindo up to speed. She turned and presented Atao Rindo to the group. Some looked at him with curiosity, others with flat-out bafflement. Who's the stray? Omida asked, eyebrow-ped. Never seen him before in my life. That's Rindo Atao, the 3rd seat of 5th Company, Ranjaku offered up. She shielded her mouth so that Rindo couldn't read her lips and added, I heard he was being interrogated in the Shinakikadaikengoku for the past week. Poor guy's been through some hell. Rindo is deaf, but he can read lip movements and communicate through sign language, Nanao explained. I expect you all to make him feel welcome. Now that everyone is present, it's time to unveil tomorrow's matchups, Chojiro announced. With genteel grace, he grasped the tarp and whipped it off from the bulletin board. The frame detailed Central 46's chosen tournament bracket. 10th Juzenkan Taikai. First round eliminations. First match, Marekio Omida vs Nanao Ise. Second match, Atao Rindo vs Ikaku Madarame. Third match, Izuru Kira vs Shuhei Hisejai. Fourth match, Rinji Abarai vs Akon. 5th match, Aizen Kotetsu vs Ranjaku Matsumoto. 6th match, Tetsuzeman Iba vs Kaion Kotetsu. A ripple of murmurs spread throughout the chamber as everyone spotted their name and opponent. Well, I'm screwed, Kaion thought when she spotted Tetsuzeman's name beside hers. We're going up against each other in the first round, seriously. Kira groaned to Hitsugaya. I'd hoped we could avoid stepping on each other's toes until the final round. Can't be helped, Hitsugaya shrugged. I won't make it personal if you don't. Kira nodded in agreement. Awesome. Omida cackled, pumping a fist in triumph. I'm up against the unarmed bookworm. Ah, ahem, no offense, Nanao. Nanao was making a complex expression, her eyebrows were furrowed in a frown, but her lips were curled in a smile. No offense taken, Nanao replied, her eyebrows frowning but lips smiling. I can't wait to kick your butt, you pig. Renji glanced over at Akon, who looked none too pleased with their matchup. Far as I know, Akon's not a fighter, Renji thought. I'll have to go easy on him so he can keep his dignity. The first 6 matches will all occur tomorrow, then the second round eliminations the overmorrow, Sasakibbe told the room. The third day will mark the Kanranshii, and the final day will be the championship match. You mean when the victor fights you one-on-one, Lieutenant Sasakibbe? Kira asked, drawing everyone's eye. Is it true what they say? That you won the very first Juzenkan Taikai and have beaten every finalist ever since? The room took on a tense air as everyone waited for Sasakibbe's reply. While he technically shared rank with the lieutenants, he was Genryusai's right-hand man and by extension their superior. I was the first victor, yes, Sasakibbe nodded. I have served as the final obstacle for the Juzenkan Taikai ever since, and I have never been defeated in the Bushishenzui Budokan. But do not let that deter any of you, several of the warriors I bested in the ring have gone on to surpass me. One of you may even be the first to win the Juzenkan Taikai outright. Just think of what that will do for your reputations. Even though Sasakibbe's eyes were an inscrutable white canvas, Renji could tell that the ancient lieutenant was staring right at him while he spoke. It felt like a direct challenge was being issued. You all have a momentous day ahead of you, Sasakibbe concluded. Rest well tonight, and fight well tomorrow. Halcyon Days. Volume 3, Champagne Coliseum. Chapter 6. It was morning in Seoul society. 20 yards from the Red Hollow Gate was a small entrance that led directly into the Bushishenzui Budokan. Higanyudo, the southern gatekeeper, brought his massive hands underneath the unfathomably heavy stone and hoisted it up with considerable strain. The entrance groaned when wind seeped into the chasm for the first time in 76 years. Thousands of Rukon villagers milled into the blackness, where they were met by a heavy formation of Shinigami checking for tickets. Once cleared, each villager pressed on into the dark catacombs that lead up into the stadium stands. The 10th Juzenkan Taikai had begun. 24 years ahead of schedule. Sunrise drew its dazzling curtain across the Siriidii and brought a sparkle to the stadium. The 12th Division had done its job well and scrubbed every surface until every surface gleamed. The amphitheater shimmered like a cauldron of crisp champagne. Nanao stood shrouded in shadow within one of the hallways pocketed in the Bushishenzui Budokan's ground level. Shunsui was beside her. It was customary for captains to escort their division's champion to the ring during the inaugural match. He listened to the growing rumble of footsteps surging above. Here they come. It won't be long now. He looked to Nanao, she was quaking like a hummingbird. Nervous, Nanao-chan? No, Captain, she replied. I'm excited. Shunsui smiled. He had always known Nanao nursed ambitions for combat. He felt lousy FO helping her family stifle her aspiration. While the other officers assumed the 8th Division lieutenant was a wilting flower, she was anything but. This is your chance to show everyone what you can do, he said. I know you'll do yourself proud. What about you, Captain? She countered. Will I make you proud? You already do every day, just by being who you are. Oh, cut it out, she frowned. Byakuya, Hitsugaya, Kenpachi, Kamura, Yukatake and Urahara stood waiting in the vestibule that was tucked into the northwest security zone of the stadium. Where's Captain Kurosaki? Kamura growled. He's off dealing with a critical task, Yukatake replied. Kenpachi was eyeing Hitsugaya up and down, making the diminutive captain wish he were anywhere else. You've gotten stronger, haven't you? The brute grinned. That Ryukin Bakuido stuff didn't do squat for me, but you've made a lot of improvement in just a few days. Haven't you, Pipsqueak? Yeah, I can tell. Maybe you and me can spar a little when this is over. I'll pass, thanks, Hitsugaya sighed, averting Kenpachi's gaze. It isn't proper, Kamura continued, still hung up on Mayuri's absence. What could Kurosaki possibly be doing that would excuse his absence? Genryosai has deemed his mission important enough to exempt him from participating in the tournament, Yukatake explained with a smile. That's all I can divulge. You're telling me I could have just made up some important business to get out of babysitting duty? Kenpachi grunted. Please don't speak like this when the Tenraichas are present, Urahara rejoined him sweetly. They don't understand your etiquette the way we do, Zaraki. Better yet, perhaps you should practice the art of silence for today. Kenpachi harumphed but declined to argue. Right on cue, the two bejeweled doors creaked open. All of the captains fell silent when the Shisanka strolled into the vestibule, flanked by their guards. First came Kabucha Ise, prim and prettily wizened. She was frocked in several layers of resplendent robes dyed burnt gold and crimson, her dark hair kept in a boxy kapatsu style with a gray stripe running along the left wing. Her eyes were gray as ash and face adorned with several geometrically pleasing wisdom creases. Towering beside her was Nisaki Rurisa, her Shikotai bodyguard. Next was Yashiro Sakamune Shihoin, the distractingly young Tenraicho whose reign began before he had even lost his first baby tooth. Dark-skinned like all Shihoin, he was a strikingly handsome boy whose features were so elfin that he could be mistaken for a girl. His shihakusho was distinguished by white shoulder pads and pink fingerless gloves fitted over his arms, with a matching sash around his waist. Overlaying the ensemble was a decadent purple robe, the garment conspicuously too big for his tiny frame. His big golden eyes beamed like lanterns, buoyed by his bright and unyielding grin. Accompanying him was his Shikotai guard, Hinashi Yokio, a translucently pallid Shinigami whose samurai armor concealed a rail-thin body. He was bound in a set of black cuirass and gauntlets that gave off an amethyst shimmer, with a lilac sash slung around his waist. Yokio's face was hidden behind a mask cursed with completely benign features, giving off an eerie vacancy. His kabuto helm was topped by two horns shaped like a beetle's antennae, his zanpakuto's handle a soft periwinkle and hilt a sharp oval. Next was Jinrei Kuchiki and his nephew Koga, both of them striding forth with a shared ease. Finally, there came Tokunada Tsuneyashiro, a slender man distinguished by his clover hair. Fringes of seafoam green flecked along the roots, much of it concentrated into a taut braid entrenched amongst an otherwise unkempt mane. Tokunada was fairly handsome, standing at 5 feet 7 inches and lithe in build, with green eyes that slanted into a cat's glare. He wore a white hori over his shihakusho, and over that a cream-colored robe with tanned leather around the shoulders. He was flanked by 2 of his 3 Shikotai guards. The Tsuneyashiro Tenraicho infamously commanded more security than the rest of the Shisanka. To his right was Bayori Magonyo, a strapping Shinigami armored in a canary-yellow cuirass which, coupled with the black shihakusho beneath, made him resemble a yellow jacket. The smoky mask adorning his face was contorted into an expression of weeping despair, his helmet crested by a spike that curved up like a rhinoceros horn. To the left was Sabura Kasada, a Shinigami of slim build wearing an emerald cuirass and gauntlets, along with a pair of deep navy spalders and matching greaves. His mask was twisted into a fanged grin and his helmet's crest disturbingly ratched out in the shape of 2 cherubic arms, as if a toddler were sprouting from his skull. Hitsugaya reflexively put his guard up, sensing the immense spiritual pressure emanating from the 5 guards. All of them have extremely impressive ryatsu, he observed. If all 6 of us fought them here and now, the battle would be distressingly even. The captains bowed their heads in acknowledgement of the royals, but Kamura went so far as to fall onto his knees. My lords, the wolf said reverently. We are honored to escort you. Where's your helmet gone, Sajin? Kabucha asked, her face scrunching up with disgust. How dare you show your face like that? Hideous. Offensive. Hitsugaya's eyes widened, stunned by the insult. He looked down at Kamura, who was chastened like a child reprimanded by teacher. Yes, this is indeed an unpleasant surprise, Tokunada joined in with a contemptuous smirk. If you weren't going to wear your bucket, you should have warned us to bring our own so that we may have a place to vomit our disgust. How dare you? Hitsugaya bristled. Unohana stepped forth and placed a supportive hand on Kamura's shoulder. She gave the gathered Shisanka a faint smile. Captain Kamura's helmet was destroyed during the Ryoka infiltration, and has chosen not to conceal his face any longer, she explained with serene poise. The Gotei 13 supports his decision. We humbly ask that you tolerate this indulgence, my lords. Tokunada's sneer grew ever wider while Jinrei looked genuinely chastened. Kabucha harumphed and whipped her Uchiwa wide, fanning herself in consternation. Fine, but I refuse to let that beast escort me. You needn't worry, Kabucha, Tokunada chuckled. Sajin can join my party. We have such a rich history together, after all. Kamura finally dared raise his head, only to be confronted by a curious Yashiro kneeling down and staring him eye to eye. I don't know what the big deal is, the boy wondered. I think you look really cool. Kamura, taken aback, stifled a show of emotion and bowed his head once more. Thank you, Tenraicho Shihoin. Well then, shall we proceed? Tokunada said, growing bored. We don't want to keep our audience waiting. Kabucha has quite the surprise in store. Hitsugaya gave Kamura one last sympathetic look before following Yashiro and his entourage. Kenpachi joined them in their march down the hallway. That's why nobody should bother kissing a nobleman's butt, Kenpachi whispered, gesturing back at Kamura. Please stop talking to me, Hitsugaya begged. Unohana let her hand linger on Kamura's shoulder before breaking off to join Yukitake in ushering Kabucha to her seat. Byakuya wordlessly went off with his grandfather and cousin, leaving Kamura alone with Tokunada and his guards. Come along now. Dog, Tokunada commanded. I actually rather like your new look. Perhaps we can fit you with a collar and leash as well. Kamura followed in their wake, refusing to acknowledge the insult. He eyed Kisada and Magonya warily. Pardon me, Tenraicho Tsuneyashiro, but where is your primary guard? He asked. I expected him to be here. You would have liked that, wouldn't you? Tokunada looked back at him with a devilish smile. I decided to leave my pet back at the kennel. You 3 ought to be more than enough to keep me safe, I trust. Kamura nodded. Of course, Your Highness. Omida was practically bouncing up and down while listening to the thousands of voices clamoring outside. This is a great moment for us, Captain, he giggled. This is the day when Omida Marekyo Yashiyemenasuk Nikotoroman takes his first big step towards becoming a captain of the Gotei 13. Bottle that enthusiasm for the ring, you dolt, Sui Feng sighed, arms crossed and head hung in consternation. You haven't won, yet. My victory's being delivered to me on a silk pillow, Omida cackled. That ISE girl doesn't even have a Zanpakuto. She might as well be a ringer. I bet she's only allowed to participate because of her family name. Sui Feng's temple veins bulged with implacable annoyance. Because of her name, huh? And what do you think got you anywhere, Omida Marekyo Yashiyemenasuk Nikotoroman? Your physique. Huh? Omida mumbled, not catching her drift. What you mean? Kokaku squinted down at the microscopic arena situated a couple leagues below. She and Ganju were seated on the highest level of the stadium, crammed tightly between fellow Rokon. You're telling me the scalper gave you tickets for these seats, and you still actually promised I'd do him a favor? How many more times do I need to apologize? Ganju pleaded. Kukaku fished out a compacted gizmo from her pocket and swung it open, the device lengthening out into a spyglass. It's fine, she sighed, peering through the telescope and getting an up-close view of the arena. I came prepared. The taiko drummers aligning the first row of the stadium began their furious rumble, heralding the tournament's beginning. That's our cue, Nanao-chan, Shunsui said. They marched together out onto the sandy field. Nanao squinted when the harsh glare of sunlight and thousands of eyes bore down on her. From the opposing side of the oval-shaped expanse emerged Omida and Suifeng. Lying between the opposing officers was the circular arena, 40 yards in radius and slightly elevated from the ground. Encircling the field was a squadron from the Kido Corps, each of them sitting in a meditative position. That's a lot of people, Nanao blushed. Indeed it is, Shunsui concurred. You're going to amaze them all, Nanao-chan. He gazed up at the screeching throng, spotted Genryusai sitting in a box seat, and gave a cheeky wave. Yamamoto rolled his eyes in response. Renji leaned forward from his seat in the second row of the stadium's southwest flank, where he and all the other contestants had VIP seating. I wish Rukia was here to see all this. Look at Omida with that dumb grin on his face, Kira ummed. He actually thinks he's gonna win. He doesn't lack for overconfidence, Hisagi concurred. Oh my god, it's Omida-sama, a chorus of girls cried out from the row above them. Kira and Hisagi looked back in shock at a gaggle of gorgeous Suriidii women, all of them waving around posters with doodles of Omida's face drawn on them. Omida-san, a particularly busty and porcelain-faced member shouted from the group. Please ask me to be your wife. As if, an even bustier hottie shoved her aside. Pick me, Omida-san, pick me. What the F is going on? Hisagi muttered. Didn't you two know? Ranjaku chuckled with a knowing look. Omida is the most sought-after bachelor in all of Seoul society. He comes from a noble family, he loves to spend money, and he's single. I come from a noble family, too, Kira countered. Yes, but you're a moody boy and a notorious cheapskate. Guys, it's starting. Aizen shushed everyone. The entire amphitheater fell into quiet anticipation when Kabucha rose from her throne, situated in the northern box seat. She gave a nod to Rurisa, who on cue activated a tentikura so that the whole Colosseum could hear the Tenraicho's words. Welcome everyone, to the 10th Juzenkantaki, Kabucha began, her orotund voice transformed into an epic echo that reverberated across the stadium. The crowd erupted into cheers. That's enough now, Kabucha harumphed, prompting the thousands of attendees to immediately hush up. The Shisanka, the Soul King's favorite children, want you to know that our Maker is aware of this contest, and he has given it his blessing. In fact, he is watching us all now, in this very moment. Everyone in the stadium reflexively bowed their heads in reverence. Is the Soul King really looking down at us right now? Kion thought with wonderment, giving Aizen's hand an excited squeeze. Yes, I'm sure of it. I can feel his gaze filling me with strength. We are honored to convene this grand tradition on the Soul King's behalf, Kabucha continued. May the Soul Society be cleansed by the following days of combat. And may the traitor Aizen Sosuke and his band of miscreants be struck with paralyzing fear by the might of the Godai 13th officers. The crowd erupted into cheers again, the chorus of voices erupting up from the Colosseum like a volcanic boom. Shunsui chuckled at the ISE Tenraicho's knack for propaganda. And there we have it. Before we begin with this grand entertainment, I come bearing a decree from the Central 46, Kabucha added. Yamamoto's bushy brow perked up, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. What are you playing at, Kabucha? Kabucha produced a scroll and peeled off the wax seal. She unfurled the parchment, cleared her throat, and read it aloud. We, the wise men of Central 46, hereby issue this proclamation, she began. When the first Juzenkantaikai was fought, it was a competition designed to decide on a new captain to help complete the Godai. To honor this original intent, we are reinstating this prize. What? Yamamoto cursed under his breath. No way. Hitsugaya blanched. Ridiculous. Suifeng scowled. By our authority, whoever prevails in this competition will be instated as a new captain of the Godai 13, Kabucha concluded. With that, she rolled up the parchment and pocketed it in her robe. She looked back at a stunned Unohana and Yukitake with a self-satisfied smirk. They can't do this. Sasakibbe hissed before turning to Yamamoto. Can they, Captain Commander? Yamamoto slunk back in his chair, his fists furiously wringing his staff. DMNU, Kabucha. Did she just say what I think she said? Aizen stammered. One of us is gonna be a captain by the end of this. That changes things, Tetsuzeman sighed, taking off his sunglasses to rub his brow. Renji was in complete shock, struggling to process the announcement. He looked out across the field at the Kuchiki box seat, wondering what Byakuya was thinking. Omida, meanwhile, was cackling with joy. It's like I said, Captain, he cried. This tournament is my ticket to greatness. Suifeng, red in the face, glared back at him venomously. Nanao was staring at the ground, horrified by the depths of her aunt's underhandedness. This is why she wanted this tournament in the first place, she gasped, piecing it all together. Seems like it, Shunsui agreed. Tenraicho Ise is obsessed with the status of her house, and the one jewel your family doesn't have in their crown is military distinction. She handpicked the new members of Central 46, Nanao whispered, her dread mounting. She secured an exemption for me to compete, and ensured that my first round was against a weakling like Omida. She's created the one single scenario where you can become a captain without having bonded with a Zanpakuto and acquired Bankai, Shunsui concurred. It's also fair to assume her machinations won't just end here. She will use all of her power to clear a path to victory for you. Nanao brought a hand to her chest, feeling her heart thump erratically. She felt sick. This is unfair to everyone else, she said. It's a betrayal of the Captain Commander's authority. What should I do, Captain? Shunsui gave her a warm, defeated smile. Whatever you want to do, Nanao-chan. It was still early morning in the material world, where Karakura residents were enjoying a lazy Sunday morning. Ichigo turned over in his bed, gradually drifting awake. He dreamed of being back in Soul Society, sparring with Ikaku and Renji. He was an officer in the Godai 13, training to help thwart Aizen. Rukia was kicking his cot in the barracks, urging him to get up. Wake up, Ichigo. The strawberry's eyes flitted open. I said wake up, Ichigo. He bolted up, shocked by the familiar face smirking at him from the foot of his bed. Rukia.